Hey, what's poppin'? I'm Elliot, a software engineer from Singapore, and today I am so absolutely excited to showcase what I have kind of built for the past few days, which is a minimalistic AI-powered email client built on Shadcn and OpenAI and NextJS and all the good stuff, right? So I took heavy inspiration from two ideas. One is Superhuman, which is another kind of a minimalistic lightweight email client, right, that has like shortcuts. You get to have command bars, and like it's a fully functional email client, right? So I wanted an experience like that to replace my current Gmail client, and I took the UI inspiration from the homepage of Shadcn's kind of email showcase, which is this, right? So I just took the UI and just put in the real data, which is the email client data, right? So let me showcase what I've built. So let's press get started here, and it's gonna lead us to the login page, right? So then we're using Clerk. You can log in with any kind of method. I'm gonna log in through my Google account here, and once you log in, you get to be in the email dashboard, and you can see I have already linked 3 of my personal email accounts to this kind of platform, this normal human platform, right? So the first thing I want to showcase is this is a fully functional email client, right? So I can see that I receive an email from my other email account called elliot@useincubate.com, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna reply to him. I'm gonna say, dear other Elliot, right? And this is a fully featured like text editor. I can say, like, I can bold it. I say, love from YouTube, exclamation mark, right? I'm gonna say best Elliot, right? I'm gonna press send, right? So it's gonna ship out this email, and so there's a lot of stuff happening on the background. I'm shipping out to a dedicated email server, and it's gonna ping a webhook to kind of synchronize all the emails. And in a few seconds, you can see that we have received this email, and in my sent inbox, I can also see the email that has been sent out. Actually, no, it's just in this thread. So all the emails are being logically kind of separated into threads, right? So a thread is just a collection of email messages, right? So I can see that I send this out to Incubate, and if I go to my Superhuman app, right, I can see that I've received this email from my other email account, official.ellie@gmail.com, right? So we can see that it's fully featured like email client, and there's also this chatbot thing, right, where you can kind of, it will take context of all the information here. I can say draft a reply to thank him for helping me for this demo. So I'm gonna press generate, and OpenAI is gonna use this, right, to automatically generate this stuff. I mean, it's a little janky, like, but it's usable. It's usable. And to showcase it, let's say we want to reply to this email, actually this email maybe, I can press this. I can say reply to this email, right? So this will take in the context of the entire email thread and generate me a nice email for the person, and I can obviously press send to send this out, but I'm gonna just ignore that for a while. Okay, and obviously it has a fully featured CC and kind of tool format, right? And you can edit the headings. Okay, but that's not even the coolest part, right? So we have established that it's a fully featured working email client, right? But the most important part and most magical part is that we have built an entire RAG model, which stands for Retrieval Augmented Generation model, into the email client. So I can ask the AI anything I want about my email inbox, and it's able to reply to me with the context. So I can ask, like, tell me about the email from instafeel.ai. I'm gonna send this over, and hopefully, so you can see the email you received is from Instafeel AI announcing a new update that they've made to their service, right? So it probably put in this email. So how this works is when you ask a question to this chatbot, it's gonna find all the relevant emails that might pertain to your question. Then we take all the email context and we put it into the prompt of OpenAI, and then we send it out, and then it will give us back a response. So that's what retrieval augmented generation means, right? So like that is cool, right? I can ask more questions. Like, these are useful because I can ask, like, when is my next flight, right? In this case, like, because I don't have any flight information emails here, it's gonna say it doesn't have enough information. But imagine that I sync my entire inbox here. I'm gonna have like my flight confirmation emails in here, and this AI is gonna be able to tell me when my next flight is without me having to go dig through my email, Right. So other than this retrieval augmented generation, we have a full text search. So you can have shortcuts. So I'm pressing slash and I can search Elliot. And so this will give me a full text search of my entire inbox. I can search for instafill. Let's see this. Right, it's gonna find the instafill. I can search for, like, let's say a class pass. It's gonna find all the class pass related stuff here. Right. So the full text search is incredibly fast and incredibly versatile, right? And the whole thing is kind of command based, right? So I can navigate around using J and K. I can select highlight email threads here, all using my keyboards, if you see at the bottom left corner. And I can press kind of D to mark it as done, right? I can select like all the items here. I can press D. This will mark it as done, which then will be transferred into the done folder, right? You can see that these are the done emails that I just kind of cleared away. And if I want to ever move it back into my main inbox, right, I can just select everything again. I press U for undo, and it's gonna basically move it back into the inbox, right? Let's just wait for it to refresh, and yeah, all my emails are then basically back into my inbox, right? So I'm gonna just clear out some emails like those I have read, right? So these are cool. And by the way, there's also another AI feature in this email box. If I start typing like dear instafill, right, I can say like hello. If I press Command J, you can see there's AI autocomplete. So I'm gonna press Command J, right? See, it's gonna automatically complete my next sentence for me. So this is super helpful if you're like typing some stuff and you need to quickly just ask AI to complete your sentence. This is like a GitHub Copilot kind of experience. You can just press Command J. I can say like best regards, right? I'm gonna press Command J. Hopefully, okay, maybe that's a little weird, but yeah, the point is that there are some like AI features here where you could help you automate and make your email experience much faster and cleaner. And I mentioned that there is light mode and dark mode. So there's like light mode, dark mode here. You can toggle it. Everything is responsive. And when you press Command K, you see this. I have never seen someone teach this on YouTube yet. I'm gonna teach you all of this today. So when you press Command K, we're gonna bring up a command bar. Right here is where you can go to your different sections. So you can see I have a draft page. I got a sent inbox, right? So I can quickly navigate around by using Command K and typing inbox. It goes to my inbox. I go to drafts. It's gonna lead me to draft. I go to send. It's gonna lead me to send. And if I want to go to the done, I can search for my done emails. So this will switch me to the done tab. I can see my pending emails, so it will switch me back to the main inbox. So everything's super fast. And if I want to like switch my email accounts, I can quickly do that by doing Command K. I can search for my Gmail account, right? So then I can quickly switch to my Gmail account as well as my other like incubates email. So everything is streamlined on the keyboard for developers by developers, right? And of course, you can compose emails, right? And you can press Command C to quickly bring up the compose box. And this is basically the same stuff. You can search through all the email recipients that you want to send to, CCs work, subjects work, and you can also just say quickly draft in a apology email to John. So let's see what it does. Yeah, I mean that's a good start, I guess. And I'm gonna take this and can just continue writing my email. Yeah. So you can then obviously send this message out. Right, so this is a lot of stuff that I want to teach you today, and I'm going to teach you everything here today. And this is a fully featured SaaS application. What this means is that you can receive payment, so you can manage subscriptions, right? So people can kind of pay for the service to upgrade it. So by default, if you do not have a pro version of this, you are only limited to have one email account connected, and you can only have a maximum of 15 AI messages to be sent every day. So then once you kind of allow users to upgrade by paying $15, you can then make their account kind of the pro version, which then unlocks all the features of normal human. Yeah, so I'm going to teach you the entire Stripe integration for this as well. So I think without further ado, let's actually get started. There's a lot to learn, a lot of APIs to learn today. So let us get rolling. Before we continue on in the video, I would like to share a short story about myself. For context, I started to learn how to code about 3 years ago when I began, I learned the full stack MERN. So that was MongoDB, Express, React, and Node.js. I started to build a lot of this kind of small projects with the MERN stack, slowly expanding my toolset. I started to build my own authentication library to be reused with all my personal projects. Then slowly I added more email modules. Then I learned about Stripe, and I was starting to able to charge people for the SaaS products that I built. And in the past year or so, I've actually been working at a YC-backed startup where I was the founding engineer who led the entire full stack infrastructure. And seeing that startup grow from zero with the stack that I used there, it really showed me that this stack has been proven to be scalable, developer friendly, and blazingly fast. And on top of that, from my channel, I love building and trying out new SaaS ideas. So I've been building these products for years, and I keep running into the same problem. Every time I start a new project, I'd waste weeks setting up the same infrastructure, authentication, database, file storage, payments, you name it. And I thought, there's just gotta be a better way. And that's why I created this Start SaaS project. It's the starter kit I wish I had when getting into the game. We're talking about the full stack NextJS setup, Postgres SQL with Prisma, we got the auth solutions, S3 file storage, Stripe integrations, all the essentials to get your SaaS off the ground fast. Now, I'm not gonna bullshit you, right? This is not magic. You still gotta put in the work to build your actual product. But Start SaaS, this I hope that it can handle all the boring infrastructure stuff so you can focus on what matters most to you, which is the unique ideas that you're bringing into the world. I plan on building a community around this idea where I'll be posting updates, blogs, and newsletters about all the experiences I have learning over time where I continue building out these SaaS projects. And I've got over 1,500 over stars on my GitHub projects, and even some YC startups are building with it. Why? Because it works. It's battle tested and it scales. If you're building a SaaS and you're tired of reinventing the wheel, do check out Start SaaS. It's going to be a culmination of everything that I have learned, failing, building, succeeding, and scaling. So the link is in the description, and I'll be having a Discord community where if you're interested in about building SaaS or you just have questions about the videos that you're seeing, do come join us in this community where I'll be there to answer questions. Alright, enough about that. Let's dive into today's topic on building an email client. Okay, so before I get started, I'm going to tell you what you're going to be exactly learning today. So by the way, the tech stack here, we're using a lot of different APIs today. So we're using Clerk for authentication, NextJS as our full stack framework, Prisma as our object relational mapper. So this kind of helps us interact with our database. We're using NeonDB as our database provider. So NeonDB is a kind of cloud provider that gives us a serverless Postgres database that they will handle it for us, right? We're using Tailwind CSS and Shadcn for styling, right? So it's a component library. We're using tRPC. So tRPC is a kind of type-safe, a way to do type-safe APIs. So imagine you have the traditional REST APIs. We're using like post, get request to another server, right? This is an alternative to REST, which allows you to interact with your front end and your back end through a TypeScript-based, type-safe API layer. So I'm going to explain more about this during the tutorial, so just going to give you a quick recap. Okay, then Postgres SQL, that's the database that we'll be using. Obviously, we'll have Stripe integration to receive payments and upgrade users to the pro versions. We're using TypeScript, of course. We're going to be deploying our stuff on Vercel. We're using OpenAI for all the OpenAI features, like the AI sending, AI composing features. And these are the two very important kind of APIs that we're going to be building on top. So Orama is a fast, dependency-free, full text and vector search engine. So this is what we're going to be using to do our full text search. So what it does is it allows you to store documents inside the database and then allows you to kind of operate on it by searching through it, by filtering and stuff like that. So you can see that how it works is you create a database schema, right, with the different fields. You can also have an embedding field. So we're going to be using this embeddings field for retrieval augmented generation later. And then what you can do is you can just insert documents into the database, right? So imagine we're going to be inserting the emails, right, like the subject, the body, the who is it from, who is it to, etc. And after it has been inserted, you can then search through it using like just a term, and what it's gonna do is gonna pull down all the relevant documents that matches the filter. So that is how we're gonna kind of fulfill the full text search, right? So this is using Orama. Okay, so other than Orama, this Aurinko is the main API for today, because Aurinko is what is powering our inbox API. So it's like a very pretty niche API that I found, but what it does is it allows you to have a unified email API. So whether people are trying to connect their Gmail, they're trying to connect their Outlook account, right? What Aurinko does is it gives us a centralized API for us to operate and sync our inboxes and send out emails, right? So you can see that it allows developers to quickly build integrations with many mailbox providers like Google, Office 365, Outlook, etc. And I'm going to go a lot more in depth into all of the APIs in this Aurinko later, right? It's super powerful. You can like receive emails, you can send out emails, you can sync inboxes, etc. So I'm going to be teaching you all of that in this tutorial, right? And so this is kind of the main tech stack that you'll be learning today. It is more intermediate in terms of skill level, so I expect you to have kind of a general knowledge of how to use NextJS, React. You have to understand the data flow from database to the backend to the front end to be able to kind of follow along. So if you're a beginner, I have a lot of other beginner tutorials, like a chat PDF SaaS product that you can watch to kind of catch up with your skills before coming back to this video. Yep. Okay, so what you'll learn is how to build a RAG pipeline with a custom chatbot. So RAG, as I mentioned, is Retrieval Augmented Generation, which means you have a database of documents, and when you ask a question, the chatbot is going to search through all the relevant documents and then put the context into the chatbot before kind of getting the response back. So this allows for a very powerful kind of chatbot interaction, because the chatbot will have then custom knowledge about your entire email inbox. We'll have full text search with Orama. We will build a full email client clone, right? So it's basically a Gmail clone, right? Where we'll sync in the emails from your current accounts. We'll be sending and receiving emails. We'll be composing emails, replies, etc. And we'll teach you how to make an AI Smart Compose feature, right? Which is like an email writing copilot, which I've shown you just now. I'll teach you how to add a command bar feature to your user interface, and you can use this anywhere in your app, in your other full stack projects, which makes it so much more professional once people see that you have built a command bar feature, right? And lastly, we'll teach you how to set up Stripe payment to receive money for people to kind of upgrade their accounts to use more of your inbox features. Yep. And so I'm gonna break it down into mainly 12 parts, right? So that I can set some expectations for you. So the first section of this video is gonna be really understanding the email client functionality with Aurinko, right? So I'm gonna break down everything you need to know about how the email API works, how do you sync the emails, what's the difference between an email and a thread, the different terminologies used when creating an email client, right? And then the second step is we're gonna set up the base barebone structure with NextJS, Shadcn, Clerk, and setting up the database for ourselves. And then we're going to dive into the Aurinko API to start receiving and syncing emails from your current Gmail inboxes or whatever inboxes you have. And then we'll also do some database engineering and webhook management. So this is important because when you're trying to sync your email with Gmail, when Gmail sends you a message, you need to be able to receive that notification and basically sync their server's data with our database so that we can always have an up-to-date version of the email inboxes. Okay, so the first half of this tutorial is very back-end heavy, so I hope you deal with me. I'm gonna be drawing out everything so you have a perfect understanding and before you actually code it out. Okay, and we're gonna hook up the full text search with Orama, and then finally we're gonna start kind of building out the initial UI to display the emails and threads. We're gonna show you how to build the search UI, and then we can start doing some interesting stuff with AI by building the RAG pipeline with Q&A using the Vercel AI SDK. And then we'll go into setting up replies and composing and sending out emails alongside the email copilot. And then the final step is setting up Stripe, right, so that you can start receiving payments. I'll teach you how to set up subscriptions and all that good stuff. And then we can then deploy to Vercel, and I'm going to show you how to quickly build a landing page to start showing people your awesome project. Right, so there's a lot of stuff to be done today. It's a very back-end heavy, very kind of data heavy tutorial, but if you are able to build this out, you will really truly understand how email clients work, how OAuth works, how a lot of these back-end processes are kind of, you can see the data flow from all these different data providers into your centralized UI platform. Okay, so without further ado, let us jump right into understanding how an email client really functions. Okay, so this is going to be the hardest part to understand of the whole tutorial. So if you listen closely and you truly understand this part of me explaining how the email client API works, you'll be good for the rest of the video. Okay, so let me first introduce you to the problem of why Aurinko exists. So imagine if we don't have a centralized API and we want to kind of directly read emails and write emails on behalf of another person's email account. So let's say we have a Gmail inbox, and this Gmail has two accounts, right? So John has a Gmail account and Jane also has a Gmail account. And in this case, like let's say Andy has an Outlook account. So imagine like we want to build an email client. So what will we try to do? We're gonna basically try to access, right? We're gonna try to access and be able to read/write to John at gmail.com. So we need access to their account in order to kind of read all their emails, to kind of put into our own database so that we can display in a custom UI. And then when they want to try to send an email from our UI, we also need to be able to have access, like a write permissions to their john@gmail.com in order to send out emails. And so imagine what you have to do is you have to do the same for all the different Gmail accounts and all the different providers. And the different providers are like Gmail, Outlook, Hotmail, whatever other inboxes there are, right? And the thing is, Gmail has a set of different APIs. So Gmail API. So Gmail has a set of APIs where they have different specifications where you can read and write. But then the thing is, Outlook has another set of APIs that is completely different from Gmail, and their data, their schema is different. How they represent their emails are different. How they represent their threads are different. So imagine having to write and kind of write all the code in order to integrate with not just Gmail but also Outlook, right? It's gonna be troublesome. And Gmail is like super hard to work with their APIs, right? Because they have like weird kind of syntax. So this is the reason why a service like Aurinko exists. Aurinko basically kind of imagine it as like a central proxy that sits between the Gmail API and the Outlook API. So when you want to say, I want to send an email, all you have to do is you tell Aurinko, hey, I'm going to issue you a command like api.aurinko.com/mail/send, right? I'm going to ask to send an email with, I want to send it from this email called john@gmail.com, and I want to send this with the subject of test and the body of test, right? So then what is going to happen is I send this post request to Aurinko. Aurinko will then detect that I want to send using John's Gmail account. Then Aurinko on the back end, like they will handle it. They will basically use Gmail's API to help you orchestrate the entire process and send it out basically using John's Gmail account. So you don't have to kind of think about Gmail, you don't have to think about Outlook. All you have to do is think about Aurinko. So they kind of abstracted away this entire API service for reading, sending, and composing emails. All that good stuff, including authorizing access. Because when John wants to give us access, right, we have to basically, John will have to give us consent. So I'm sure you have seen the Google consent screen, right? It looks something like this, right? So John will have to say like, hey, Aurinko wants to access your Google account. Do you want to allow them to read and write emails for you? So in this case, John is gonna press yes because they want to use our email client. So then basically John gives Aurinko permission to use their inbox to send and read emails, and then we use Aurinko to access John's inbox. So I hope you understand why now Aurinko is good and why Aurinko exists, right? So then our application will then interact with Aurinko to basically authorize and save account details, save user details, and basically read and write the emails and threads. Okay, So now let's actually walk through the initial process of John. Like, see John, he's in our application. I'm gonna show you step by step how John will give us access to his Gmail account, and how we're gonna use Aurinko to kind of read and sync his initial messages in the inbox. Okay, so let's just clarify some terms, right? When I say inbox, right, what I mean is the messages within a certain email account, right? So an email account is just how do you put an email account? I guess an email account is just associated with an email address. So imagine John has an email address of john@gmail.com. So this will be considered one email account, right? And the inbox refers to the entire kind of messages / threads within the inbox account, within the account. Okay, and so what do I mean by messages and threads? So message is fundamentally an email message. So email message is like when you send out email, that's like a atomic, like a singular form, right? But then you know how you can like reply to emails and like forward emails, right? So when you do that, all these different emails is gonna be put together inside one thread. So we group them together, and when you have a group of emails that are related to each other, we call them a thread. So if you go into, let me show you, for example, this. So this, you can see that there is two email messages, because there's the first one and the second one. But the reason why they're in one thread is because I replied to the first email with this other email. Therefore, whatever mail service is able to kind of identify they're related to each other and put them in one singular thread. Okay, so that's what the email message and thread means, and that's what inbox means. And an account is just an email address associated with it. Okay, so the first step, John is gonna come to our application and is gonna try to grant access to Aurinko. So he's gonna press a button on our screen that is gonna show the consent screen and saying like, hey John, are you sure you want to give access to Aurinko to read your inbox? Okay, so for example here, when I'm in my inbox, I'm gonna try add account. So this add account is like me trying to give access, right? So I'm gonna press add account, and so what it's gonna do is gonna lead me to the consent screen. So it says choose an account to continue to Aurinko. So this is the exact like kind of permission that Gmail is asking. Hey Elliot, are you sure you want to give Aurinko access to your Gmail account? So in this case, I say yes. I'm gonna press this, and it says okay. It says haven't verified this app, but it's because like we're in development mode. So it says sign to Aurinko, right? It says by continuing, Google will share my name. Press continue. So you can see Aurinko. If I give permission to Aurinko, it's saying that hey, Aurinko will have the ability to read, compose, send, and delete emails from Gmail. And if I am willing to do that, I'm gonna press continue, and in this way, right, Aurinko is then gonna have access to my Gmail inbox, right? So this part. So the first step here is granting access to Aurinko. Then Aurinko will send a request to Gmail, and Gmail is gonna ask, hey, are you sure you want to confirm? So let's say John confirms by pressing yes, please authorize Aurinko to have access to my inbox, right? Then Aurinko is gonna say that, hey, Elliot, John has give us permission to use his inbox. So then step 2, Aurinko is gonna send us back a authorization token. So remember this word token. He's gonna send us back a token alongside the user's email information. So then Aurinko, we can set like a callback endpoint. So let's set it at /API/Aurinko/callback. We're gonna receive the information. We're gonna receive the token. We're gonna receive the email of John, right? And then we're gonna take this information, and we're gonna step 3. We're gonna save it to the database. So what this means is we're gonna have an accounts table. So remember, an account is just a kind of, it's just information related to one email address, right? So we'll have an account ID, which is like an identifier from Aurinko side. They're gonna give an account ID, and they're gonna give us this authentication token. So this auth token is important because we need this token to be able to make requests on behalf of the user. Okay, and we're gonna obviously save the email address as well in the accounts row. Okay, so after saving it, step 4 is we're gonna get the email, right? Because look at this. This is Gmail server, right? There's this John's inbox, right? So imagine this is his inbox. And John has like 12 emails sitting there. And what we want to do now is try to read this 12 inbox and attempt to save it in our emails table, right? Email message table. So therefore, step 4 is I'm going to take the authorization token and use it to sync the inbox. So I'm going to take this authentication token and I'm going to go through Aurinko's API, right? So then I'm going to send the token. I'm going to say that, hey, I'm going to hit this endpoint with the account ID of 06498 and I give you a token of token-ABCDEF. So with these two information, right, the account ID is the identifier for John's email address, and the token is the authorization token needed to make a request on John's account's behalf. So with these two information, if we send it to the Aurinko API, what it's gonna do is this Aurinko API is then finally gonna give us back a list of all the emails that currently exist within John's email. So imagine we are basically copying these emails, and Aurinko will give us a list of the current emails in a JSON format, and then we can basically save all these emails into the email table, right? And then the email will have the ID, the subject, the body, and the from. Okay, and I'm gonna actually show you the shape of this response back, because once you see the JSON shape, it will make complete sense to you. So I'm gonna show you this. So I'm gonna show you email.json, right? So this is kind of the shape that we're gonna be getting back. So we can see we're gonna get back a list, right? A list of stuff. So each item in the list corresponds to one email. So each email message will have a unique ID, right? It will have the thread ID that the email belongs to. Cause remember, related emails, like an email will always belong to a thread, right? And it's possible for a thread to have only one email message, right? So this is entirely possible. So you can see that the email here belongs to a thread ID. There's a time where it was created. It was a time where it was sent at. Okay, so if we go back to the example of here, let me show you my app here. So you can see there's this sent at about 18 hours ago. So this field is the one that maps to this sent at. So this is when it was received at. This is an internet message ID, which is another identifier used in the SMTP protocol. We have the subject. This is pretty self-explanatory. We got a list of system labels. So these are the labels that has been automatically classified by the SMTP protocol, I think, right? So then we can use this to basically display, you see this unread and inbox. This is coming from the system labels, right? And we have a list of keywords. We got a list of system classifications. We got the sensitivity. We got who's it from, right? We can see this email was from notifications@account.dev with the name, right? And you can send in who is it to. So you can see the to is a list of addresses, right? It's a list. You got a list of CCs, so these are carbon copies, a list of BCCs, which are a list of blind carbon copies, right? And there's a list of reply to. So this list of reply to is like when I send and reply back to this email, who should I send it to, right? This is where this field will tell me who to send it back to, and whether the email has attachments, right? And then we have the actual body of this email, which could be text or which could be like HTML, right? So later we'll deal with the HTML bodies to be rendered nicely here, because if you see this fancy images and buttons, the body here is made of HTML, right? And with the body snippet is just like this part of the text here. So it's just a shortened, summarized version of what the body is. We have the list of attachments, and then we have internet headers. So internet headers are what you call metadata on the email. So there's like who it was delivered to, who was received by, the source of the SMTP, who was received, and so these are like kind of metadata. We don't necessarily need to look at this. We just need to know that it exists on the email itself, right? And then we have the folder ID. So they can be inbox, it can be draft, it can be sent, and then this is like omitted, which is like another Aurinko field. So you can see that it's pretty self-explanatory, right? We get back the list of emails from Aurinko. Oh my god, I keep losing it. We get back the list of emails from Aurinko after hitting the email/sync endpoint. So we take this list and we then just save it in our emails table. And once we have this emails and threads table, we can then finally have a nice UI to display everything we have. Okay, so that's pretty cool. But now I want to explain to you, how do we actually keep the details in sync? How do we keep the details in sync? So this entire process, right, of them authenticating and stuff like that, this is what we call the initial onboarding process. So the initial onboarding process involves getting consent, getting the token, storing the token, creating the account. After creating the account, sending the initial synchronization request to Aurinko to get back the current list of their emails. But now that after the initial onboarding process is done, we now want to keep the inbox in sync. How do we do that? Okay, so now I'm gonna go to a different part of the canvas. Actually, I'm gonna copy this, right? Okay, so now imagine we have our database. So I'm gonna copy this here. So let's say this is normal humans server, right? And then we have our database. Okay, so imagine we have the database of emails, right? So we can have the subject, the body, the from, and other fields, right? The other fields are like when it was sent, etc. But we'll ignore that for now. So imagine John suddenly receives another email. He's like, hey, and then it's like Jane at gmail.com sent an email, right? So then Gmail will suddenly have an extra email here. But the thing is, we don't have that email. So we want to kind of continuously update our database based on what Gmail has. And this is where the kind of webhook concept comes in. So if you're not familiar with webhook, it's basically a... Okay, let me search the definition of webhook together. How do I explain this? Webhook is an event-driven communication that automatically sends data between applications. That is too complicated of a definition. Okay, so my kind of definition, my simple explanation is, imagine it is exactly like a callback where whenever Gmail gets an email, we're gonna give Gmail an API. So imagine we have a domain, it's like https www.normal-human.com/API/callback, right? Callback. So whenever Gmail receives a new email on behalf of John's inbox, he's gonna ping us, right? Gmail's gonna ping this URL with the actual content of the body. So we have the subject, we have the body, etc., right? And then because we control this endpoint, right, we'll be able to then know that, hey, there's a new email, and therefore we should probably write this new email into our database. And therefore we can take whatever Gmail sends us through the webhook and write it into the database. So imagine you have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have the body of like Pong. We have the subject is Pong, the body is ping, and it's from jane@gmail.com. And so now we have successfully kind of kept our database as well as the Gmail's inbox in sync, right? So this is the concept of a webhook. It's basically, I give you an address, and whenever something happens on your end, just make sure to ping this address so that I know that there's an update for me to synchronize our database. Okay, so that's the entire concept of webhooks. Okay, and so we're gonna basically, Aurinko gives us that ability to set up webhooks to listen for new events in the Google inbox, right? So we're able to create a connection between John's inbox as well as John's account in our database. So then whenever John receives an email, Aurinko is gonna ping us with an API through the webhook, telling us that there's a new email, and then we're gonna take the ping, we're gonna then sync up with Gmail's inbox again, and therefore keeping the emails in sync. Yep. I think it's gonna be much clearer to you once we start coding and once I start showing you how the data is flowing, and then you will understand. But for now, this is the general overview of everything that we're gonna be doing throughout the whole tutorial. So we've covered Aurinko, we've covered emails and threads, we've covered the metadata, we've got account, I talked a little bit about syncing, and I talked about webhooks. So if you understand the high level overview of these topics, we can then actually go into the code, and I can always reference back to these diagrams as I code along step by step and explain to you which parts we are coding now. So now let's actually start getting the project up and running so we can start seeing some progress. Cool. So now that we understand the high-level overview of the email clients, let's start setting up the code. So I'm gonna open my terminal. Okay, and let's expand this out a little bit. So we're gonna be using the T3 stack. So if you're unfamiliar with it, the T3 stack is built by Theo, and it is a type-safe NextJS starter kit that has NextJS, TypeScript, tRPC, Prisma, Tailwind CSS, and we're not going to use NextAuth, but we're going to be using Clerk. Okay, so to actually create a new project, I'm gonna go into my coding folder. I'm gonna do sudo bunx create -t3 app at latest. So throughout the tutorial, I'll be using bun in replacement for npm, and if you're using npm, you can just replace it with npx create t3 app. And another note is, there are some people asking me why I'm using sudo. It's just something wrong with my MacBook that they don't allow me to run commands unless I'm in sudo mode. Maybe there's something wrong with how my user is set up within the computer, but most likely you will not be using sudo throughout the tutorial. So whenever you see me using sudo, you should just kind of ignore that. So you should be just running bunx create -t3 app at latest. Okay. So it's gonna resolve it, it's gonna download down the repository, it's gonna then ask us what our project is called. So I'm gonna name it normal human-YouTube. We'll be using TypeScript, right? We'll be using Tailwind CSS, press yes. We would like to use tRPC. We'll be using Clerk, so we'll just press none for now. We'll be using Prisma for our ORM. And yes, we would like to use the NextJS app router. And then we'll be using PostgreSQL because we're using NeonDB. And let's actually initialize a Git repository and run bun install for us. I'm going to press alias for the import alias for now, and then it's going to go ahead and set up the repository for me. Cool. So it's going to run bun install, and in a few seconds time, I should be able to open it up in my code editor. So I'm going to cd normal-human-YouTube. I'm going to press code dot, and this should run. So I'm going to just delete my normal repository, and okay, cool. We're now in a fresh new repo. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna run sudo bun dev. So this is gonna run on port 3000, right? And let's open the browser to make sure that we can actually see what's happening. So let me just close down these things here first. Actually, I need my Excalibur, but let's go to localhost 3000, and I should be able to see the NextJS app running. And let's see. Okay, in this case, we can see that we can't reach our database server at localhost 5432. So what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to come down to our page.tsx. So this is the main first page that we're running. And in this case, they're trying to I'm going to just delete everything within the code block. We're going to start everything fresh. I'm just going to return a h1 that says hello world. I'm going to save this. And you can see the issue where I'm saying that I don't have enough permission, so it's a purely me problem. So I need to run change owner to make sure that I own the repository for some reason. You probably don't need to do this. I'm gonna run bun dev again, right? And then I'm gonna save the file. I'm gonna refresh, and hopefully, yes, cool. We see hello world running. So our NextJS app is running, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring this to the side here, so I can have a split screen view of what's happening. Okay, so let's actually try out Tailwind. So if I give you a class name of text-rate-600, I can see that it's red, so Tailwind is working perfectly. Cool. So now I'm gonna try to set up Shadcn, which is this very nice component library, and this is also where we'll be stealing this email inbox UI from, right? So to set it up, come down to your command line. I'm gonna open a new terminal here, okay, and I'm gonna run sudo bunx shadcn-ui adds latest init. So this is gonna help me initialize a new Shadcn configuration, right? So it's gonna resolve. Okay, there's an issue with this. I need to run px dlx Shadcn at latest at. So I'm just kind of initializing Shadcn, right? It's asking me what components I want to add. In this case, I'm gonna press A to select all. I'm gonna press enter, right? So I'm gonna press confirm. So what it's gonna do is gonna download all the components from Shadcn into my repository. I'm gonna choose the New York theme with the neutral. I'm gonna press yes to all, right? So it's gonna install all the dependencies, right? So it's asking me if I want to override some stuff. I'm gonna press yes, just override everything here, and cool. So let me exit out the terminal, and now if I see into my folder, I now have under my source folder, I have the components /UI, and this is where I have all my components from Shadcn. So I have this button component, which they have already defined some class variance authority, it's like some stylings for me, and I can use the button directly. So let's test it out. I'm gonna return a button, right? So I can automatically import it at /components/UI/button. Right, I'm gonna say hello world, and boom, our button is here, nice and pretty, cool. And now let's actually set up our authentication provider, which is we're gonna be using Clerk. Cool, right? So Clerk is a managed authentication server for us to use. It's up to you if you want to use your own authentication provider. I just like Clerk because it's so easy to set up. I'm gonna continue to create a new application. So register for a Clerk account first if you have not. But then what I'm gonna do is I'll give you a new name, normal humans, YouTube. Let's ask for their email, Google, and allow them to log in with their GitHub. I'm gonna press create application, right? And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna choose NextJS. I'm gonna follow their quick start guide. So the first step is to install at clerk/nextjs. So let's do that together. I'll open a new terminal, and I'm gonna run sudo bun install, bun install at clerk/nextjs. So this is gonna install the component for me, the library for me, and then I'm gonna copy the environment variables into my .env file. So let me see if I have a .env file. I do. Cool. So I'm gonna copy and paste it down here. Copy, paste, right? So you can see my Clerk publishable key and the Clerk secret key is now pasted in my env file. And then I'm gonna update my middleware.ts. So come back down to your source folder. So under the source, inside the source folder, create a file called middleware.ts, right? And what I want you to do is just copy whatever code they've given you. We're gonna change this later, by the way. So what this does is we import the Clerk middleware, and it's saying that whenever you see a route here, you're gonna make sure that Clerk kind of protects the route, or make sure Clerk runs it for us so that we can get access to the user information. Okay, and then finally we need to wrap our app in the Clerk provider in order to use the Clerk hooks like use user, use auth, etc. So come down to your /source/app/layout.tsx. So this layout.tsx is wrapping our entire application, right? So I'm just gonna copy. I'm not gonna copy the whole thing because we have this tRPC React provider that I don't want to overwrite. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna copy this part here, and I just want the Clerk provider, right? And then I'm gonna wrap my entire HTML with the Clerk provider. I'm gonna wrap it down here, and everything should work fine now. And finally, if we go back to our app, you can see that nothing is happening, which is good because by default Clerk doesn't protect any of your pages. So in order to make it such that the kind of landing page is protected, what we can do is let's go down and let's utilize our own page for authentication. So let's continue down to NextJS guide. Okay, so the first thing is we're gonna build a sign up page, right? So we literally have to follow their instruction. So go down to your app folder, and then create a folder called sign-up. Then create a open bracket ... sign-up, and then do page.tsx, right? and you can copy in this into the component. So you have to import React to kind of remove this error, and we'll do the same for the sign in page. So let's come down to app, let's create sign-in, let's create open bracket .. sign-in, and we'll create page.tsx. Let's copy and paste it in. We also have to import React from React and save it. So you see by default Clerk middleware. So if you go to the middleware, this Clerk middleware function makes all routes public, and so this is only if you want to make all routes protected by default, which is what we are trying to do. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just copy this code. I'm gonna replace our middleware.ts. So what's happening here is we're gonna define a variable called isPublicRoot, right? Which is saying that these two routes should be public. So this is a regex, a regular expression. So whatever route that starts with /sign-in will be public, and whatever route that starts with /signup will be public as well, which makes sense, right? Because if you're accessing sign-in, you're probably not logged in yet. Okay, and then we're gonna export the Clerk middleware. So this middleware function is gonna run before any kind of NextJS request gets hit. So if you're requesting for a page, this middleware will run first to kind of protect our routes. So we're checking if it's not a public route, we're gonna protect the page by kicking them into the sign-in page. Okay, and then we're gonna update our environment variables to tell our app where is the actual sign-in page. So we'll just copy the env variables that they asked us to, and let's copy it down. So next public Clerk sign-in and sign up URL is exactly what we have written here, which corresponds to the folder name called sign-in and /signup. Cool. And finally, if we go back to our app, so we go to localhost 3000, we can see that it's asking us to sign in. So if I go to the / page, because it's a protected route, we can see that it automatically redirects me to the sign-in page. Alright? And to actually show you how to make a route public, because we're going to have to do that a lot later, right? To make a route public, you just have to kind of edit. Wait, what's this? Okay. You will have to add it to the list here. So I'm going to make /. If I make / a public route, if I now navigate it to / localhost 3000 /, you can see that now this is a public route. But if I remove this, right, it's going to then protect the route and make it so that I have to sign in to access it. Cool. And then at the sign-in page, right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just wrap it in to center it. So I'm going to return a div here, and for this div we'll have a class name of absolute sorry, I can just do flex justify center item center height screen, and it will center the component inside for me. Cool. And now what we're gonna do is we're gonna sign up, right? So another thing is whenever Clerk signs up a user, we want to kind of sync it to our database, right? So after they sign up, we don't know that a user signed up because we want to create a kind of a user table within our database so that we can keep track of which user is logged into our platform, right? So to do that, I'm gonna set up our database next. So let's set up Prisma. Cool stuff. And I think they already set up Prisma for us. So if you go under source /lib, actually not lib, let's search for db. Okay, yep. So under /source /server /database.ts, right, we can see that by running create t3 app, they have already created a Prisma client for us. And one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this query thing because I know it's going to get annoying. It's going to basically flood our logs with the query, like SQL query stuff, which is annoying. So they already give us a Prisma query client, and so now we just have to define our database schema in Prisma. So if you go under, if you search for schema.prisma, right? So this is the file in which we define how our database is going to look like. So before we start designing our database, let's actually have a database in the first place. So I'm going to go to my Neon console, neon.tech, and just create an account in Neon if you have not done so. I already have an account, so I'm going to log into the dashboard. And so Neon will give you a free database by default, so you can just create a project. And in this case, I'm going to go into a current project. Okay, so I'm gonna create a new database in here. I'm gonna call it normal human -YouTube, and I'm gonna press create, and so this will quickly spin up a new database for me, right? Then I'm going to just copy the database URL, come back to my .env folder, and let's actually replace this localhost Postgres with my new database. Okay, so this is my new database, right? And then what we're gonna do is come down to our schema.prisma. We can close down the neon console, right? We're gonna start designing the table. We're gonna start with obviously a user table. So in order to define a table within Prisma, you're gonna say the model. So this will basically say that, okay, I'm gonna create a new user table, and then the user table will have an ID, which is a string, which is a primary key ID, and by default we're gonna give it a CUID as an index. The user will obviously have an email address, which is a string, and it has to be unique. You will have a first name, which is a string. You will have a last name, which is also a string, right? We will have an image URL, which will also be a string, but it's optional because it might not have an image, okay? And then I think for now it's fine. So let's actually save this, and then to push our Prisma schema up, that means we have to sync our tables within Prisma schema.prisma up to our actual database. What I'm gonna do is gonna run sudo bun prisma db push. So if I press this, right, and I enter my password, you don't have to run sudo, by the way. You should just be able to run bun prisma db push. This will basically migrate our table, so we can see that they loaded in our environment variables, and it detected that we're using this database URL, right? And then now it says that our database is in sync with our Prisma schema, right? And to confirm it, if we do bun prisma studio, this will open up a kind of database view for us, and we can see that we have a user model, which means it's a user table with the different fields. We have ID, email, first name, last name, and image, but we have no rows yet. Okay, and then let me show you. If I come down here, I'm gonna create a new file called playground.ts within my source, and this is where we can kind of experiment around with TypeScript. So I'm gonna say await db Prisma, where is my Prisma? db? Yeah, where's my db though? It should be here. Okay, I'm gonna reload my window so that I can get access to my database. Okay, so I'm importing my database from /server/db, which comes from this file here. So you can see we're exporting database. I'm gonna say await db.user, so I can see that I have this user object here. I'm gonna say create, right? The data will be, so I can see if I press Control space, I get like the type sense, IntelliSense of all the fields I can create with. I'm gonna give an email address of test@gmail.com. I can give this will be email address. I can give a first name of Elliot. I can give a last name of Chung. I can have a image URL if I want, but I can leave it out because it's optional, right? And you can see the ID is also optional because it's automatically generated by default. And so to run this file, what I can do is I'm gonna quit out of my Prisma Studio. I can run sudo bun run playground.ts. So when I do bun run to the file, the TypeScript file, what it's gonna do is I'm gonna say console.log done, right? I'm gonna press enter. Okay, it's not found because it's actually in source/playground.ts. So you see I run it, it's gonna say done, right? Because it gets console.log out. And if everything's successful, I should be able to see a new Prisma user table. New user row in my Prisma table. So let's run sudo bun Prisma Studio. So then I should be able to see my user now has one row with the test, Elliot, and Chong inside. So that's super cool. And you can see the ID has been automatically generated. So this is how we're going to be interacting with our database from now on. So I'm just going to delete the row, right? I'm going to start afresh. I'm going to press delete, right? And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a webhook with Clerk. So why do I need a webhook with Clerk? So this is what is happening, right? So it's a very similar kind of structure with us trying to sync the emails. We have to sync our user with Clerk, okay? So imagine I take Clerk over here. So Clerk is here, and we have our application, our NextJS app here, right? So when a user comes, so imagine we have a user comes to our app, right? And then they sign up to Clerk. So Clerk has the actual data, right? Clerk has their own database, right? They have their Clerk database, and they have the user. So imagine Elliot gets created in the first row of their database. But the thing is, we have our own database, right? With our own user table, right? And the thing is, I want the data from Clerk to be inside my database as well. I want to store the user in my database as well. So how I'm gonna do that is, I'm gonna use the same concept. I'm gonna give Clerk a webhook. So I'm gonna expose a webhook saying that, hey, Clerk, whenever you get a new user created, ping me. So it's gonna then ping my webhook, which is like, let's say HTTPS. Actually no, I can do /localhost 3000/API/clerk/webhook. Okay, and then whenever someone registers a new account with Clerk is gonna hit my endpoint here with the information about the user. It's gonna tell me the name, the email, the image URL, etc. Right? So I can then take this information that Clerk has passed me, and then I can write it into my user table, and that's how I can keep my user data in sync with Clerk's database. So to actually orchestrate this process, we're gonna basically come down to the Clerk dashboard here again, right? We're gonna go back to the user configure. So if you go down to configure under dashboards, we can see we have this webhooks session. Okay, so this is where we're gonna tell Clerk to, hey, ping me whenever you have a new user. So I can say I'm gonna add a new endpoint, right? And in this case, I'm gonna do like HTTP /localhost 3000, and I'm gonna say, hey, ping me when you have a new user, right? So I'm gonna subscribe to events, and this is exactly what I mean by kind of a ping me when something happens. So the phrase after when is the event that I want to subscribe to. So I'm gonna say whenever a user is created, ping me. So this is how I do it. You can leave the advanced configuration as default. So we're gonna see that this won't actually work. Why can't I put localhost 3000 in this? Because imagine how Clerk is actually working. Whenever Clerk has this endpoint here, right, it's gonna try to ping localhost 3000. But the thing is, the Clerk server doesn't know what localhost 3000 is. To them, a localhost 3000 is the localhost 3000 that's running within their server. The localhost 3000 is not the localhost 3000 that is running on our server, right? So imagine like I'm trying to develop on my MacBook. So this is my MacBook, right? My MacBook has a private IP that is within my house, within my own router. And then Clerk has their own kind of set of server and their kind of network within their own infrastructure. So the local host on Clerk server is referring to a different machine than the local host within my server, within my network. Therefore, in order to make sure that Clerk can actually send information to our local host, we need to set up what we call a webhook proxy. So I'm teaching you a lot today. I hope you kind of stay with me. These are pretty advanced stuff that I've not seen anywhere else on YouTube. But if you follow with me, I'm sure you will learn a lot of new and cool stuff. Okay, so a webhooks proxy is basically an external service that sits in between the Clerk and our server. So this proxy lives on my MacBook. So this is a proxy that lives on my MacBook, and then what we're gonna do is this proxy will expose a public URL, a public domain, like let's say test-webhook.cloudflare.com. So Cloudflare will give us a public URL domain, and then we can actually take this test webhook and we're gonna basically put it in this endpoint URL. So test-webhook.cloudflare.com. So then whenever Clerk sees that a new user is created, it's gonna ping this test webhook, And because this test webhook is a proxy that is in my MacBook, this proxy is gonna then forward the request to my local host. So it goes through this middle step where it sends to this public domain, and this public domain then sends it to my localhost 3000. So this is how I can kind of test webhooks locally. And later on, we're gonna use this same concept when we are trying to test the webhook with Aurinko to sync our emails with the Aurinko server. Okay, so to get this test webhook, right, what you're gonna do is there's this service, right, is called, you can run npx untunnel at latest, and you can say tunnel http://localhost 3000. So this command here creates a proxy webhook that connects the public domain to our computer. So if we wait for a few seconds, we can see that it's saying that started Cloudflare tunnel to localhost 3000. And this is exactly what it is. It is just a tunnel, right? Because imagine here, what it's doing is, if you imagine like a slanted rectangle, right? This is basically a tunnel, right? It's tunneling the request from the server to the proxy, then to the proxy it tunnels it into my localhost 3000, right? So we can see that the tunnel is ready at https://veteransdoesp blah 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 trycloudflare.com. And if I copy this, right, and I paste it in my domain, you can see that it's actually accessing whatever is exposed on my localhost 3000, right? This is whatever is showing on my localhost 3000. And if I kind of stop my server running and I refresh, we can see that it's saying that 502 bad gateway, because nothing is running on my localhost 3000. That's why it's saying that there's nothing running. So there's nothing to tunnel to. So I'm gonna start my server again by running bundev, and now if I refresh, it's gonna hit my server again. You can see is seeing the request, and my requests are tunneled through this public URL again. Cool. So now that we have this public URL, I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna paste it into this webhook endpoint URL, right? And one additional thing I'm gonna do is, I don't want it to just hit the base endpoint. I want it to hit like something like /API/clerk/webhook. So let's actually set this up, right? So I'm gonna just make this work first. I'm gonna press create. So this will create the webhook, right? And then what it's gonna do is we can come back down to our VS Code, and now let's actually create the webhook route. So go into your /app/API. So you can see this API already has some tRPC routes that is put here by create t3 app. So what I'm gonna do here is I'll just take this API folder. I'm gonna create a new route called /clerk, and inside here I'm gonna create a new folder called webhook. I'm gonna create a new route.ts. So this is a special route. This route.ts is a special file within NextJS that allows people to hit my NextJS server with /API/clerk/webhook. So if you see the structure here, /API, each folder represents to a route segment here. So you see this /API/clerk, you see this clerk folder, this represents the clerk segment, and then the webhook is another folder which represents another segment. And finally, if you have a route.ts at the end of it, this will correspond to the route handler here. And then over here, I can then have my clerk webhook. Okay, so the first step here, I'm going to expose a post endpoint, because what clerk is going to do is it's going to send me a post request to this proxy, and the post request is going to come down to my server. So I need to be able to handle that post request. So export const post, right, equals to an async function, async handler. The first request is going to be a request object, right? And then the function, what it's going to do is I'm going to first extract out the data from await request.json, right? And then we're going to just first console.log out the data. I'm going to say clerk webhook received, and I'm going to console out the data, and then I'm going to return a new response to clerk saying that, hey, I received your webhook, everything is good. I say webhook received with a status of 200. Okay, and of course, like, I hate why this ESLint thing is always so aggressive. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come down to my ESLint, and I'm going to just disable a lot of stuff here. I'm going to disable these two stuff, and I'm gonna just disable everything here. Boom. So hopefully this goes away. Okay. And yeah, so I mean, this is just a personal preference. If you want to have stricter type checking, just leave it on, but I know kind of what I'm doing here, so I don't want ESLint to be shouting at me. Okay, so we're gonna test this endpoint, right? So we can see everything should be good here. And how we're gonna test it is we're gonna come down to our Clerk dashboard, and then I can actually test it out. I'm gonna press testing here. I can select an events type. I'm gonna say user.created, right? You can see that there's a schema of how the JSON payload is gonna look like. So we have a data, we have the email addresses, we've got the name and the last name, etc. Right? So I'm gonna press send example, and so hopefully this will ping my tunnel Cloudflare tunnel proxy, and then it will forward the request to my endpoint. So if I press send example, so let's look at the console carefully. 3, 2, 1, press. So let's see, do we receive it? In this case, it looks like nothing is happening. So let's actually look at why that is the case. Advanced logs all. Okay, so you can see that it says failed, and let's look at the reason why it failed. So it's saying that veterans do blah 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 /API/Clerk/webhook. So I think the reason is because we have not authorized this endpoint to make it a public endpoint. So remember, in our middleware.ts, we need to specify that all the webhooks has to be a public endpoint, because people are not authenticated when a request is being sent through a webhook. So we need to do /API/Clerk/webhook, right? And so hopefully this will make it so that the request can be kind of tunneled through. So let's actually test it again. So let's do test. I'm gonna send a user created, send example, and boom, we can see post /API/Clerk returns a 200 request, and we can see that the data is being logged out. So it says Clerk webhook received. This is what I'm console logging out in the console, and the data payload is whatever we have here, right? So we have got the email addresses, we got the data, blah blah blah. And if I go down to my overview, right, I can see that it says the webhook has succeeded. Cool. So now that we receive this email, this data payload, when a user gets created, we can actually write the data into our own database. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say const email address equals to data.email addresses. The first email address, I'm gonna take that email address. We have the first name, which is data.first name. We got data.last name. We have a const image URL, right? So everything is from here. You can read. So first name is here, last name is here. We got image URL somewhere down here, and then obviously we have the ID. We can take data.id, which is like somewhere here, here. This ID. This one, user underscore something something. Okay, and with that we can then await db. We're gonna import our database .user.create. We're gonna create a new data that has I'm gonna create a data that says the ID will be the ID that we received. We have the email address to be an email address, first name, last name, and image URL. So with that we can save it, and then what is gonna happen is I'm gonna test it again. I'm gonna test my webhook again, and if everything works well, I should see a new user row in my database. So I'm gonna come back here. Let's see, can I test it? Hello. Let's go to webhooks here. I'm gonna go to testing. I'm gonna send a user created type. Right. So if everything is correct, I'm gonna just console.log out. User created with the user here. Actually no, it's fine. So I'm gonna press send, and I can see, hey, user is created, everything is okay, right? I can just ignore the console log now. So now I'm gonna close down the tunnel, so the webhook will no longer work, but I can check my Prisma Studio, and hopefully I get to see a new user that has been created with the information from Clerk, and I do see it, the user ID, the email, the first name, last name, and the image URL. Perfect. So now that we have this, we can actually push this to production so that we can give Clerk the production URL to kind of link our user data to our database. Okay, so I'm gonna deploy this right now together to Vercel, and we're gonna see how it works. Okay, so the first step is I am going to create a new GitHub repository. So go down to github.com/new, right? I'm gonna say this is, what's this? Normal human -YouTube. I'm gonna say AI powered email clients. We'll make this private for now. I'll public it later on so you guys can all reference it. So let's create a repository. Cool. And then I'm gonna follow the example here. So the first step is to git init, but the thing is we already have an initial repository. So then I'm gonna do git adds all. Wait, let me check my git ignore. Okay, I should probably do git status. I can see that everything here is not added here, so I need to stage it. I'm checking if I have a, okay, the .env has been ignored, so it's fine. I'm gonna add everything to the stage environment, and then finally I'm gonna run git commit -m initial commit for Clerk. Then I'm gonna basically add the remote origin, and then I'm gonna push it up to main. Cool. And with that, if we refresh, we should now be able to see our repository on GitHub. I'm gonna then go to Vercel. I'm gonna create a new project. I'm gonna import it from my normal human -YouTube, import this, right? And everything I can keep it the same, and I can then put in the environment variables, right? So I'm gonna copy everything here, Command C, I'm gonna just paste it in here, and you automatically populate it. And there's actually one more thing. Okay, no, you know what, it's fine, we'll do it later. But then I'm gonna press deploy, and hopefully it's gonna kick off the deployment process, and we're gonna see it live. Okay, so I'll be back in like 50 seconds. And one more thing that I want to add before we continue. Okay, it errored out, by the way, and I think I might know why. Yeah, because it's saying that it fails to compile because there is some type errors, and like we can ignore it for now. So go down to the next config.js, and inside the config, what I'm gonna do is gonna press TypeScript, and I'm gonna say ignore build errors to be true, right? And for ESLints, I'm gonna just ignore during builds as true as well. So when we deploy this, if we face any type errors, it's just gonna ignore it and just continue deploying it, which is fine honestly if you know what you're doing. So let's do the same. We're gonna do git add, git commit. I'm gonna say ignore type errors. I'm gonna git push this up, and hopefully this is gonna kick off a new deployment, right? So let's look at deployments. You can see someone start build, and then hopefully this will succeed because we're ignoring all the build errors for now. Okay, and before we continue, I'm just gonna go down back to my Prisma Studio, and I'll delete the test user here. Just press this and delete the record, and boom, we got it deleted. Nice. So after it deploys, which it should deploy anytime now, it's gonna give us a domain. Cool. So you can see it has given a domain called normalhuman-youtube.vercel.app, and it's gonna go to the / path, but the thing is gonna kick us to the sign-in page. So now we're back to the sign-in page, but the thing is it's deployed. So good news. So now that we have this actual URL, right, we can then use this URL as the production webhook for Clerk. So I'm gonna just close this down. So now instead of having to rely on a proxy here, I can literally just have the actual domain, right? www.normalhuman-youtube.com youtube.com/API/Clerk/webhook. So then this, because it's already directly linked to our production database, right, everything will work perfectly. So let's now go back to our Clerk webhooks, right? So let's go back here. Actually just refresh the page. Okay, wait for it to load, and then I'm gonna press this, I'm gonna edit this, I'm gonna just remove the proxy. I'm gonna do https://www.normalhuman-youtube.com. So make sure that this domain is the one that kind of Vercel has given you here. So make sure it matches this exactly, and you should add the www in front as well. So I'm gonna press save, and everything should work fine now. And so if I test it again, so if I test my endpoint, how do I test my endpoint? And test or failed activity logs. Activity? How do I test it? Come on. Testing. Okay. If I press send example, this should give me a 200 request, which means succeed. So send example, and hopefully, please. Oh my god, it failed. So let's take a look at the reason why. Let's go back into our Vercel logs. So if you go down to logs, let's look at the reason why it failed. Is it because www.normalhuman-youtube.com? Oh, because www doesn't exist. Okay, that's my bad. So what you have to do is come down here to edit and remove the www dot, right? And save, right? Wait, no, I know why. Oh my god. Because there's a Vercel.com. Oh my god. I'm so horrible at this. Yeah. So let's try www.normalhuman-youtube.vercel.app. Why have we removed the www? Come on. Okay, this works. So let's remove that. We have normalhuman-yt.vercel.app. So I made a mistake. I told you guys to follow exactly, and I didn't follow exactly. Right, so if you go down to project, you can see the domains. This is the one that you need to copy, right? .vercel.app. So let's save this, and hopefully this will work. So come down to testing, and let me send a user created status, send example, and pray that it succeeds. And come on, succeed or fail? Yay, succeeded. So this means that if you go down to our logs, we should be able to see a user created log here. And if we check our Prisma Studio, let's restart this Prisma Studio, we can see the example user being created again. Cool. So our production works. That's good. That means that we can start actually using Clerk in our localhost. So I'm gonna do bun dev again, right? And then what I'm gonna do is just come back to my React on my NextJS project, and finally, if I press continue with Google, and I press my kind of email account, this should basically send a request to Clerk, and Clerk should send a request to my production endpoint, my production webhook, and automatically create a user for me in my database. So let's do Prisma Studio. Okay, and finally I should see, yay, I see my ID, my email address, my first name, last name, and my image URL, right? And this image URL should correspond to my actual profile image, hopefully. Yep, the marble. Cool. So we finally got our authentication, our database going, and you already learned so much about webhooks. And this webhook stuff is important. The reason why I put it here in front is because it serves as a educational purpose. So later when we learn about the Aurinko webhooks, you have a more comfortable experience with this kind of syncing between an external data source and our own data source, right? And if you come down to Clerk and go to users, I should be able to see a new user has been created in the dashboard. And with that, we have kind of successfully set up our project, our NextJS, our Prisma DB, our authentication, and now we can start actually building some cool data endpoint stuff with email syncing. So I'll see you in the next section. Cool stuff. Okay, so now we finally get to go into Aurinko, which is like the main crux of this video, to set up the email client. Okay, so the first step is you have to go to aurinko.io and create an account and log into the dashboard if you have not already, right? And so once you're in it, you're gonna basically come into the dashboard and you get to create a new application. So let's do that. Let's give it a name, normal human-youtube, and let's just choose the mailbox API. So I'm gonna press save. So this will create like the API keys and the API secrets for us, blah blah blah. And cool, now we can finally see that they gave us like like test that for us to use. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna first kind of copy in the client IDs, the client secrets, and the signing secret into my env first. So let's just do that. So let's go to our env and then oops, that's not it. Let's do Aurinko API Aurinko client ID is this, boom boom boom, and wait, I'm gonna cross check my code. Actually no, it's fine. And then we have the Aurinko client secret. Let's copy this from here, paste it in here. So you should not show this stuff, by the way. I'll delete this account after filming. And finally we have Aurinko signing secret, which is this thingy. Cool. So we got this three: client ID, client secret, and signing secret. So these two stuff are basically what we're gonna use to help Aurinko identify our application and help us request authorization for someone's email account on behalf of us. Okay, so now that we have this, let's actually go back to the Excalidraw flow to see what's the step-by-step. So remember, the first step is we need John or whoever is trying to use our app to give us access to their email inbox, right? And so to do this, right, we're gonna basically ask them to go to the Google consent screen, right, for them to like give us access. So how do we actually get the URL to go to the consent screen, right? So I'm going to show you where I'm getting all this information from. So if you go into Aurinko docs, docs.aurinko, yeah, docs.aurinko.com, and you can say email API, right? And let us go down to email messages. Okay, so they have a very comprehensive API for us to use. So the first step here is authorization, right? We need to start an account authorization flow, which means helping us get access to their Gmail account. Okay, so see what we need to start it is we need to hit this /v1/auth/authorize endpoint, right? And then this we have to pass in our client ID. So this client ID is the client ID we got from our dashboard. And we have the service type, which is like, what do we want? Do we want to connect to Google, to Outlook? And they support all of these different services. And then we need to pass in the scopes, which is like, what actual information do you need? So in this case, we need to like read email, write email, send email, etc., right? And then this is the response type. So the response type is, do we want to get back a code or a token? So this is what they call the OAuth 2.0 flow, which I have done a video before in kind of my previous authentication video. So if you are not familiar with the OAuth 2.0 flow, do check it out to make sure you understand what actually is happening. So we're gonna basically, whenever we're gonna hit this endpoint with our client ID and secret, Aurinko is gonna give us back a code. And then with the code, we're gonna then exchange it with another endpoint to get back a token. And finally, this token is what you see here. You see Aurinko sends us back a token. So this is the token that we're aiming for. Remember, without the token, we can't do anything. And remember that a token is unique to each user's email account. Okay? So we're gonna execute this flow for us. So let's actually write some code. Okay? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just reset. I'm gonna come down to my lib folder. I'm gonna create an aurinko.ts file. Yeah, of course, I don't have permission to write to my own computer. Anyways, after we have done that, I'm gonna create a aurinko.ts file. Okay, and this aurinko.ts file is gonna hold all my kind of a code to interact with the Aurinko API, right? So the first step here, obviously, is we need to export cons. Get Aurinko auth URL, right? It's gonna be a kind of a server action. So because it's a server action, we're gonna just do use server, right? And so what's gonna do is we're gonna accept a service type. So remember, this service type can either be Google or Office 365, right? Which is what they stated on their documentation, or it can be any one of these, right? So with this, I'm gonna first kind of get the user who is logged in. So I'm gonna do const user ID equals to await auth, And so this auth comes from Clerk / NextJS, right? So NextJS will tell us whether this user is logged in. If we don't have a user ID, that means they're not logged in. We're going to just throw an error saying unauthorized. Okay, and then after that, we're going to basically hit this endpoint, this /authorized endpoint. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to construct the params. So this params is what is needed to pass into this URL, right? Because of the GET request. So I'm going to construct new URL search params, and I'm going to say client ID is the process.env.Aurinko client ID, which is what we have set up here, right? Remember here, client ID, and it's exactly what we need from here. So I'm just like using whatever is in the docs, right? But just I'm just gonna code it out. You can follow along. You can refer to the docs if you want, right? And then I'm gonna say a string to solve the type error. We need service type, which is the service type passed in the parameter. And then we have the scopes, right? So the scopes is mail.read, right? Actually, I'll just copy this. Yeah. So it is delimited by space. So we need to read. We need permission to read. We need permission to write. We need to send. We need to create drafts, and we need to have all the permissions, right? And then the response type is going to be code. So we're going to take this code that we return and exchange it for the actual token that we can use on behalf of the user. And finally, the return URL. So this is important because the return URL is the callback. So remember here, it's saying that Aurinko sends us back a token. Actually, going to do token / code. Right, it's gonna return us to this callback URL. So this callback URL is what we kind of define in the return URL. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just template in our process.env.next public URL. So we have not defined this URL. Let's do that. So I'm gonna do next public URL to be localhost 3000. So this is where we're running. So when we deploy to Vercel, this will be https normal human yt.vercel.app. Okay. So for now, let's just keep it at localhost 3000, and then we're gonna do /API /Aurinko /callback. So you can define anything you want here. So in this case, I'm gonna just fit here. So whenever Aurinko sends us back the token, I want you to just pass it to this callback URL. And finally, I will have to hit the actual API here, right? So I'm gonna just return https://auth api.aurinko.io/v1/auth/authorize ? And I'm gonna just make the parameters into a string so that it will kind of fit the format that Aurinko is looking for. Cool. So when they visit this URL, Aurinko is automatically gonna redirect them to the Google consent screen or the Outlook consent screen depending on the service type. Okay. And so to test this out, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come down to my page.tsx. I'm gonna create a new button here. So I go into my components here. I'm gonna say link account button .tsx. Right, I'm gonna make it a client component, and I'll do RAFCE. Right, so this is a ES6, ES7 snippet from extensions that gives me a arrow function component. So let's rename this account button. So I'm gonna return a button here, and I should be able to import this. I'm gonna reload my window again because TypeScript VS Code is still janky. Finally, I can import it from my Shadcn./UI button. All right, and I'm gonna say link account. So when I click on this, what do I want to happen? Right, I want to basically, because this is a server action, remember we defined Aurinko here, it's a server action, we can actually directly call this backend function from our front-end code. So this is a new Next.js, I think 13 feature, server action. I'm going to say const auth URL equals to await get Aurinko auth URL, so import from this server thing, right, passing in Google. Let's just test Google, right, let's make it this async function, and then let's actually console the log out the URL first, okay? Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my page. Instead of rendering this hello world button, I'm going to render this link account button. Cool. So my server is still running, that's good. If I go back to my kind of local 3000, I can see my link account button, and so if I click on it, hopefully I get to see my, sorry, I'm gonna just expand this, yeah, boop, So if I click on this, I should be able to see this is the URL that has been returned. And if I actually press on this URL and redirect to it, let's see where it goes. It will go to, okay, it's gonna show an error because look at what I see. It says return URL doesn't match the configured URL in the app. So it's saying that we need to configure this callback URL, configure the return URL. So let's go into the dashboard. Let's go to settings, and we need to define the callbacks, right? So this is the authorization code grant URL. So we need to define http://localhost 3000 /API/Aurinko /callback. We have to define it exactly as the callback that we want to use here. If it doesn't match, it's gonna throw the error. So alongside that, let's actually also put in the normal human -yt.vercel.app/API/Aurinko callback. So in case we don't forget it later. I'm gonna press save, and hopefully, if I try again, so I'm gonna clear my console and press again, and it should lead me to the Google consent screen. Awesome. So now it's gonna ask me if I want to give permission to Aurinko, right? So let's actually make this automatic instead of having to click a link in the console. So let's go down to our link account button. So I'm gonna do window.location dot hyperreference equals to the auth URL. So this will directly allow my browser to navigate to the URL that has been returned from this. So if I press this button, it should now redirect me to the auth screen. Cool. And so we're gonna go through this flow, but before that, I want to set up the callback, right? Because once I finish the flow, it's gonna try to hit this /API/Aurinko /callback. So to do that, I'm gonna come down to my API folder. I'll create a Aurinko route segment, then a callback segment. So it's exactly the same as the Clerk /webhook, right? The folder represents the route segment, and I'll do route.ts. So this will correspond to /API/Aurinko /callback. Right, you can see that the file names and the URL matches. Okay, and then to actually process it, let's actually just export const get first, right? Async request. So whenever Aurinko is gonna redirect us back to this route, let us just actually try something. I'll just do const user ID equals to await auth. So I'm gonna just check the login user first. I'm gonna just console.log user ID is user ID. I'm gonna return a next response.json saying that hello world. So let's just test this out and see if it works first. So I'm gonna go through the flow, and then after the flow, Aurinko is gonna redirect us back to this route, and then hopefully we can see the user ID being logged in the console as well as they see the response in the browser. So I'll give access to this email, right? It says Google hasn't verified this app. It's okay. You have to go into a Google console and like make sure that you pass this app through verification, right? You can say it goes to Aurinko. So sign into Aurinko. It's gonna ask, do you want to allow Aurinko to read and compose and send? I trust myself, so I'm gonna press continue, and then hopefully it's gonna redirect us back to localhost 3000 /API/Aurinko, and perfect. That's exactly what we get. And we can see that message hello world has been printed out as well, because this is what we return in the browser, and they display the JSON in this format. Cool. And we can see this callback URL as well, and we can see the code that's being returned. So let's copy this, and I'm gonna explain it more in my Excalibur. So you see this Aurinko callback URL. This is the URL that it returned us. Oh, there's a huge payload, but let's take a look side by side. So we can break this down into a few things actually. I'm gonna just copy it down here. You know what, that's actually not a good idea. Okay, but the main point is we get back a few kind of route segments. The first thing is we get back a code. So you can see this super long code all the way until this request ID. So I'm just truncate it. I'm gonna just delete some stuff here. I'm gonna do ... right? So we have a code segment, and we also have a request ID segment, right? And then this request ID is also long, so I'm gonna just truncate it as well. ... And we also get a status which says success. That's good. And then we have a type with account of result. So we get back 4 things, right? We get back the code, the request ID, the status, and the type. So we need to check two things. The first thing is we have to check the status is successful. If not, we just throw an error. Then secondly is we take the code that has been given to us by Aurinko, and now remember we need to exchange the code for the token. Always remember the token is the important part. The token is what allows us to make requests on behalf of john@gmail.com. So if you don't have the token, we can't do anything. We can't read emails, we can't send emails. So we need to now exchange the code for the token. And if you go down to the documentation, you can see that they have this URL that allows us to exchange a code for the token. So we give them the code, and in return they give us an access token, right, as well as the user and the account ID. So you see this account ID and token, this is exactly what we're looking for in order to save into our database. So we need account ID, which corresponds to the email, and we need the access token, which is what is actually the most important part. Cool. So how do we actually get the token? Sorry, how do we actually get the code from the URL? Here, what we're gonna have to do is, okay, first we're gonna check. If not user ID, we just have to just redirect them. Actually not redirect. Let's just throw an error saying that unauthorized with a 401 error. We're gonna get back the params, so we can get the params by doing request.nextURL nextURL dot search params. Okay, so actually we can replace a request with next request because that gives us more information. And then we can do const status equals to params.get status. So this status is what you see here, which is success. So we're gonna check if status not equals to success, right? We're gonna just directly save failed to link account. And then now we need to get the code. So let's do params.get code. So we need to get the code to exchange for the auth token. Sorry, access token. Okay, and then we're gonna try to get the token. So let's go back to our Aurinko and let's write another function, right, to exchange code for access token. So we're gonna get back, I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna get a code as a URL, right? And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hit this endpoint. So the endpoint that we saw just now in the documentation is this auth/token/code. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write that out. Give me a second. So we're gonna use Axios for this. So let's actually barn install Axios. So Axios is like fetch, allows us to kind of make HTTP requests. Let's import Axios from Axios. Okay, and then let's actually do the request. So the first step is we're gonna do a try catch block. So const response equals to await axios.get. We're gonna get https://api.aurinko.io/v1/account, and then we have to pass in a few things, which is the first thing is the headers, and the headers, let me see. Actually no, this is wrong because you can see they're actually looking for the app authentication, which means they are looking for we need to just pass in the third object. So note that the second object is empty, but the third object is where we can define our auth, and this is where we put in our username and password. So the username is process.env.clientid, and the password is the client secret. So this comes from the env variable that we have here. Right, so let me see why it's throwing an error. Oh, sorry, it shouldn't be post, right? It shouldn't be get, it should be post. So let's check. Yeah, this is a post request, my mistake. So we're gonna post. So the second object usually represents the body, but we have no body. We're passing in directly an auth object, and then we're gonna just return response.data. And the shape of the data that respond has four things, right? Account ID, token user ID, and user session. So let's return it as account ID. So I'm just gonna copy this. Boom. Right, gonna have the shape. So this for TypeScript, and then if there's an error, if Axios is Axios error, that means it's an Axios error. We're gonna just throw a new error. Actually no, we just say console.error. We're gonna just log out the data, and then if it's not an Axios error, just like some random error, we'll just log it out. Cool. So hopefully we can call this function here in this. So let's do that. So obviously if there's no code first, we're gonna just return there's a no code was provided. But if there is a code, we're gonna say token equals to await gets Aurinko, exchange code for access token. We'll pass in the code and we'll check if there's no token. We're gonna then throw an error saying that failed to exchange the code for the token, right? And then lastly, now that we have the token, right, we can actually access it. We can exchange the token for the account information. So the account information will give us back the email, their names, etc. Right? So let's do that. So now I want to show you where we are in the process. We are here. So we are still dealing with the token and email, but now we get back the account ID and we get back the token, but we're not sure what their address is. So the final step is exchanging the token for the address, and we should then write it to the account table. Okay, cool. And so let's actually write the function. Let's go back to Aurinko. Let's write the function to get account details. So for this, I'm gonna take in the access token as a parameter. Okay, I'm gonna hit the endpoint, so I'm gonna do a try catch const response equals to await axios.get https api.aurinko.io/v1/account. Okay, and then for the headers, we're gonna pass in the authorization to be bearer, and then templating in the access token. So this will allow us to authenticate. We are exchanging the user's access token for the account information. So remember, the access token is specific to the user, is specific to the account, and therefore when you exchange the access token, they will give us back the information regarding to the person who holds this access token. Okay, and then finally we will return response.data as we get back an email and we get back a name. That's all that we need, right? And then for the kind of error handling, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take this, paste this in, right? So I'm just checking if it's an Axios error. I'm going to just console log error, etc. Okay, and then now we can use this get account details in our route. So then we're going to say, hey, let us actually const account details equals to await get account details. Let's import that, passing in the token, right, that we got. So this token, we can see that we have the access token within it, right? And finally, we got this account details. Let's actually console to log out the account details. Actually, it's fine. I want to write. So now we're at this step. We're here. We have all this information. We have account ID. We've got the token. We've got the address. Let's actually write it into our database. So let's actually create a new table within our database for the account. Right, so here's this account table. Let's create this. So model account, we have the ID, which is a string. So an account is linked to a user ID. So this user ID is the user ID within normal human, is a user ID from Clerk, whereas this account ID is the email account on Aurinko side. So you can imagine the structure where, here, let me draw it for you. So we got normal human. So normal human has a user. So this user can be like it's just a user object. So this user can be linked to many email accounts. So like for me, like I'm Elliot, right? I can have Elliot Trong16@gmail.com. I can have another email. I can have 3 emails. I can have so many more emails. So this is each individual here is one account, and each individual here is one user. So one user in our system can have multiple accounts. So I hope this makes sense. So let's do that relationship. Okay, and then so remember we have a token. So this is the access token, right? So I'm gonna write access token here, which is a string. We need this, and this is a unique string, obviously, right? We need a kind of email address, which is also a string, with the name, which is also the string that we get back from the account details. And then let me see if this is enough. Do I want to include this? No, it's fine. For now, it's fine. Let's do it step by step. Okay. So then let's actually link it up to the user ID, and then now we can make the relationship. A user can have multiple accounts, therefore it's put in this array, right? And then we have the relation, which is the user ID. Cool. So now let's actually push this up. So we can do sudo ban prisma db push. My head is blocking, so let me move this here. So I'm running sudo ban prisma db push. So this will push, it will create a new table called account within my database. Okay, awesome stuff. You know, actually I can run Prisma Studio on another terminal. So let's always be running Prisma Studio so we can always see our database. So now we can see that I can see now I have an account table in here with no rows. Okay, so let's go back to this terminal. Cool. Okay, alright, finally I can then do let me see, what should I write? I want to insert it into my database, right? I can say await db.account so I'm going to import database .upsert. So what upsert is a combination of update and insert. So what I'm saying that if the record already exists, I want you to update the information, but if it doesn't exist, I want you to insert it. Therefore it's called upsert, update and insert. So I'm going to upsert it. So I'm going to check where do I already have a token .account ID, right? So if I already have a like an account with this ID, I'm gonna update it. So I'm gonna update it to make sure that the token, the access token, is the latest access token that I'm getting back from this callback, right? But if I don't have a account within my database, I'm gonna create a new account. I'm gonna pass in the ID to be the token.account ID. I'm gonna have a user ID, which is the user ID from Clerk, right? So let's just shorthand this, and then we have the email address, which comes from account details dot email, and obviously we have name, which comes from account details dot name. Cool. And the last thing we need is access token, but I do have access token. Oh yeah. So the access token is to be put in here, and then finally, after we have all this, we are now in kind of this step. So let me show you. Where are we? We have saved it to the database, and now the fourth step here is use a token to sync that inbox. But let's not jump ahead so fast yet. Let's just make sure that this works, right? I'm gonna just return instead of a normal URL. I'm gonna just let me think. Yeah, it's fine. I'm gonna return a redirect to /mail. So this mail is the mail inbox that you're gonna see, because they connected their account. They should go to the mail dashboard now, right? And this should be fine. So let's actually go through this flow, and hopefully they redirect us to mail. So let's see. So if this works, I'll be super happy. Okay, so if I refresh, hopefully it returns us to /mail failed to exchange code. Okay, because it probably expired. So let's actually try this again. So let's go to localhost 3000. Let's press link account. So let's link this account. Let's go to Aurinko. Let's press continue, allow, and so what's this gonna do? It's gonna send me back to my URL, and then failed to exchange code for access token. So let's look at the error here that's causing this. Okay, interesting. Not found. So it's saying that api.aurinko/v1/account, something is wrong here. Okay, it is my mistake here. So I copied the code wrong. So you see exchange code for access token here. This URL shouldn't be /v1/account, right? It should be /v1/auth/token, right? And then we want to pass in the code. So let's actually template this in. Let's change this to backticks. Cool. And so because you see the endpoint to kind of search for the request exchange token is /auth/token/code. So I made a mistake here. This URL should be /auth/token/code. And so hopefully if I refresh the page, I think it's expired. Let's see. Yeah, okay, cool. So it works, and you can see it redirected us to /mail. And what this means, if I check my console, everything should go fine. Cool. It says, you can see that my callback worked, right? It compiled it and it ran properly. And now if I go into my Prisma and refresh, I can see I have an account that has been created. And let's look at this. And cool. So I have a account ID with the user ID. So this is a user that corresponds to this. You can see that it's the same user ID. We have the access token. So this is the access token that we need to make all the requests down the line. We got the email, we got the name, and it's linked to a user. Very cool. All right, we're doing great. We're doing extremely great. So now that we have this access token, we can now go, wow, we can start syncing emails, right? So now let's actually go to the final step of the initial syncing process, which is syncing up the inbox. Okay, so if you go into the, actually let's just show something on the mail page first. So let's go to my page, pages, sorry, my app. Where's my app? Here. Let's actually create a folder called mail, right? And then under the mail, I'm gonna do page.tsx. I'm just gonna export a RAFC mail dashboard, and then I'm gonna say return mail dashboard. So hopefully you can see mail dashboard is being shown. Cool. So now I have this mail page. So now actually let's continue doing some backend work. We got back the access token. So now what we want to do is we want to exchange it. Sorry, we want to sync it up. Use the token to sync their inbox in Gmail. Okay, cool. So let's actually go down here to email messages. Sorry, email sync. Okay, so this is another part of explanation that we need to do together. Okay, so let's go to sync. So let me go to the docs.aurinko.io and let me show you what they are talking about. Synchronization. So let's read this together. Actually, yeah, it just brings me to the same page. Anyways, so we're gonna start a new email sync. What this means is we're gonna send a request to Aurinko saying that, hey, we want to like get the first initial, like all their current inbox into our system now, right? So we can see we can pass in two things. We can pass in the days within, which is how many days within the last few days we want to actually scan the emails. So I can pass in a huge number like 1,000. That means I'm getting all 3 years of their emails scanned through, like scanned into my database, right? But for now, for testing purposes, we can just set it to like a few days, so we get back the current inbox within the last few days of actual inbox. And then the body type, which is HTML or text, we're gonna just pass in HTML to just get back the actual HTML bodies, right? Okay, so after we start a new request sync, you can see the response is we get two things: sync updated token and sync. Actually, that's the only thing: sync updated token. Okay, we're gonna take this sync updated token that we got from this request, then we're gonna use that token to actually request the actual emails. Okay, which we have to get by this delta token. Okay, so this delta token is a token received from the previous initial start sync request, and we can also have a pagination token. So because this request change email might have multiple pages, we have to keep requesting it until there's no more next page, and then we know that we have gotten back all the information. Okay, so this is how it's gonna work. Okay, let me draw this out for you. So we have this initial sync endpoint. What do they call it actually? They call it /email/sync. /email/sync. So this is the initial sync endpoint. Okay, and then we have a request changed email, and this is the sync updated. So let's do that. /email/sync/updated. Right. Cool stuff. So this is to get the actual updated emails, right? So when we first hit the /email/sync, it's gonna return us with a response of whether it's ready or not. It's a boolean, and actual delta token, right? That's why it returns us a delta token, right? So if we see that the response is ready, we're gonna take this delta token, right? This delta token we can then pass into the email sync updated endpoint. Right, we can see the sync updated endpoint here receives a delta token. So this is to tell Aurinko where do I want to begin syncing from. So imagine, okay, this was like super confusing for me for like when I first interacted with this, so I really want to break this down for you guys to make sure you guys understand. So imagine you have like a Gmail inbox, okay, and I have I have like a lot of kind of emails. Okay, so imagine I have this situation where I have a list of like emails in my inbox account, and I'm gonna segment it by, you can see 1 day ago, 2 days ago, and 3 days ago. So anything above this is from 1 day ago, anything between here is from 2 days ago, everything here is 3 days ago, and obviously here you can say is 4 days ago, right? So we're gonna pass in the initial sync. Here, we're gonna ask how many days in the past do I actually want to retrieve the emails. So for example, I can give a random number like 2 or like 200, depending on how much data you want to sync. So if I say I want to sync 2 days ago, what Aurinko is gonna do is gonna look into my inbox, right? It's gonna find the last email that was sent latest 2 days ago, right? And it's gonna give me this, it's gonna give me like a bookmark, and the bookmark is what they call a delta token. So they're gonna give me a bookmark / token thing, so we call this delta token, right? And this token is important because then I can take this token, right? I'm gonna point this here. I can take this token, for example, this token they say is like ABC, right? This token points to the position in which I want to get the latest email from 2 days ago, and then I can pass this token into the sync updated endpoint, right? So when I pass in the token like called ABC here, the sync updated token will then start taking emails from this in batches. It will give me like, let's say like 5 at a time. So then it will give me this record. So it will give me a list of records, which is a list of email addresses, right? And then it will give me a next page token. So because it's doing it in batches, right? So here it's gonna give me another page. So it's gonna move the cursor up here because it has already given us back the first like 5 emails here. So then it's gonna give us back, let's say, a page token. The page token is like P1234. So then we're gonna take this page token. We're gonna then run this page token into this sync updated function again, endpoint. We're gonna pass in P1234, and then because the updated token know that we're now looking from this point onwards, it's gonna give us a next batch of emails, right? And then the next batch of emails we can continue adding it in, email addresses. We'll keep on adding it in until there's no more next page token, which means that the sync has given us kind of all the emails, right? So now the pointer is pointing at the latest point in time. So imagine this like new 123. This is the latest delta token, right? Remember, this is the latest delta token, and we know now that we have completely sync up everything from the 2 days ago. So it's a pretty smart bookmarking system to actually help us get it paginated one batch at a time. And we're gonna store the latest delta token in our database. The reason why we need to store this new 123 in our database, we need the latest delta token, because remember, there can be new email messages that comes in. So I'm gonna just keep copying this. So imagine there's like 5 new emails that come in here, right? What I'm gonna do is whenever Gmail gets a new email, right, Gmail is gonna ping me. Remember the webhook concept here? Gmail will ping me saying that, hey, there's a new email, there's some new emails. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take that ping, I'm gonna take the latest delta token, which is the pointer in which I last looked at. I'm gonna put this delta token into this /sync/updated, and because this endpoint knows that I'm looking from this point onwards, it will then give me the latest. It'll give me the latest 5 tokens based on the delta token that I've taken. It will then give me the latest records from this new 123, right? And then it will give me back another new token to signify that this is the new N per se. So then we have a new, let's say, new 654. And so we're going to continue using this process. We're going to store the latest delta token whenever we get a new sync request, so that we can always have a pointer. So whenever new emails come in again, I can always pass in this delta token to Aurinko to get back the kind of the latest ones that I have not seen yet. Because the alternative to this, which is that we have no page token kind of concept, every time there's a new email, what I have to do is I have to read the entire history of the mailbox, and then I have to load it into my database, which is super wasteful because I'm not sure where I stopped at. If I do have the idea of bookmarks, I don't know where I stopped at. And that's why if there's no tokens, I have to reread all the emails into my database, which is super inefficient. So I hope you understand. This is like the most kind of confusing part of the entire process. At least for me, maybe it's like easier for you guys to understand. So let's actually encode this process and sync up our initial emails into our database. Okay? Alright, so we're gonna continue coding here. So remember here, after we have linked our account, what I'm going to do is I'm going to come down here, and I'm gonna basically start the initial sync process. So I'm gonna create another API endpoint called initial-sync. I'll create routes.ts, right? So this export const post equals to async. So this is the endpoint that I'm gonna hit myself after we have created an account to actually begin the syncing process. Okay, so let's actually import this. So initial sync, right? So this is where we actually get it. So after we have done here, okay, what I'm gonna do is I'll do something like I'm gonna hit trigger initial sync endpoint, and I'm gonna just trigger this and directly return the redirect, because it doesn't make sense, because the sync is gonna take like a few minutes, like maybe a few seconds, but it's still gonna take at least 30 seconds to do. And so we don't want the user to be stuck in a loading state for 30 seconds not seeing anything before returning them to a UI. Therefore we're gonna return the UI directly, but we're gonna run this asynchronously. And to do that, we're gonna download another package here, right, called install adversal/functions. So this just allows us to keep running our asynchronous code while directly returning a response from our endpoint. So let's import this function called wait until. So if you hover over it, it should give you, it will extend the lifetime of the request handler to the given promise. So we're gonna run a promise here. So we're gonna wait for the initial sync to complete before kind of shutting down this process, but we're gonna immediately return them a redirect response. Okay, so we're gonna do wait until. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do axios.post. I'm gonna post to my process.env.next public URL /API/initial sync. So this is the initial sync that I'm building on right now. So you see /API/initial sync. This corresponds to /API/initial sync. Right? So I'm gonna hit this endpoint and I'm gonna pass in a few things. I'm gonna pass in the account ID that I've gotten, which is the account ID, and then I'm also gonna pass in the user ID that I've got from here. And finally, I'm gonna get .then response. I'm gonna just console.response.data, and then if there's any error, I'm gonna just console.error failed to trigger initial sync. So hopefully now, after we connect the account, they're gonna redirect here, but we're also gonna see the kind of initial sync process starting to run. Okay, so let's actually run the initial sync here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just console.log. I'm gonna just get back the body. I'm gonna get account ID and user ID from request.json, right? I'm gonna check if there's no account ID or there's no user ID. I'm just gonna quickly throw an error saying that we're missing one of them. Okay, cool. And now with that, we're gonna just search for the account within our database. So const db account equals to await db.account .find unique, where the ID equals to account ID and where the user ID equals to the user ID. So there's a unique compound key pair, and so if it doesn't exist in our database, we know that something wrong happened. So we could just return a quick error here, not found. And now finally, so we need to run a few steps here, right? We're gonna need to first perform initial sync, right? After performing initial sync, we're gonna get back the list of emails, right? We're gonna get back a list of emails. So hopefully we can do something like const emails equals to await perform initial sync, and then we can just do like await sync emails to database, and we can pass in the emails. Hopefully this is the kind of end results that we're going to do. We're going to get back emails from this, and we'll then get the list of emails and actually write it into our database. Okay, cool. So let's actually write this perform initial sync function. And to do this, I'm actually going to create a wrapper class on the account object. Okay, so this account object will allow us to have many methods on it, like perform initial sync, right? I think it'll be super convenient. So let's come down to our lib, our library here. Let's create an account.ts. So this account.ts, right, is we're going to export a class account. So we have a private token here, which is going to be a string, and there's a constructor to take the token and pass it into this token. So then here I can just have a new account equals to new account from our lib, and we can actually pass in the access token. Access token. Do I have that? DB account dot access token. So now within this, I have this token. I can use this token to make requests on behalf of my email inbox, right? So for example, right, you can see that in the Aurinko API, for the email sync, you see it requires a account token. So we need to pass this account token. If you can see here, let's see here, what's this? Right here, you can see we will hit this /email/sync/updated, alright, the initial sync, and we'll pass in the account token through the barrier auth. So this account token represents the authorization token for a specific user/accounts that we are kind of syncing to. Okay, and so let's actually have a function, say let's do async perform initial sync. So this is we're gonna wrap in a try catch block. We're gonna try to start the sync process that we described in the Excalibur. So let's just do let sync response equals to await this dot start sync. Okay, and let's actually also write this another private function. So this private method will only be accessible through this class. Okay, and then this start sync function, what it will do is it will have a response equals to await axios dot post, right? We're gonna post to what's this called? This is https://epi.aurinko.io/v1/email/sync. Okay, and then with this sync response, we can then we need to pass in the authentication. So let's have an empty object because there's no body here, right? We'll need to pass in the headers, and for the headers we need to pass in the bearer token for this access token here. Cool. And then for the params, right, actually I can see, right, no, this params is here. Yeah, so the params here, we need the days within and the body type, right? You see the query params, days within and body type. So we have days within, let's just put it as 2 days to begin with, right? And obviously, like if you want to sync more, you can do like 3 days, 300 days, like the whole history, you can do that, right? For now, I just want to test with 2 days, and I'm gonna do body type to be HTML. Cool, no space here, and then I'm gonna return response.data. Okay, and it's gonna return us with a promise. Actually, I'm gonna write a generic. So what's the shape of this? So the shape of this, okay, you know what? Let's create a types.ts file, because for these types, you're gonna hold all the TypeScript types that's gonna be needed from the response type of Aurinko. So I've actually coded it out already, and so you don't have to kind of code it out again. Use TypeScript, right? So let's just go to source. Let's create a types.ts, and I'm gonna copy in this whole thing. Okay, so like you should just copy from the repository that I've linked down below, but the main point is that we get a sync response, which we get back a sync updated token, a sync deleted token, and whether it was ready, right? We have a sync updated response, which is the next page token, the next delta token, and a list of email messages. and we have the email address schema, which has a name and address. And this is how our email message looked like. So I've already looked, if I shown you this just now, if you go to the just JSON file that I showed you just now, we have everything that in here with the thread ID, created time, we have the system labels. I've already typed everything, so you don't have to worry about it. We have the email address, we got the email attachment, the email headers, and so this is all the types you will need in the project. So I don't have to manually type this out, so you can just copy this. Okay, so with this, I can then safely say that whatever this will return me with a sync response. Cool, right? And then finally you can see if I hover over this, it's going to return a sync response. And if I do await start sync, this sync response, I can see whether that's ready, whether it's updated, whether it's like a deleted token. So if you go back to our Excalidraw, I really want to make sure you guys understand this and not just blindly coding it out. So remember, the first step is hitting this initial sync endpoint, right? And we're going to check if it's ready. If it's ready, we're going to get the delta token. So this delta token is going to point to the latest message we sent here. So the bookmark at 2 days ago, or however many days ago you pass into this, right? So it's going to return us the bookmark at this point of time. Okay, so let's do this, let's do that. So start sync, we get back the initial sync process, perform initial sync. Okay, so we're gonna check, right? While not sync response already, right? So while it's not ready, we're gonna keep hitting the endpoint until it's ready. We're gonna just await a new promise. We're gonna wait for 1 second before hitting it again, right? So to give it some time. So we'll just set the sync response to await start sync again. So at this point, once we exit the loop, that means that sync response is 100% true, is ready. So now we can access, get the bookmark delta token thing. Okay, and then to do that, let's actually have a stored delta token. Initially, it's gonna be a string, and we'll get that to be sync response dot sync updated token. Okay, so this is the first ever token that we got here. So now that we have this token, we can hit the second endpoint, which is this /email/sync/updated to actually get back the records as well as the next page token. Okay, and so to do that, we have a let updated response, right, equals to await this dot get updated emails. So let's write this function to actually hit this second endpoint here. Okay, so this get updated emails will be an async function, get updated emails, and then we're gonna take in delta token and the page token from this object, because we can see here in the documentation, what's this here, the query params require the delta token and the page token. So we'll just take this in as params so that we can then we can have a params. This is gonna be a record from a string to string, right? So because this can be optional, like they might pass in one of these or both of these is possible as well. So I'm gonna check if delta token, I'm gonna set the params to be this, but if there's also a page token, I'm gonna set the params to this, right? And finally, I'm gonna just hit the response, await axios.get. I'm gonna get a sync updated response from the type here. So this type is, we're gonna get back a next page token and next delta token alongside with the records of email, all the emails. And let's actually hit https api.aurinko.io/email/sync/updated. Okay, and then we can pass in the headers to be this, and we can pass in the params to be that. Cool. Yep, so we pass in the access token here, the params, and we can return the response of data. So let's continue writing the, so we're gonna get updated email, we're gonna pass in the delta token to be the stored delta token from the initial sync response. Okay, and then we're gonna check if updated response dot next delta token. So if there's a next delta token, that means that the sync has completed, and we need to take note of the latest one. And this is what I meant by keeping track of the latest delta token. This is what I meant by that. So if this has completed, we're gonna just put the stored delta token to be updated response on next delta token, and then we're gonna have a list of all emails to be a list of email message, right? It's going to be an array of them. We're going to take the updated response dot records, right, to be like this. So this records is a list of email messages. And then we're going to keep looping in the next page, because remember, this API is giving us these messages in batches. So we need to keep kind of checking whether there's a next page under that isn't. So we'll fetch all pages if there are more. Okay, so while updated response dot next page token, I'm gonna set the updated response to be await this dot get updated emails, passing in the page token. Okay, and then I'm gonna just concatenate everything together. I'm gonna do all emails dot concatenate the updated response dot records, and I'm gonna check again if there's a next delta token. That means this has sync has ended. I just want to make sure I keep track of the last delta token that I've seen in all these requests. And finally, I can do console.log initial sync completed. We have sync all emails.length emails. So it's like 50 emails, 100 emails, etc. And then obviously you need to store the latest delta token for future incremental syncs, right? So yeah, so for example, if you want to get the next batch of emails that comes in the future, we can just do await get sync updated email, get updated email, and pass in the delta token to be the last seen delta token, and this will give us back like the next kind of results, right? So hope this makes sense. And finally, I'm just going to return the list of emails to be all emails. I'm going to return the delta token to be the latest delta token. So once I get back this stuff, I'm going to just catch the error, right? So if it's an Axios error, I'm just going to console log it out like this. Cool. Okay. So now that we have this perform initial sync, I'm going to come back to my initial sync endpoint, and I get to do const email account dot perform initial sync, right? So now there's this method on it, and it returns us with a list of emails or delta token. So I'm just gonna check for the response. So let's come back here, const response. So if there's no response, that means there's an error that has been thrown. I'm just gonna return if there's no response, return next response saying that failed to perform initial sync as an internal server error. If not, I'm gonna get this emails, I'm gonna write it to the database. So I'm gonna just destructure the email from response. We're gonna extract the emails as well as the latest delta token, right? And then I'm gonna write this function to actually start syncing my emails to the database. So before that, I can also do await db.account.update, right? So we need to now keep track of the latest delta token we've seen. So I'm gonna come down to my schema.prisma. I'm gonna search for my account. Sorry, not this. Schema model account. Here, I'm gonna keep track of my latest delta token. So I'm gonna say next delta token. So it's a bookmark. It can be optional. I'm gonna run Prisma db push. So this will update my database column. It will add this column, and with that, I can come down here and can update where the ID equals to the account ID, right? And then what do I want to update? I want to update the next delta token to be the latest delta token that I've got back from my syncing response. Okay, makes sense? And then at the end, we can just return a next response of success equals to true, and I can say console.log sync completed, and I'm going to log out the next delta token. Delta token just to be pedantic. Okay, so now let's actually let me see. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I am going to just remove the update, right? And I'm going to just console.log out the emails for you guys to see. Okay, so let's try this and see if it works. So remember, the flow is First, it's gonna go to Aurinko. It's gonna send us a callback. In the callback Aurinko, we are basically inserting a new account, and then we're gonna trigger an initial sync. So then this initial sync should hit this endpoint, and then this endpoint should then use the method that we have written to get back a list of emails from their current inbox, and they should console the login out. So let's see if this will work. But before that, let's actually add this initial sync route to the public route. So let's just do /API/initial sync so that we can actually hit it from our other endpoint. Okay, and hopefully we should be able to see a list of emails. Okay, so let's come back here. I'm gonna go through my Slash account. I'm gonna do link account. I'll try again. I'm gonna link to this, blah blah blah. Let's actually continue. So this is gonna hit my callback, then the callback will create a new account, then after that it's gonna hit my initial sync. So let's see. So you can see blah blah, blah it's getting, and boom. See, initial sync triggered, success equals true, the sync has completed, and this is the next Delta token that we got, right? This is what we console the out, sync completed, and now we get a list of emails. Woo! So you can see the email has the ID, thread ID created, time, sent at, received at, blah blah blah. It has the body which we can pull. So that means everything works perfectly. We got now a list of emails, right? I mean, the body is huge, but at least now we can write these emails to our database. Okay, so let's actually start doing that. Let's actually create our email table first, right? If not, it's kind of worthless. And you know what, I'm actually I will have to kind of paste this in because it's a lot of code, but I will walk you through it, don't worry. Okay. Okay, so I copy in a few tables. I copy in one table. I copy in threads. So we have a threads table. We got emails table. We got an email label table. We got an email address table, email attachment, and we have some enums to represent sensitivity and the meeting message method. Okay, and there are some errors here because you can see it's linked to the account, right? But really, for the account, we need to have the threads to be a list of threads, and we also need a list of email addresses to be a list of email address. So I'm going to walk you through each table to show you what is actually for, so you're not confused by it. Okay, let me see if there are any other stuff. No, I think we're doing really good. We're doing really good. Okay, cool. So let's start with threads. Okay, so a thread, as I said, is a collection of messages. So a thread will have the main subject. So the subject is probably the latest email in that thread, and then the last message date. We need that. We need the kind of the participants, the list of email addresses that's participating in these threads. Obviously, the thread is linked to an account, right? An account can have a list of threads, and then there's a boolean whether it's done, so that we can like classify them done or not done. So we have an inbox data. So is this thread in the inbox? So if I show you my code here, okay, let's take a look. You can see I have an inbox, draft, and send section. So how I'm classifying that is whether it's an inbox, whether it's true, whether it's in draft, whether it's true, and whether it was in sent, which is a boolean as well. And yeah, so this is how we classify the threads. And obviously a thread has a bunch of emails, and we're just putting the index so that we can faster index them because we have a lot of threads. And make sure you have these indexes, because if you don't have these indexes, your query speeds are gonna be absolutely like horrendously slow. Okay, and then an email is pretty self-explanatory. So these are what we have seen in the types, which I've explained, and I'm just putting in the database, right? We have a list of who is it from. So each individual person is linked to an email address. So a from has a list of is from one email, and it could be to a list of email address. It could be CCing many emails. It could be BCCing many emails, and it could be in replying to many emails. So that's why we have these email addresses. And then it will have a list of attachments, right, and an email label which says whether it's in inbox, sent, or draft, right? And the email address obviously is like pretty self-explanatory. It's just a pairing of the name and the address, right? And it obviously is linked to an account. So the reason why we need this account ID linking is because if you go down here and let's say I want to compose an email, and you see all these emails that I'm seeing here, this is the list of email addresses that has been linked to this account. So each individual row here is one email address row in our database. Yep. So that's why we get back this. And then email attachment, we're actually not using this. You could use it, but I'm just putting it here for completeness sake. Cool. So now that we have this, let's actually create the table. Sudo bun prisma db push. Okay, so it creates a new columns. Okay, cool. Awesome. We are doing on track. So now we need to actually write the function to get the emails and sync it to the database. So I'm going to create a new file, a new thing called sync to db.ts. So this is just a file where we're going to write all our database stuff to write the emails to our database. So it's going to be a huge file, a lot of code, but once we're done with this, is like the bulk of the project, right? Okay, let's actually start coding. So we're going to export a async function called sync emails to database, right? So we're going to be calling this function in the initial sync here, right? We're going to sync a list of emails, and so we have to import the email address from our types, our custom types, right? Which is this. Oh, sorry, not email address. It should be a list of email. Email? Wait, what do I call it? Let's go to types. Email message. My bad. Yep, so it's a list of email message. And you can now see the types are lined up, right? And then, now that we have this email message, what I'm going to do is I'm going to console the log, attempting to sync emails to database. I'm going to just log out how many I'm actually syncing. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we will import another function, a library called p-limit. So because we're going to try to, like, okay, imagine we have like 100 emails, right? We're going to try to do promise.all emails, right? Emails.map, email process, save email, right? You can imagine like we are basically sending 100 concurrent database connections at once to our database, and if there's more than 100 emails, like it could be more. We're gonna basically cook our database if we don't have some kind of rate limiting function, and that's where p-limit comes in. So p-limit stands for promise limit, so it will just help us send this kind of concurrent request in batches to our database, concurrent batches in promises, so that we can better handle like concurrency and it won't crash our database and crash our server. So I'll import p-limit from p-limit, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to define the limit to be 10. So I'm going to send promises 10 batches at a time, right? So even if there's 100 emails here, right, it's only going to have 10 batches batches of 10 at a time, okay? And so what I'm going to do is I am going to just wrap the whole thing in a try-catch block, right? And then if there's any error, we'll just console.log oopsies with the error, but we can just kind of ignore this for now. So let's actually write the function to save the email, okay? So obviously, apart from the emails, we also need the account ID, right? Because we need to link the emails and the threads to a specific account. So we also need the account ID to be passed in. So let's go back to our initial sync and let's pass in the account ID as well, because we have that anyways. So let's actually write a function here called upsert email, passing in the email and the account ID. So let's have a async function upsert email. This is gonna take in the email and the account ID, and you know what, I also want to see the index of this happening, so I'm gonna take the second param of map and I'll pass it into the index here so I can get the index. So this is just so that I can say console.log upserting email index. So if I have 100, I get to see like upserting email 1, upserting email 2, blah blah, all the way to 100, right? Just for like some sanity checking. Cool. So here let's actually write the logic of kind of determining the label type. So let's wrap everything in a big try catch. Then we're gonna say let email label type. So when you label the email, so it could either be in inbox, or it could be in sent, or it could be in draft. So by default, let's put it in inbox, right? So we're gonna check if the email.systemlabels.includes inbox, or the email.systemlabels includes important, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set the email inbox type to inbox, right? Then I'm gonna copy this here. Then we're gonna write the else if it includes send, the email label type is send. If it's in the draft, we'll put it in draft, right? And then what I'm gonna do is we want to then get the list of email addresses, like individual addresses, to be written into our database, right? So we'll just get back so we're gonna get const addresses to upsert. So remember, upsert just means update or insert. So if the email already exists in our database, we're gonna update it. If there isn't a current row, we're gonna insert a new row. Okay, so it's gonna be a new map. So I'm just trying to filter it out so that, imagine you have you got a list of emails. I want it to be unique so that when I insert into the database, it is purely unique and it doesn't cause any issues. Okay, so just follow along with me. So I'm gonna do for const address of is a big array of email.from. So this email.from is gonna be an email address field, right? And this email address field is gonna look like it has a name and has an address, right? This is the shape of the email address, right? And then we need to also spread out the email.to, right? Because it might be to a lot of people. We also spread out email.cc and bcc, as well as email.reply to. Okay, so we're just trying to get back a list of email addresses, and then finally we're gonna map it from the address to the actual address here. So this is gonna be a mapping from strings to an object. So you see this object is email address, which is this field, and this address.address is a string. So I hope this makes sense. And then we'll have we're gonna do for const. We want to upsert an address, right? So let's actually write a function to upsert an address. So we have async function upsert email address. So it's gonna take in an address, which is an email address, and then we have the account ID, which is a string. So we're gonna then link it together. So we'll just put a try catch block. So if there's a error, just do it like console.log failed to upsert email address. We'll return now, right? But if not, we're just gonna copy this in. So I'm gonna import database, right? So we're gonna first see if there's an existing address by looking at the compound key, account ID, and email address, right? We're gonna see address. What's this? Email address. Wait a minute. Oh, right. Okay, you see this email address type, it shouldn't be from Clerk. This email address should be from our types. Okay, so remember to import it correctly, and then we will then check if it has already exists. If there's a row, we're gonna update it. If not, we're gonna create a new email address field. Okay, and then we'll use this function here to actually create the email address. Set, and then we're gonna do const. Let's do for const address of addresses to upsert the values. So we get back the list, like the filtered list of items here, and we're gonna do const upserted address equals to await upsert email address, passing in the actual address and the account ID, right? And then this will return us with the address, right? We want to save the list of database transactions that we got, because we're gonna use it later on. So what I'm gonna do is gonna have a new list called const address mapping. Address map. It's gonna be another new map, but this map, not this map. It's gonna be a list, right? So what I'm gonna do is const upserted addresses. It's gonna be a list, and what's the type of the list? The type of the list is gonna be awaited. So it's like TypeScript stuff. So awaited return type. We're gonna take the return type of the type of upsert email address. So let me explain what is happening here. So upsert email address is this function that we have written. So you see this email address, upsert email address, we get back. We're trying to basically insert this into the list, right? So we can see that it returns a promise of this shape. So we're taking the type of the return type of this function, and we're gonna await it. So this is for TypeScript to like unwrap the promise, and so we can now see that this has the exact same type as here. So then we can finally do upsert the address.push into this array. Cool. And then from this, we're gonna get the actual cons from address, because we need to know who is this email from. This is important to us. So we need to do address map.get. We need address map. Yeah, address map equals to the new map, right? And this is gonna be from upserted address dots kind of filter boolean. So we need to filter out all the stuff that is like nullish in value, and let's map the address to the address. We know that it will always exist because of this boolean, right? And finally we can get the from address equals to address map.get email.from.address. So I know it's like super complicated, but honestly it's just code that needs to be written to kind of insert stuff and fit data into like from our TypeScript schema into our database schema. So there's not much like really interesting code. You can just copy it from the GitHub repository, and like in fact that's actually what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna copy in some code, because all you really have to know is that this function is going to take the response from Aurinko and it's gonna insert it into our database, into our tables. So like nothing much that needs to be done. I'm just gonna quickly copy this in, and then we'll be good to go. Okay, so let's go to the next part. So we'll get the next, we'll check here from address. So if there's no from address, we're gonna just push an error. So we'll again get the CCs, the BCCs, and the reply to, right? And then we're gonna then insert the threads. Okay, so let's actually insert the threads. Boom, boom, boom. Nothing interesting here. So we're just gonna do await db.thread.upsert. So we're gonna find the email.thread ID. We'll update the information, right, with the participants, and then we'll create it if there isn't a thread that already exists. And then lastly, we need to upsert the email. We got this giant piece of code here that's needed. Boop. So after we upsert the thread, we need to upsert the email. And like really I'm just like putting stuff like, you see, subject equals to email.subject. Like this is boring kind of data mapping stuff. The same for the create. You just gotta do this, you know. So I already got the boring stuff done for you guys. You just have to copy it. So then after this, we're gonna get back the thread emails, right? But then we're gonna classify the thread based on the emails inside. So if any of the emails is in inbox, we know that the whole thread is inbox. But if the thread only contains emails that are in the sent field, we know that the thread is also in sent, right? And then finally, after updating everything, we can then upsert the attachment, right? And let's actually get the function to upsert the attachment here. Boop. So it just takes the email attachment where we can import it from our types, and we're just upserting it into our database. Yeah, so that's the whole file. Like I just told you, it's very big, but 239 lines, right? But now the magic part is we can just call this function, pass in the emails from Aurinko, pass in the account ID, and this should then start writing into our database. And let's actually see it in action. Okay, so I'm gonna just uncomment this. So I'm gonna update the account. I'm gonna no longer comment out console the emails, right? But I'm gonna see this in action. So if I come back here to slash, hopefully if I go through the flow, I should now see like data in my database. And I'm gonna just restart my server just in case something needs restarting. I'm gonna go connect this, funds, go to Aurinko. So this is gonna go to our webhook. Then it's gonna call initial sync DB. So this will immediately put us into mail. But the thing is, it's gonna start syncing my emails in the background, which is like super cool. So now if I go back here, you can start seeing things happening. So, blah blah. By the way, there's an error that I noted just now, which is when you're upserting email address, if there's an existing email address, you should just return the found email address. You shouldn't try to update it. okay, because we have like some race conditions happening. So let's try again. So if we go to slash, and now let's actually link account. Let's link this. Let's go through the process. So remember, it's gonna hit our webhook. The webhook's gonna get all the messages. It's gonna hit our initial sync to DB. And now hopefully if we see it in our console, things should be happening. Blah blah. Okay, one more issue I found with is that it's actually not very kind of good to do a promise.all and upserting the emails like at batches at the same time, because we're gonna face a lot of race conditions. For example, when you're like, even if you're like sending in like 5 emails at once as a batch, right? The batch may have like a lot of different addresses that's being sent in, right? Like from address to address, and so it's gonna cause a lot of race conditions. It's gonna break like the Prisma app functionality. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove the promise all. In fact, I'm just gonna await and insert them sequentially. Okay, so now let's actually go through the process again. So I'll go back to slash. I'm gonna press link account. I'll connect this email address. Advanced, go to Aurinko, let's continue, right? And hopefully this will bring us back to slash mail, and it's gonna sequentially kind of read through our email address and update them. So hopefully I should be able to start seeing stuff happening. So you can see updating email address. Yeah, in this case you can see it's like 0, but it's fine. So in this case you can see that sync has completed and we got triggered. So I think this we can also get an index, right? You know, it's okay. It's okay. Let's just leave it like that. But now that we can see, we upserted how many addresses? We upserted 21 emails. So we'll go back to Prisma. Now if we see, we can see we have 21 emails in our database. We have 11 email addresses, which are literally just like the names and the addresses. And I can see the list of emails that has been sent from here, right? And then we got the threads. So the threads will contain the account and the list of emails that actually is in the thread. Cool stuff. So we have successfully done it. We have successfully kind of read in the Aurinko API to get the emails and sync up our emails from Gmail into our own database. And we have done the database engineering, and now we can actually do some cool stuff and like make some UIs. But before that, we actually need to do one last step, which is to configure the webhooks so that we can continuously monitor for changes in the Gmail inbox. And whenever there's a change in the Gmail inbox, Aurinko should be able to send us a webhook in order for us to continue keep our database in sync. So let's do that in the next section. Okay, cool. So now that we have kind of our database setup, we have our threads, we have our emails, let's actually start doing some fun stuff and actually display it on a UI. So let's actually start building the UI first. Okay, so we're gonna be basically building this kind of inbox form, right? And so okay, let's begin by going back to our VS Code. Okay, and let's go down to, let's just clear out everything first. Let's go back to our mail page. So instead of exporting a mail dashboard, I'm gonna just create a new component called mail.tsx. Okay, so inside this mail.tsx, I'm going to just export, just do RAFCE. I'm gonna export a function called mail, right? And so what I'm gonna do is I want to basically build this kind of a sliding layout. So you see this resizable panel. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna build that resizable panel. So we're gonna import it from Shadcn itself. So we're gonna import from @/components/UI/resizable, and let's actually get from resizable handle, resizable panel, and resizable panel group. Okay, so the whole thing is gonna be wrapped in a kind of tooltip provider first. So we need the tooltip provider because down the components we need this provider to be able to use the tooltip. But other than that, right, we can actually put the resizable panel group here. Okay, and we'll have the direction of horizontal. Okay, and then we have a on layout, right? So we're gonna just get the sizes from here. Boom, like this. So every time the layout changes, like we drag it around, right? We're gonna get a callback to get the sizes. So I'm gonna just console to log out the sizes for now, and then within here I'm gonna give it a class name of items dash stretch h full and min height of screen. Cool. And then inside here we'll have our first resizable panel, right? We'll have a default size of, let's actually set a variable up here. So let's actually let's get some props. Type props equals to default layout, right? It's gonna be a number, array, or it could be undefined. So let's actually export this out. And so by default, if they didn't give us any default layout, I'm just gonna have 20, 32, and 48. So what this means is on the left side is gonna be 20% of the screen, the second layout is gonna be 32% of the screen, and last is gonna be 48%. So by default, I'm gonna take the first item here, and then I'm gonna have a collapse size. So we also need kind of, whenever the thing has been collapsed, we also need because this is on the left side, right? These are the nav bar, so we have a nav collapsed size, which is a number, right? So by default, let's actually require it to have the number. So kind of we'll just do collapsed size to be nav collapsed size, and then we have to make it collapsible, right? So you can actually drag it all the way to actually collapse it like this. Cool. And then let us do min size equals to 15%, and max size let's do 40%. Okay. On resize, we also need to kind of do some logic here, but we'll do that later on. And then lastly, we have a class name, right? So let's just have import the cn module. For now, we'll just have a min width of 50 pixels, right? Transition all, duration of 300, ease in out. So this is for the animation when we kind of collapse it. Okay. And then within this resizable panel, we have a div with the class name of flex call, height of full, flex of 1, right? And then within this div, let's have another div. So this div is for the account switcher here, right? So let's have a account switcher, right? So for this, we'll have a flex height of 52 pixels, right? And then we'll have items of center, justify center, right? And let's just leave it here for now. And actually, we also need to track whether the sidebar has been collapsed. So let's also have another kind of variable called is collapse, right? So by default, it's gonna be a false, right? We can actually also pass in another prop here called default collapse, which is a boolean, and we can pass this in like this, right? Cool. And so actually with that set collapse, we can actually also do some stuff here. So let's see, collapsible true, right? And then we have on collapse. We're gonna just set is collapse to true, okay? And then on resize, we're gonna set on collapse, set is collapse to false, okay? And then here with the class name here, we can also track some stuff. For example, if is collapse, actually, you know what? This is only applicable. This whole class name is actually only applicable if the whole thing is collapsed. So we can just do something like this. So yeah, only if it's a collapse, then we'll apply these classes, right? And then inside here, we have this flex, right? So let's also make this a class name component here, and then we'll have a if it's collapse, right? We're gonna have a height of 52 pixels, right? If not, we're gonna have a padding x of 2. Cool. And this is where we're gonna put our account switcher. So for now, I'll just put account switcher as a placeholder. So let's actually go back to logo 3000. Let's see how it's going. So let's actually import and use this component inside our mail page. So let's just return mail like this, right? And then we need to pass in some default props, right? So let's actually pass in default layout is like this, default collapse equals to false, and when it's collapsed, let's put it to 4, okay? and use only works in client component. So let us make this a use client component, and boom, now we have this, right? We still can't see the resizable panel just because we have not finished kind of the component. Okay, cool. So now that we have that, let's actually continue coding out. So under the account switcher div, right, outside of this div, we're gonna have a separator coming from our component, and then we have a, this is where we're gonna put our sidebar. So let's just put a mental note here, and then we'll have a flex 1 to actually expand all the way out, and this is where we'll put our AI. So ask AI. So this is the part where we'll put this thing here, this ask AI part here, right? So that we have the account switcher, we got the nav sidebar, and then we got this huge spacing here, and then we have the AI section. Cool. And then let's actually go back. So let's see, because right now we have no other stuff, right? That's why it's expanding all the way. Cool. And then let's see, what I'm gonna do here is move down here. Let's actually continue coding out the other resizable panel. So under this, let's have a resizable handle like this with handle. So if you go back here, we can now see, okay, it's still expanded all the way. Oh, but now we have this here, right? So actually, let's see the error. No, yeah, it's actually fine. We just need another resizable panel, right? Resizable panel. Okay, and this resizable panel, we have the default size of layout, default size of the default layout index 1. The min size will be 30, right? And then we're gonna have a bunch of tabs. So you're gonna see here, right? We're gonna have these tabs here. We have the inbox, and we've got the inbox tab and the done tab. Okay, so for now, I'm just gonna gonna wrap this into these tabs. Okay, and then we have a default value of inbox. Okay, and then inside here we're gonna just have a div. This div will have a class name of flex items dash center, padding x of 4, padding y of 2. Okay, and then we have a h1 that says inbox. So we have a class name of text xl, font dash bold. So now we can see, now it's starting to look correct, right? We got the inbox here. Cool. And then what I'm gonna do here is, after the inbox, I'm gonna have the tabs list. I'm gonna import it from components, right? We have a class name of margin, margin left of auto, and then we have a bunch of tabs trigger. Inside here, we'll have a value of inbox and a class name of text zinc 600, and when it's dark mode, I'm gonna have text zinc of 200. Okay, inside this tab trigger, I'll have it inbox. So now this looks more like it, right? So default value of inbox, cool, tabs list, tabs trigger, yeah, and then we'll have another tabs trigger down here that's exactly the same as this, except that the value is gonna be done, and the value here is done. Cool. So now you can see these things are starting to happen. Okay, awesome. So we have the value here, blah blah, tabs list, inside the tabs trigger, and we are importing everything from, okay, so the tabs trigger has to be from @/component. Okay, so now it looks right, and we can switch in between like this. Cool. And now let's exit the div, right? Let's exit the div. So outside so above the tabs, let's have a separator. Okay, and then this is where we're gonna put our search bar. So let's just put search bar for now. So this is where we're gonna put our search bar. Actually no, this actually, why is it outside? No, actually it's correct. Yeah, you see outside the separator, below the separator is our search bar, right? And then below the search bar, we're gonna actually put the content, the text content, which is this section here. Okay, so let's go back here, tabs content, we have the value of inbox, and then we have another tabs content for the done page. So we can say here we're gonna be inbox done. So now if you can see here, I can switch between, I get to see my search bar and my done and my inbox. Cool. So now let's build out kind of the final panel here on the right side. Okay, so below the resizable panel, right, we have another handle, and then the last resizable panel, right, we already know the default size is going to be the second index, the main size is 30, and let's actually put a thread display. So this is where we'll display the threads, right here. Cool. So we have built out the skeleton, right, and now we're going to go in step by step, starting from the account switcher all the way to the sidebar, and we're going to start displaying the threads. Cool, good job guys, let's continue. Cool. So now that we have this done, let's actually create the left side first. So let's actually work on the account switcher. But before that, I want to kind of talk you through the data fetching strategy that we're going to be using, which is through tRPC. So at the beginning of the video, I have mentioned that tRPC is an alternative to the REST protocol, meaning that we will have end-to-end type safety when we are fetching data from the front end to the back end. And tRPC is built on React Query, which means that it will give us the power of kind of refetching, caching, and everything out of the box, right? So when we did create T3 app in the beginning to build out this project, it already has given us the boilerplate code for the tRPC functions. So now what we have to do is actually use them. So I'm going to give you an example. So let's go into tRPC. So this is the route handler for tRPC, by the way. So if you go into API/routers/post.ts, right, this is the post router, meaning that you are able to hit hello. So this is kind of a root. Imagine this is like a REST endpoint. This is a REST endpoint. So we're gonna say that this hello is a public endpoint, right? And then this public endpoint will take in an input of an object, and that object has this shape of text, which is a string, right? And then we're gonna query this, and we can able to access the input and return a type safe input of input.text, right? Make sense? So we're going to be using this kind of methodology to start fetching data. So the first thing we're going to do is under our routers folder, let us create an account.ts. So for this account.ts, I'm going to export const account router equals to create tRPC router, right? So when we do create tRPC router, we're just basically grouping endpoints together into like a certain router. That's even how it works in Express, right? So I'm gonna just get my kind of reference for getting the accounts. Okay, so the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna do get accounts. So this is gonna enable us to kind of just get all the accounts back for a given user, right? So in order to that, we need to kind of protect this route. So to protect this route, we're going to go into our tRPC.ts. So this is under server/API/tRPC.ts, right? You can ignore most of this stuff, but come down here to the bottom, right? Because we're going to create a protected middleware, okay? So we're going to just create a function here called isAuth, right? This is going to be a t.middleware. So this middleware is going to take in a few things. We can destructure the next as well as the context, right? And then this, we're gonna check if not CTX, if not context dot auth, but you see we have no authentication kind of thing here. And so where does this come from? So this auth comes from, if you scroll up here, right, we can see we are gonna create a tRPC context. So the context is being created through this function. So this context is what sits in the middle of our request and our route handler. Okay, so in order to get the authentication shape, what we're gonna do is, let's actually see this. Where is this? Okay, cool, I see it here. So we can just get const user equals to await auth. So this auth is a function that we have been using from Clerk, and then what I'm gonna do is, other than the database, I'm gonna also return the auth to be the user object, right? And now that I've exposed it in our context, if you scroll all the way back down here, and I can do command control space, I now see our auth data in the context. So I'm gonna do if not ctx.auth.userid, that means they're not authenticated. I'm gonna throw a new error saying that unauthorized. If not, I'm gonna just call the next function because it's a middleware, right? So I'm gonna call the function after the middleware, right? I'm gonna pass in the context to be whatever context I have from here, but because I know the user is 100% gonna be here, I'm gonna pass this auth to be ctx.auth, right, as required type of ctx.auth, right? So what this does is saying that because we have already checked that they are authenticated, when we return, we are saying that we're telling TypeScript that whatever value of auth is, they're gonna definitely be like, there's not gonna be null or undefined. So we're gonna do this required. So this is from TypeScript. So now that we have this isAuth function, we can export other than the public endpoint, we can do a private procedure. So a procedure is just an endpoint, so you can define t.procedure. We're gonna use the isAuth middleware. So this is an endpoint that uses the isAuth middleware. So whatever procedure that hits here, we're gonna make sure that they're authenticated already. Okay. So now if you go back to kind of account.ts under the routers, right? We can do get account equals to protected procedure, right? And we can import this from private procedure. Yeah, we call it private procedure, right? And then we can do .query. So because we're actually querying this endpoint, let's do an async. Let's actually unwrap the context in here, right? We're gonna return await ctx.db. So the database, the Prisma database, lives in the context variable as well. .account.find many, where the user ID is equals to the context.auth.user ID. So you can see that we're matching it here based on the auth that we pass into context and querying the list of accounts in our database, right? And for this, I'm just gonna select, I only want the ID field, I want the email address field, and I want the name field. Okay, so now how do we actually query this endpoint, right? Let's actually go back to our mail page. So let's actually work on the account switcher, right? So for this account switcher, it's gonna be a select, right? And then we're gonna put in the list of accounts and display in a drop-down. Cool. So if you go into our search account switcher, right? We have this account switcher. Let's actually create a new component. Let's create a new component right here called account-switcher.ts. Cool. And with the account switcher, what I'm gonna do is I'll just have a tsrafce account switcher, right? So for the props, I need to know whether the sidebar is being collapsed, because if it's collapsed, I need to just kind of hide it away. Make sense? So I need to have that access to the props. It's collapsed. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get back a list of data from API. So you see API, there's two APIs, one from React and one from server. So I'm gonna get the one from tRPC/React because we're calling this from the client side. So to make this, we have to also use client on top here. So if I do API dot, we can see a list of stuff, but I cannot see my kind of account router. So to add an account router, I'm gonna have to go to root.ts under my server/API, right? And I'm gonna go to account. I'm gonna just put account router in here. So just ignore everything out here. The only thing you need to know is whenever you create a new router, right, you need to add it into the basically app router, so that when you save this, you can now have access to the account here. And if I do control space, I can see the get accounts function that we have written here. So this is the private procedure dot get accounts, and I'm gonna do dot use query. So this is the React query part of this, and from this I can get back data variable, and you can see this data is the exact data that's being returned from the function that we have written here, get account. So if I press GD, right, we search for a go to definition, right, I get to see I get to directly jump into my backend, right? So isn't that cool? Cool. So now that we have this data, I can actually just I'm just gonna display it for now. I'm gonna just do data.map account, right? I'm gonna just return a div that has the account.email, right? And we have also a key, and then I'm gonna import this account switcher here, passing in the isCollapse prompt. And so now if you go back here, we can now see we got a list of emails, but they are side to side, but we actually want them in a drop down. Okay, so to put them in a drop down, I'm gonna come down here. So the first step is we're just gonna first check, right? If we don't have data, that means this component is still loading, because this data will not be initially available, right? Because we're still fetching it. But the moment it fetches, it's gonna come back with the list of accounts. So we're gonna check if there's no data. We're just gonna return null first to kind of not render anything, and then instead of rendering this, we're gonna render a select, right? And then within the select, we're gonna have the account ID. So let's have account ID, right? And how I'm gonna set this account ID is I'm gonna, instead of using react.useState, right, which is temporal meaning that once I refresh the page, the state is gone, right? I'm gonna store this state in local storage. So there's a very handy hook here that we can use. So if you just do sudo bar install, let me see, use hooks -ts. So this use hooks.-ts library gives us a lot of nice utility hooks. For example, one of the hooks that it gives us is use local storage. So this use local storage is a direct replacement of use state, meaning that I can store the key here as which local storage key I want to store it as, and then I can give you an initial value of stuff. So now whenever I change the state here, it's gonna be stored in my local storage. So whenever I refresh the page or I close the tab and I come back, the local storage value is gonna always be persistent in that tab. So the reason why I have this account ID is because if I change it to, let's say, another account and I refresh the page, it's gonna remain at that account even though after I switched it, because everything is stored in local storage, and so it is just persistent in the browser. Okay, so for the value, we'll just have a default value of account ID, and then on value change, we're gonna just set the account ID. So this is the exact same format of React useState. So if you understand useState, you can literally just replace useState with use local storage, and you immediately get the benefit of persistency out of the box. Okay, cool. So now in here, let's actually have a select trigger from components, and then we'll have a class name of cn, right? We're gonna check. So I'm just gonna actually just copy this because it's a long class name, like this. Okay, so just copy this from the GitHub repository. We're just doing some styling with the internal span and SVGs, right? And then down here, let's actually have a select value in here, and the placeholder is select an account. Okay, and within here, we're gonna have a span, and the class name is gonna be, right, if we're gonna basically hide this is hidden, if it's not, is collapsed. So we're saying that if it's not collapsed, we're gonna hide this, and then we'll have another special value for when it's not hidden. Okay, so then we're gonna do data.find. So this data is basically the list of accounts. .find account.id equals to account ID, and we're gonna get the email address, right? And we're gonna get the first character of the email address. So this is what happens. You can see when I collapsed it, I can see this O, which is the first letter of this email address. Make sense? Cool. So below this span, we'll have another span, but this is the opposite, right? We're gonna have a class name of, it's gonna be hidden if it's collapsed. So you can see it's the opposite of this, where it's hidden when it's not collapsed. Here it's hidden when it's collapsed, right? And let's also give you a margin left of 2. Okay, true. And then we'll have the same, but this time we show the actual email address instead of just the first letter. Then outside of the select kind of trigger, we'll have a select content from components. Okay, and inside the select content, let's actually do data.map, and then for each account, we want to return a select item from components /select. Let's give it a key. Let's actually make this a curly brace sorry, a normal brace, key equals to account.id. What's this? Data.map. Alright, we need to wrap this in this. So for each account, we'll give it a value of account dot ID, and then within here, we can just have a account dot email address. Cool. And so if we save this and we come back here, we can now see I got a lot of accounts, right? Because I tried to link it up a lot of times, right? So I'm gonna just clear out in a bit. Actually I can clear out now. So I'm gonna go in here. So let's look at the account. So this is account 68589, meaning that I need to clear out anything that's not 68589. So let's just clear out everything previous here. Let's delete the records. Cool. So now if you refresh, I can see there's only one account, and obviously I can select it, and if I refresh it, you can see it's persisted to local storage, right? Cool. And so let's continue. So other than here, I also want I want people to be able to press add an account here, right? So let's actually add that. So just above the select content, we'll have a div, right? And then we'll have a plus icon here. So we have the plus, we actually have to get it from sudo bun install lucid-react. So it's just an icon library, right? So let's actually import plus from lucid react. Cool. So this plus icon will have a class name of size of 4, margin right of 1, and here we can just below it we'll say add account, right? So you can see now we have this add account, but it looks super ugly. So we're just gonna have for this div, let's have a class name of flex, relative, hover, bg gray 50 with a full cursor pointer, item center rounded SM, and then padding y of 1.5, padding left of 2, padding right of 8, text SM outlined none, focus, bg accent, right? Pardon me, it's a super long one, and I think it's fine. Yeah, so I'm gonna just save this. If I come back here, now this looks the same as the above. Cool. So what happens when we want to press add account? We're gonna basically use the same function from the link account button, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do on click, right? Let's have this function. So remember we have this initial get Aurinko auth URL. Let's try that as well. So we have this link account button, right? We can actually just copy whatever is in here and just put it in here. Cool. And let's make this async, and let's import this. So now when they press add account, it's gonna lead them to that Google authorization page. Alright, awesome. So now we have this kind of account button done, and we successfully saved it to account ID. And the beauty of this is we can access this account ID from anywhere in the app. And let me show you what I mean. So let's actually just create the sidebar component first. So let's go down to here. Let's actually create sidebar.tsx. Use client tsrafce. Cool. Sidebar, right? So let's actually import this sidebar. So let's go back to our mail page. Wherever this sidebar is, let's actually replace it with the actual sidebar from our component, right? So we got a sidebar here. And let me show you, we can actually access the account ID from use local storage. And as long as we're using the same key, which is called account ID, if we get to use the same key, I can actually access account ID from this component as well. See, 68589. And if I change it here, it's gonna automatically react here. So it's like having a global kind of atomic state management just through this, through the local storage. Yep. So let's actually work on that sidebar first, right? So for the sidebar, I also need to know whether it's collapsed, right? To actually conditionally render it collapsed, okay? And then what I'm gonna do is let us have a nav. So we need this nav component. So to create that, let's go down here, nav.tsx. So this nav.tsx, let's see. I'm gonna copy in here. So just copy it from kind of the just copy it from the repository. But basically what we're doing is we're getting whether it's collapsed, and then we're just looping through a list of links, right? So the list of links is like inbox, draft, and sends, right? And then for each link, we're just having a tooltip, right? And then we're going to show the link icon. So the icon is what is being shown beside here, right? And then yeah, that's pretty much it. So let's save this nav.tsx, right? And then return here. So we'll just export this nav component, and then in here we'll pass in the isCollapse variable. And for the links, let's have three things. So the first thing is a inbox, right? The label, let's just put 1 example. The icon will be the inbox icon from Lucid React, and the variants let's put as default. So now we should be able to see the first item here, and this is the label. So by right, we should be able to have access to kind of the number of the threads within this mailbox, but let's do that later. Let's do the same for draft. So we have title is draft, right? And then the label is also, let's say, put 4 for placeholder. The icon will be a file from Lucid React. The variants let's put as ghost, and then lastly we have send, right? Let's just move this, and then we'll just put a send icon from Lucid React, and then with the label of 6. Cool. So now we got the 3 things on the side here. Amazing work, guys. And now that we are here, let's actually also kind of set the tab, right? So we're gonna have another local storage variable called tab to be loose local storage. We're gonna put it as normal human dash tab, so you can name it whatever you want as long as it's the same name across all your components, right? Because this is the key of the local storage, right? Because underneath the hood, what it's doing is doing local storage.set item and putting in normal human.tab and changing this value every time the state changes, okay? And we can give it a default value of inbox. So depending on the tab, we have inbox, draft, and send, right? Cool. So this will be inbox, draft, or send. And so we get the type safety here, inbox, right? And then because we have this nav, this value now, we can actually conditionally render the variant. So if tab equals to inbox, we're gonna put it as default. And for this, if the tab equals to draft, we can put it as default, and the same here. Okay, and so now that we have this local storage and tab, there's one more caveat that needs to be careful when you're using this local storage, which is that we need to actually dynamically import this, right? So if you go down to nav.tsx, sorry, we go back to mail.tsx, right? We can see this component is being used here, right? Sorry, this component is used in the mail page. We actually need to dynamically import this. So const mail equals to dynamic from next. So what we're gonna do is return import ./mail, and we're gonna set server-side rendering to be false. So because by default, all the components, even if you mark it explicitly as use client, NextJS will still server-side render it and try to hydrate it and stuff like that. So to make sure server-side really don't touch this component, we're just gonna make this purely client-side by turning the server-side rendering to be false. Okay, so now that we return to the page, right, we can see that our kind of tabs work again, right, and is being persisted across render. So I can go to draft, and if I refresh, if I go to draft and I refresh the page, we can see that it's still on draft, right? Make sense? Cool. And so now let's actually continue on coding. So blah, blah. So one more thing is go back to your kind of mail page. So you need to add your kind of isCollapse, pass it into the sidebar component. Okay. So now let's actually kind of build out, let's actually make this data real, because we do have the data, right? So depends on how many threads we have per box, right? So let's actually go into our let's actually create a new let's actually go into our account router, right? So we have this get account, right? But let's also have another function called get num threads, right? So this get num threads we pass in whether we're looking for inbox, whether we're looking for draft, or whether we're looking for sent, and it will return us with how many threads are in that inbox. Okay, so let's actually do that. Mail, let's see, get threads. Okay, cool. So get num threads. So as always, this is gonna be a private procedure, right? We're gonna have an input, right? So the input, we're gonna use Zod. So Zod is like this, a schema validation library where we can define the input to be an object, z.object. We're gonna need the account ID being passed in, right? Because we need to know which account you're looking at right now. We also need a tab, right? So the tab can be a string, but obviously it should be inbox, sent, or draft. And then we're gonna do the query. We're gonna get the async. We're gonna take out the input and the context in here. So we can just, this query is gonna pass in the context as well as the input. And we can see this input has the same type as the Zod object that we have passed in. So that's kind of the magic of tRPC and TypeScript. Okay, and then here we're gonna first authorize the account access, because remember ctx.auth.userid gives us back the user ID. But what if the user ID is trying to access information on the account that doesn't belong to him, right? That will be critical. So let's have some kind of authorization process. So let's go to the top here and let's export a const authorize account access, right? This will take in the account ID that we are trying to access and the user ID who's trying to access this, right? So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna get the account to be awaits db.account.find first, where ID equals to account ID and the user ID equals to the user ID, and then we're just gonna select the ID to be true. We're gonna just take out email address as well. We need the name and we need the access token. Cool. And then we're gonna check if there's no account, meaning that there is no such valid user ID account pair. That means that this user is trying to access an account which he doesn't own. So therefore we're gonna just throw an unauthorized error, right? We're gonna just say account not found, and then if not, we'll just return the account. So now we have this authorized account access. We can call it before here. So let's do const account equals to await authorized account access, pass in the input account ID. So this input account ID comes from this input here, and then the user ID comes from ctx.auth.user ID. So if this passes, we will get back a valid account from our database, right? And now we're gonna check, right? So we're just gonna try to filter an inbox. So what we really want is to return await ctx.db.thread.count, because we're trying to count how many threads that are in the inbox or the draft or the sent, right? So we're gonna do the count and we're gonna pass in where, right? And so how will we determine what it is? So account ID will always be the account ID that we are filtering by, and then we're gonna check inbox status equals to either true or false, right? So if we're looking for the inbox tab, we're gonna filter out by whether the inbox status is true, okay? And then we'll do the same for draft and for sent, okay? That's cool. And then let's see if this will work. Yeah, actually we can extract this out as well, right? Because we can just have a const, we can have a filter, right? This filter will come from Prisma dot this is the type of this is thread where input, right? And this is gonna be initially empty. So if input.tab equals to inbox, right, we're gonna set the filter.inbox status to be true. If not, we're gonna set draft status, not gonna set send status, and then here we're gonna spread out the filter, right? So this is gonna conditionally filter out the inbox, draft status, and send status based on the input that we're gonna give it in. So now let's actually use this by going back to the account switcher, okay? And so what we're gonna do is let us get kind of the list of, we're gonna get the number, right? So let me see. Account switcher, sorry, not account switcher, sidebar, right? Because this is where we're kind of calling this function. So the first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna get data, and we're gonna rename it to inbox threads equals to API. So API imported from at tRPC React, API dot account dot get num threads, and we're gonna query it by doing get use query. And then this query, I can get back the account ID to be the account ID up here. And then I need a tab, right? The tab can be inbox, right? So this inbox thread will give me the number of current threads in the inbox tab. Okay? And then we'll do the same. But for draft. And let's rename this to draft threads. And then we'll do the same for send. So let's rename this, cool. And now that we have that, we can replace it with inbox threads, draft threads, and send threads. So with this, we can see that the data comes from the use query hook. So if we kind of come back here, we can now see that this is accurate information, right? So inbox has 13 threads in there, my send only has 4, and my draft has 0, which is accurate. Awesome. So now that we have built out the kind of left hand side, right? Now let's actually move on to building the list of threads. Okay. Alright, so now let's move on to actually displaying the list of threads. So we're gonna do this middle section here, the one that's kind of under below the search bar, right here, this stuff here. Okay. And so what we're gonna do is, let us come back to the code. So the first, we're gonna write the function to actually get the list of threads by the tabs, right? So we're gonna go back to our account.ts router, and it's gonna be a very similar filtering output from here, right? So let's actually come down here and let's do get threads, right? It's gonna be a private procedure where the input is gonna, obviously we're gonna have the account ID, right? So which account are you looking at? We're gonna have a tab, the c.string, right? Okay, and then we're gonna have the done filter, whether we have completed it, right? So it's gonna be a boolean, whether it's true or false, right? So we have two filters, right? We have this filter by the tabs, and we also have filter by the done, right? Therefore we need these two kind of filter variables here. Okay, and let's do a query. Let's actually get back the context and the input. Cool. And now that we have the context and the input, right? So the context always contains the user ID and the database, and the input contains the actual input that's passed on into this function. So the first thing is, let's actually authorize the account access using the function we've written here. And let's have the filter, which is also very similar, right? We can actually copy it directly here. That filter. Okay. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna do filter.done equals to this equals if input equals to input.done. Yeah. So we're gonna do an additional filter on the done column, right? Whether it is equals to the done field that's passed in through the input. Okay. And then finally we can then get return await ctx.db.thread. So we're gonna query the thread.find many, right? So where would be the filter, right? Because the filter is exactly the input for the thread where input. And then we're gonna include the emails, because each thread can have emails, right? So we're gonna do an internal join, right, within Prisma. We're gonna order the emails by the sent at field ascending order. Okay, and then we're gonna select only a few fields from the emails. Each email, we need the email from the body, right? We need the body snippet, right? We also need the email label. We need the subject. We need the system labels, and we need the ID, and we need to know when it was sent at. Okay, cool. And then we're gonna only take the latest 15 threads, right? wait, actually here, yeah, we're gonna take the latest 15 threads, and then we're gonna order the threads by the last message date in the descending order. Okay, and now that we have this, we return it directly. Okay, so now let's actually use the data returned by this get thread. So what I like to do is to actually put, because we're gonna be using this threads data a lot in our kind of app, I'm gonna create a custom hook, right, to actually allow us to access the list of threads that we are looking at. So let's go into to hooks. Let's create a new hook called use dash threads.ts, right, like this. So use threads is gonna basically call the function that we just wrote, the backend tRPC procedure, and it's gonna save it in a variable. Cool. So for use threads, let's actually just do RAFCE use threads, and then so we're gonna need the we could just fetch all the data that we will ever need in our app. So the first thing is, let's actually just fetch the accounts, right, because we need this somewhere else. So we'll do API from React. So make sure that this is very common mistake. Make sure you're importing API from React instead of server. If not, it's not gonna work. Okay, so import API .account.getAccount.use query, right, and so we rename it to account, and then we're gonna have the account ID, right, which is gonna be use local storage, and the key is account ID, initial value is empty string, and then we need a tab, right, is use local storage normal human tab. So this is one we define in the sidebar, right, so this is the tab and this is the done, right, and then we're going to also have a done field, which is going to use local storage, and we'll have a normal human done. So this is done and this is tab, as I mentioned just now. Okay, and finally, let us get a we need the query key, right? Yeah. So no, actually, let's just do this first. So I'm gonna get the data, I'm gonna rename it to threads, and this is from the API.account.getThreads function that we just wrote. So what do we need to do? We use query. We need to pass in a few inputs, right? We need the account ID, we need the tab, and we need to know whether it's done. Okay, and then I'm gonna only enable this function to be called when I know that there's account ID and I know that there's a tab, right? Because if there's no account ID or there's no tab, it doesn't make sense for me to call this endpoint, right? Okay, and then I'm gonna give you a placeholder data, right? And I'm just gonna return the same data here. So this is to basically maintain the old query data whenever we have let's say we change tabs, right? The placeholder data is gonna allow the data to be rendered statically without kind of flashing in and out of the screen. And let's allow it to refetch every kind of 5,000 milliseconds. Every 5 seconds, it's gonna automatically refresh in the background. Okay, and lastly, I can just return the list of threads that I have, and I can also get the isFetching variable, because I need to know whether this thread is the function is fetching. So when it is fetching, I can get a boolean value out of it, right? And then let's also export the isFetching variable, right? And then we can have a refetch. We can pull out refetch from here as well. So I can get this function out so that anywhere in the app we can just call this refetch and it will automatically refetch this data. And let us also just export out the account ID, and let's get the account, which is the accounts.find. So this is the list of accounts. We're gonna find the one that's active ID. Okay, so we export everything out here. So we can finally work on our list of threads, right? So if you go to the mail page, right, we can see that this inbox thing here is we want it to be a list of threads. Okay, so let me just come down here. Inside this mail, let's create a thread-list.tsx component. We'll use client. We'll have a RAFCE. We have a thread list. Okay, so this thread list, we don't need any props. So let's save this first, and let's actually just replace this with thread list. Import this, and for the done tab, we can also just show the thread list here, right? Because the difference with this inbox and done is that the state is being changed, but the the component is the same because we're gonna be pulling the done tab from the local storage anyways, right? So we're gonna go in here. We can see the thread list being shown up here. So let's actually do this. We're gonna return a div, and the first div, outer div here, will have a class name of max width of full, overflow y of scroll, max height of, we're gonna do a calculation of 100 view height minus 120 pixels, okay? And then we'll have another div. This div is gonna have flex dash column, gap dash 2, padding dash 4, padding top of 0, okay? And then inside here is where we're gonna kind of get the list of threads. So before that, I'm gonna just get the threads from use threads. So now you can see I'm importing the use threads function, the hook that we wrote just now, and we're able to destructure the threads. And you can see I can get the account ID, the is fetching, refetch, and the threads, right? So with these threads, right, I can actually then render it in a list. But I also want to render by the date. So you can see I'm grouping it by the date. So September 25th, September 24th, September 23rd. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to group them by the dates first before rendering out the groups individually, right? So let's have a grouped threads, right? So this is going to be threads, right, dot reduce, right? So I'm going to take the accumulation and the current thread that I'm looking at, right? And I'm going to look at the current date, which is I'm just going to format it, right? So format, I can actually install it from date-fns. So I need to do sudo ban install. Let me see. Is that from format? What is this format from? Yeah. So date-fns. Sorry. Date functions basically. So it provides a lot of utility functions for us to operate on dates. So in this case, we will need the format variables from date-fns. We need to format the thread.emails at index0.send at, right? If not, we just have a new date by default. And we're going to format it in this format, year, month, day. So it's going to show me this. So I'm going to do send at like this. Right. So I think it's going to be fine. So it's basically going to format so when we do index 0, we're getting the latest email in the thread, and we're formatting it by the year, month, day format. Okay, and then we're gonna check if we don't have this date in the group yet. We're gonna then set the date to be an empty array, and then we're gonna just do accumulation the date dot pushing the thread. So we're just basically grouping the threads by blocks of the dates. And then let's actually just return the accumulation, and we're gonna start with object, right? And this object finally is gonna be a mapping from the date to a list of threads. And how do we get the list of threads, right? We can just do type of threads. So these threads come from here. So if I do type of threads, I ultimately get the inferred type of array. Nice. So now that we have this group threads, we can actually display them, right? So let's continue here. So within this flex call, I'm gonna do object.entries, right, group threads or none, right? And I'm gonna do map, and so I get back in the first array the date and then the list of threads. So this date is like 2024 September 25th, and the threads is actually the list of threads that were in this date. Okay, so now that we have this, let's see, we can then map it like this. Let's see what's wrong with here. Can find date. We have to wrap it in another here so that we can destructure this. Yeah, and then let's actually just return a fragment, right? We'll just do react.fragment with the key being the let me see, did I get this right? .map. Yeah, the key being the date. Okay, and let's save this. Okay, let's see what is wrong here. Why am I getting an error? So object.entries, right, .map. I get back here. Oh, I see the error. So let's just remove this here. I should just reset from here. So object.entries, I'm going to .map. So from this map, I know that the first variable, right, is going to be an array, and I can destructure it to get back the date and the list of threads. And then, let's be careful, then we can return a react.fragment with a key of dates. Okay, now it works. And for now, I am going to just have a div here with the class name of text-xs, font medium. So this is going to be the date string, text muted foreground, and then margin top of 4, and the first one I'm going to have the margin top of 0, and this is the actual date. So now if we refresh, and we should be able to see, okay, silly me, it was not showing up because we were in the drafts tab, and once we look in the inbox tab, we can now see the list of threads. Cool. So now we know that things are working, right? We can see the list of kind of dates that they are showing up. That's weird. Why is it showing like this formats? That's not right. Your Monday date? What did I put? Oh, it should be capital M. Okay, so now we get back the correct format. Cool. So you can see that we are indeed getting back the last 3 days of emails from what we did from the initial sync. Alright? So now let's actually map through the list of threads below it. Okay? And so below this div, I'm gonna get the traps, I'm gonna map over it for each thread. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna return a button with the key being the thread.id, and it will have a class name of flags. Actually, let's do the cn thing. We need that later. So flags dash call, items dash start, gap dash 2, rounded dash large, border padding of 3, text left, text dash sm, transition all, and hover. Okay. Yeah, wait, sorry, not hover, relative. Okay, and then within this within this button, we're gonna actually show the thread. So I'm gonna have a div. The class name is gonna be flags dash call width of full, gap of 1, and then within this we'll have another div with a class of flags items dash center, and then within this we'll have another div. It's a lot of div, guys. We have flags items dash center, gap of 2, and then finally we can have the final div. I promise, guys, font semi-bold, and in here we can have the item, we can do threads, we can do thread, right, dot emails dot add -1. So this add is a method on the array, and when we do -1, we're basically getting the last element of this array, right, dot from dot name. Cool. So now we should be able to see this is just a list of my name from the from of the threads. Okay, and then let's come down here. So this is the first div that you come out of, and then the second div, right, and then under the second div that you come out of, we have another div. Okay, here, and then in here we'll have this div with a class name of let's see. We need a class name of, let's do the cn thing, and we'll have margin left of auto, text of xs. Okay, and then in this div we'll have the format distance to now function from date functions. We need the thread dot emails dot add -1. So we're trying to get how long was it before. You can see that we have this about 19 hours ago, right? So we can get that by doing this dot sense add new, if not it's new date, and then we'll just do add suffix equals to true. So if we save this, we can see this about 3 hours ago. Right, hopefully this makes sense. If we can zoom in a little bit for you guys. Alright, cool. So we get this stuff, and then underneath here, so we exit out by one div, and then exit out by another div. Then under the second div, we'll have another div here with the class name of textxs, font of medium, right? And this is where we'll put the thread.subject. So let's save this. We can now see we got the subject underneath here. Cool. And then let us come down here. Cool. So after the subject div, you come down by 1 and come down by, you exit again. So now we're at the button again. So this time, this is where we're gonna put the body snippet. So we have the div, but this class name will have textxs, line dash clamp of 2, text muted foreground, and this time we're gonna put the actual body snippet HTML inside here. And so to do that, you need to have the dangerous set inner HTML and underscore HTML to be let me see, thread.emails. We're gonna get the last emails body snippet. If not, gonna be empty string. So if we save that, we can now see the empty string we can now see the kind of the body snippet in here. And because this is dangerous to set the inner HTML, you're kind of exposing yourself to vulnerabilities. We will have another library to help us kind of clean up the HTML before we insert. So this library is called let me see, DOM Purify. So we install DOM Purify, okay? And so we need this one function. I think we also need like add types. So that's DOM Purify. Yeah, we also need to install the TypeScript types for this. Okay, let's import DOM Purify from DOM Purify, and wherever we were setting the HTML, before we actually set it down, we're gonna just do DOM Purify .sanitize here, okay, and then we're gonna have a use profiles for HTML to be true. So this just allows us to be a little safer, but nothing really still changes about this. Okay, cool stuff. And then we're gonna exit this div where we're putting HTML, and now we're gonna put the system labels. So we're gonna do thread.emails, the first email. We're gonna do .syslabels.length. So if there are system labels, right, we're gonna just show a div with a class name of flex items -center -gap2, and then for the item, the thread.emails.system label, we're gonna loop through each label and we're gonna return a badge. So this badge comes from components-ui, right? And then we'll have, we ignore this, but we want the variant. The variant will be get badge variant from label, passing the label. And where do we get this function? Right, get variant. So we get this function. Wait, get variant. That's actually a really good question. Where is this function coming from? Okay, yeah, it's a function that we have to write ourselves below here. So function get batch variant from label, right? So we'll take in the label as a string, okay, and then we'll just kind of return component props from React. And what do we want to return? We want to return the type of badge, and we want to index the variant of it. So finally, we can check if work.includes label.to lowercase. We're gonna then return default, right? Else we're gonna return secondary. Cool. So this is just basically gives us like a few different colors for the badge if they are kind of different system labels. Cool. So now we get this nice UI, right? And then I think that's pretty much the bulk of it. Yeah, we did it. Cool. So now let's actually allow people to select the thread they are on. So when they click on it, they can select, right? And to do that, we need to keep track of the thread ID, right? And so to keep track of the thread ID, here is what I am going to do. I need a global state to keep track of the thread. And to keep track of a global state like that, we should install Jotai. So Jotai is this, how do I explain Jotai? Jotai is a flexible state management library, so it allows us to have just put little information into packets, and we are able to use the state anywhere in our React app without going through the React context Redux toolkit type of thing. So how it works is you literally just define an atom. So an atom is just like a thing to store information, and now that you have this count atom, you can use this atom anywhere in your app through this use atom hook, and now you can access the value from anywhere in the app, right? So it's like a super simple library. And so what we need to do is, let's go down to use threads, right? Let's just import atom from Jotai, and then we'll export a const thread ID atom, right, equals to atom string on now. So we have to keep track of the active thread ID. So if I click on this thread, the thread ID should be set to this thread, right? And then I'm gonna just have thread ID and set thread ID equals to use atom, and I can pass in the thread ID atom. Make sense? So now I have this state that I can use anywhere within my app. So I'm gonna pass it down here, thread ID and set thread ID. Cool stuff. So now with this thread ID, I can come back to my thread list, right here. And so I'm gonna add some additional styles to my CN here. So from the top button, right, if this button is selected, means this thread is selected, I want to kind of show a different style. Okay, so if I have, let me see, actually no, it's not here. We want to show it somewhere here. Let me see. Yeah, no, it's fine. So if the thread.id equals to the current active thread ID, I want to give it a different background, in this case background accent. So now if I actually put this on click, so on click I'm going to just set the thread ID to be the thread.id, and I'm going to just destructure this as well. So hopefully you can now see when I'm selecting one, the thread ID changes, which causes my background to change as well, because we're conditionally rendering the background based on whether the thread ID equals to the selected thread ID. Yeah, so hopefully this makes sense. And now that we have this thread ID, actually no, yeah, I think it's fine. Now that we have this thread stuff, we can then take this and we can then display what's on the display here on the right side. Okay, but before that, I'm gonna add the dark mode in here. So remember in our app we have dark mode, so it's actually super simple to do. So let's go down to the documentation and search for dark mode. Okay, select NextJS. So the first step is to install this thing called next theme. So sudo ban install next-themes. Okay, and then we need to create a theme provider. So let's create that. So go down to my components and let's do theme-provider.tsx, right? Let us copy this in here. So we're just exporting a provider, and then we need to wrap our app with a theme provider. So let's copy this. So let's go to our layout here. So this wraps everything. Let's see. Okay, so they're putting it in the body. Cool. So let's do it here. Theme provider. Okay, let's see, and let's wait for it to export. Okay, so okay, let's just wait for it to. Okay, maybe my VS Code is dying. Let's just reload the window, and then I'm gonna import this theme provider. Right, I'm gonna save it. Alright, so now that I have this theme provider, I can work on my toggle button. Okay, let's see, why is this not being imported? Okay, no, it's fine. This should be fine. Okay, so I'm gonna save it, and I'm gonna come down my components. I'm gonna create a theme-toggle.tsx component. Okay, so for this theme toggle, right, I'm just going to make it a client component. Let us do rafce theme toggle right? So I'm gonna get the theme and the set theme from the use theme hook from next/themes, and I will have a function called toggle theme that just sets a theme to the opposite of light and dark. And finally, I can just return a button here, right? The button to have a variant of outline, and then the size of an icon, right? And on click we want to toggle the theme, and then in here, right, we're gonna just copy in these two icons here, the moon icon and the sun icon. Cool. And so this is literally just saying that, look, on my dark mode, I'm gonna scale it to 0, which means I'm gonna hide it, and on the light mode here, I'm gonna scale it to 0 on my moon icon. So depending on which mode it is on, it's gonna hide automatically. So if I go back here, I'm gonna add this theme toggle to my main page here, and so I'm gonna just wrap this in a okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna wrap this in a fragment. I'm gonna have a dot absolute, bottom 4, left 4, and I have a theme toggle like this, and then hopefully I can see this, and if I press on it, you can see, boom, our UI is changing from dark mode to light mode, and everything looks nice. Awesome. Okay, so now that we have done that, let's actually go on to work on the thread display. Okay, so now let's finally move on to the thread display on the right side. Right, so when you click on the thread, now we are able to select and keep track of the active thread ID. But now let's actually use that thread ID to show some interesting stuff here. Okay, so now let's actually go back to our cursor, VS Code, and then let's actually clear everything out. Let's go back to the main mail page. So where we see the thread display, let's actually create a new component. Right, let's call it thread-display.tsx. Use client REFCE thread display. Okay, so thread display, let's actually save this, and let's go back here to show thread display, right? And then we should be able to see thread display, everything is still showing up here. But now if we let's actually get the thread ID from use threads here. I'm gonna get back the thread ID, and I'm gonna show the thread ID that's being selected. Okay, so if I come here, you see as I am pressing around, the thread ID changes, right? So we're gonna use this thread ID to find the selected thread from the list of threads, and then we're gonna just display it. So remember, we also exported out the list of threads. So now do you see why we actually did this hook? It's because we are able to access the list of threads anywhere in our app without needing to kind of rewrite the refetch hook, right? Hope this makes sense. And so now let's actually find the thread. So we just look through the array and find the one that has the active thread ID, right? And then since we have that, we can also show we can finally show the thread.subject to begin with, right? So now you can see if I click around, I can see some we can see some threads that are being shown up here. Cool. So now let's actually build out the UI for this. So we're gonna have this stuff up here on the top, right? But what I'm gonna do here is let's just do something like this. So instead of returning the subject, so let's return a div first. So the div will have a class name of flex-call, height-full. Within that, we'll have another div with a class name of flex items-center gap of 2, right? And then inside here, we'll have basically a button, right? And the button will have a variant of ghost, the size of an icon, right? And then we're gonna disable it if there's no selected thread. Okay, and then there's just an archive button in here, right? And the archive button has a size of 4. So if we save this, now we can see something that is happening here. Cool. And I think we also need some padding here, right? So I'm gonna find kind of where we're putting the padding. Thread display. Interesting. Do we not have padding here? Let's see. How do I get the padding? Okay, you know what? It's fine. We'll just see what happens. Oh, sorry, this is not gap of 2. My bad. This is padding of 2. Now it looks right. Okay, cool. So the second div have a padding of 2. Okay, and then so now let's actually copy the button down a few times. And so for this, it's not archive anymore. This is the archive X icon, right? And let's copy this down again, and then we have a it's not archive X anymore. We'll just have a trash 2 icon. Okay, this makes sense. Flex item center. There's one more here, right? Oh, I know what happened. Okay, so you see these buttons needs to be wrapped in another flex items dash center dash gap 2, so that we can give you some spacing between here. So just know that there's like 3 layers of div down here, right? Because we have kind of the first div here. Sorry, there's 3 because we have kind of this section here and also the other section here, and within here we have another div. So this first div is for the 3 initial buttons here. Right, let's switch back to light mode. Okay, awesome. And then we'll have a separator kind of after this button. Separator. Let's see. Let me think. Does this make sense? Separator. Cool. From component slash UI, and then the orientation is vertical, right? And then you can see it's like this, and then we'll have just another button, but this is for the snooze icon. So the snooze icon will have a clock icon. Yeah, makes sense. So I think this 2 stuff has to be in the div as well, so that we have equal spacing. And then let's just give it a class name of height of 4. You know what? I'm gonna move it back out here, and let's just give it a margin left of 2. And then this button, let's have a class name of margin left of 2. Alright, awesome. And then we're gonna have a div out here, right? So we'll have a div here that's also the same center, like this. Sorry, it should be in here. Okay, and then we'll have a margin left of auto, right? And then in here is where we can just put a kind of drop down. So let's search for the drop down component from Shadcn here, right? So let us just copy the import, and let's copy the utilization. Cool. And then we'll have obviously you'll just have a button here, but the button trigger would actually be a more vertical icon, and in here we can just put the content as align to the end, and then we can have mark as unread, star thread, add label, and mute thread. Okay, this looks weird. I think it's because flex. Okay, it should all be in this div, right? Cool. So now we got this mark as unread. Awesome. And then now if you come out of this div, so let's just collapse this row. So this is the buttons row, and then we have a separator. So this separates here like this, right? That's cool. And then here is where we put the actual displays of the thread. So you can see we got the subject here, we got the reply to, we got the date, etc. Right? So this is where we're gonna put our stuff. Okay. And so I'm gonna come down here, and I'm gonna just see if there's a thread, right? So if there's a thread, I'm gonna display something. If not, I'm gonna display that, hey, you know what? There's no message selected. So we'll have a class name of padding of 8, text of center, text muted foreground, and say no message selected. Cool. So if I refresh this, right, it says no message selected. Cool. But if I have a thread, what do I want to show? Okay, so if I have a thread, I'm gonna have a div, pardon me, like this. So the div will have a class name of flex of column, flex call, flex of 1, overflow scroll. Okay, within the div, I'm gonna have a dot flex, item center, padding of 4. Okay, and within this, we can have a class name of flex, items dash center, gap of 4, text xm. Okay, and then finally within this thing is where we put our avatar. So component slash avatar, we have avatar fallback, right? So the fallback will have a we have the image first. The image should be a self-closing tag. Okay, and then the out will be kind of avatar, and then obviously we have the avatar fallback, and inside this fallback is where we can actually put the initials. So we'll just take the active thread, we'll get the emails, the first email, we'll get the who is it from, we'll put a name, and then we'll split it by the white space, right? And then we'll just like kind of just get the first so basically getting the first character of every word in the name, right? And then we'll just map it we'll get the first character of the first word, and then we'll join it together, dot join, using this just an empty space. Just put some optional chaining, and now we got show up something cool. So now you can see my name, Elliot Chong. We're getting the first initials of the whole of the two words, so EC. That's why you are getting the EC here. Make sense? All right. So then let's gonna exit the avatar, right? And then we're still in the third div, right? And then we have another div here with a class name of grid, gap of 1, right? And then inside this div, we'll have a class name of fonts semi-bold, and then we'll have thread.emails, the first email, .from.name, right? And then we'll have another div with text XS, line clamp 1. Inside here, we're gonna put the subject, right? Subject, and then we'll have another div with the same class name, text XS, line clamp 1, and then here we can have a span.font dash medium. Inside this font medium, we can have reply dash 2, right? And then down here we can have thread.emails, the first email, dot from dot address. From dot address. So if we save this, now we can see things are starting to happen, right? So now let's come down. So come out of the reply to, right? So you see the first div that you come out of the reply to, and then the second div of the line clamp, and then the third div like this, right? So it should be, let me see if it's out of the grid. Yeah, so basically just collapse the div with the grid and you come out of it, right? And then come out of it one more time. So we are kind of out of that. So now you should be 2 divs out from the bottom. And then let us do thread.emails .send at. So if there is a send at, I'm gonna put a div like this with a class name of margin left of auto, text of XS, text muted foreground, and then I'm gonna format from date FNS. So I'm gonna import this. Wait, is that it? Date FNS. We'll get new date. We'll get the thread.emails at index0.send at, right? And we're gonna format it in the PPPP format. So this becomes like this kind of long format. September 25th, 2:25 p.m. Okay, cool. All right. So then we come out of that. Div, right here, and then I think, let me see, we come out of this, and then we can come out one more. So now you're just one layer out. You can have a separator, right? Separator. Okay, so it separates this, and now finally under the separator, let us have a div, the class name of max height, and you have to calculate 100 view height minus 500 pixels, right? Overflow of scroll, flex dash call, okay? And then inside here we have a div that says class name of padding of 6, flex dash call, gap of 4, okay? And then we can map through the email. So now finally we can map through the emails and display each individual email card. So thread.emails.map, for each email, what do we want to do? We want to return a, let's just put a div with the subject of the email, with the key of email.id, right? So now we can see this is the subject, like this, okay? And we're gonna put the actual email card later on. But then what I'm going to do is, finally, I will come down to the last div here, below here. I'm going to have a flex 1, and then I have a separator again with the class name of margin tab of auto. And then this is where we're going to put our reply box. So this is the email box here. This is the list of emails. We'll have a big flex 1 to space it out. And then this is where we put our reply box. Okay? So for now, I'm just going to put a like a placeholder reply box item here. Okay, cool. So if I save this, cool. So we got the reply box and the separator. Okay, so now let's actually work on displaying the list of emails. Okay, so let us create a new component called email-display.tsx. We'll have a use client. We will do our tsrafce email display. So we need to be able to get the email that we're trying to display right now. So what is the type of email? Okay, the type of email is gonna be router outputs. So this router outputs is gonna allow us to get the type definitions of the account dot get threads, right? So we're gonna get like the first element of the get threads. We're gonna then index into the emails, and we'll get the first element of that. So then this will finally resolve to the actual type here. So this is just a really nice utility feature from tRPC where we get the type output of the procedures. So then we can then return a email display here, passing in the email and the email ID as the key. And you see this matches up exactly, and there's no type errors because this router outputs is always correct. Okay, so now let's save this. So I'm gonna just unstructure the email from here, okay? And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just look through it, okay? And let me show you what I'm going to do here. Okay. So you see the issue is if I send to, let me see if there's a good example. Josh Elliott. Okay, you see this? Good example. I love this. So, if it's coming from me, I want to have a different UI, and if it's coming from someone else, I want to have another UI. So I need to differentiate between the emails that are coming from me and the emails that's coming from someone else. So we're gonna have a variable called isMe, right? So for now it's gonna be true, right? But how do we determine if an email is from me or not? So to do that, we need to know who sends the email and if the sender is me. Okay, so to get my identity, I can just get it out from use threads. So remember we got the account, right? So if you go into use threads, the account is basically the list of accounts and which account I'm looking at right now. So in this case, the current account is this, right? So I can show account dot email address, right? So this would show me. So this is my email address that I'm looking at right now. So then I'm gonna look at this email, right? So isMe is if the account dot email address equals to the email dot from dot address, right? Does it make sense? So if I'm the one who sent out the email and the account is me, like, then this variable is going to be true. Okay, so now based on this variable, we can then display things differently. So I'm going to return the div. The div will have a class name, right, will have a cn. I'm going to have a border. It has to be rounded medium, padding of 4, cursor pointer, actually no, not cursor pointer, transition dash all, hover, translate x2, and then, okay, and then if it's me, I'm gonna have a border left of gray 900 and border left of 4 only if it's me. Okay, so if it's me, I'm gonna display this thick border on the left side. And then inside this div, what I'm gonna do is have a div with a class name of flex items dash center, justify dash between, gap dash 2, and then in here we have another div with a class name of flex items dash center, justify between, gap of 2. Cool. And then finally we're gonna check. So let me just, okay, you know what, for now I'm gonna just put the email.from.name. So who is it from? Okay, so you see Google, this from Google, right? Makes sense here. So both are from my name basically, because it's two different email accounts but it's the same name. So I'm gonna have this avatar icon, right? So how do I get this avatar icon? I'm using this library, right? So this library is called install react-avatar. So this will give me a component where I can just pass in the name and it will tell me, give me this nice avatar icon. Okay, so let's remove this span. So if it's not from me, I'm gonna showcase the avatar. So this avatar comes from React avatar. Cool. And let's actually do this. Let us have a name. So the name will be email.from.name, right? Or email.from.address. And then the email will be email.from.address. And we'll have a size of 35 to make it bigger. Our text size ratio should be 2. And let's make it round. Round equals to true. Okay. So if I save this, now we can see I got this icon here. Looks pretty, right? Okay. And let's see. Yeah, I think this makes sense. Cool. And then, so if this will only show up if the email is not from me, right? But then if it's from me, it's me, what I'm going to show is a span with just a normal classed font medium, right? That says, let me see. Actually, no, this span is outside. And then I'm going to check. So if it's me, I'm going to show me. If not, I'm going to show the email.from address. Cool. So now I show the name beside the avatar. Cool stuff. And then underneath the div, so I'm going to have a p tag with a class name of textxs, text-muted foreground. Okay, we have a format distance to now, right? And then we have the email.sent@, or new date. And then we have a @ suffix equals to true, so we get to see when it was sent. Alright. Then finally, under the div outside, we'll have a height of 4, just a spacing of 4. And then this is where we show the actual email. So we are going to use another library to showcase the HTML email, right? So come down here and install react-letter. Okay, so I'm going to just import letter from React letter. Okay, and so I can pass in letter, and then I want to pass in the HTML to be the email.body, right? And then I can have a class name of bg white, rounded medium, and text black. Okay, cool. So now I should be able to see the email, this HTML email, being formatted. Cool. Awesome. So now we have built kind of the basis of an email client. We're able to display emails, right? Okay, awesome. So before we continue, I'm gonna start actually teaching you how to build the Command K bar. So you see this Command K, when I'm pressing Command K, I get to bring up and I get to quickly switch to my either my Sends folder, my Inbox folder. I can switch my dark and light themes, right? I can press TT, right, which you can see is the kind of command to switch themes. I can go to my send view by doing GS and GI, right? You can see like super clean, right? And then I can also switch my accounts, right, to the different accounts that has been connected to this user. So I'm going to teach you how to make this command bar item, right? And so let's actually go back here to our code. And so the first thing that you got to do is to install a new library called Kbar. So I'm actually using this library called Kbar, right, which is just a allows us to make it super easy for us to actually make Command K applications work, right? So let's actually do that. I'm going to walk you through step by step on how to do that. So first thing, let us install sudo install Kbar. Okay, and so let us come down to our components here. I'm going to create a new folder called Kbar, and I'm going to have an index.tsx in here. So this is going to be our default export from Kbar, right? And so we're going to just export default function Kbar, right? It's going to take children, which comes from React node. And so how we're going to do this is, the first thing is we're going to have another component called const actual component. So because this Kbar is actually going to be a wrapper around this actual component, right? Because we're going to have a Kbar provider, right? So let's import that. Import Kbar provider from Kbar. Let me see if that it's, what's my Kbar provider? Let's see, Kbar provider. Nice. Yep, just a misspelling. So we're gonna wrap it here, and we're gonna wrap the actual component like this, right? And then the actual component will actually then wrap the children, right? And so this actual component, we're gonna take in the children, right? Like this, right? It's going to return a kind of fragment, and inside the fragment, we're gonna just have a Kbar portal. So then within portal, we have a Kbar positioner. Within the positioner, we have a Kbar animator, and then finally we can have a kind of Kbar search, and then we have the we can then put the children right below the Kbar portal. Okay, so this looks good. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just wrap my app in this Kbar provider. So let's come down to our let's see, where should I put this in? Let me see. Kbar. Yeah, let's put in our layout. So let's come down to our layout, and then let's actually come down to our all the way into our children here inside the tRPC React provider, and we'll wrap it in Kbar. So let's wait for it to load. Kbar. Let's restart our VS Code. Buggy. Works only in client component, of course. So let's go down into our Kbar, and let us add a use client on top here. So you see, if I press Command K, you see this input is starting to show up here. So now let's actually style this, right? So we're gonna style it by doing this. So for the Kbar positioner, we have a class name of fixed, inset 0, background black divided by 40. When it's dark mode, we want to have background black divided by 60. Backdrop dash blur dash sm. Scroll bar dash height. Important to have no padding, and let's just do have a 999 exact index, right? And then with the Kbar animator, we have a max width of 600 pixels. we'll have a margin top of 64, right, with full BG white, right. When it's dark mode, I want to have a BG gray of 800. Text foreground, when it's dark, I want to have a text gray of 200. Okay, and then we have a shadow large border. When it's dark mode, I want to have a border gray of 700. Right, I want to have a large roundedness, overflow hidden, relative, and I'm going to negative translate y12. Right, it's a super long class name, sorry guys, but yeah. And then above the Kbar search, I'm gonna wrap it in a div here with a class name of BG white. When it's dark mode, I'm gonna have a BG gray of 800, right? And I'm gonna wrap the Kbar search in another div, and this one will have a class name of border x of 0, border bottom of 2. When it's dark, I want to have a border gray of 700. Cool. So now if I save this and I come back here, we can now see we have a nice kind of animation and the inputs, right? So now that she style the input, so we have a padding y of 4, padding of 6, text large, width of full, background of white, right? When it's dark, we want to have background of 800, outline none, border none, focus outline of none, right? Focus ring 0, focus ring of set of 0. Okay, and now we have this nice command bar. Awesome. Okay, so now let's actually kind of define some actions. So the basis of this is we're gonna give this a list of actions that it allows us to take, and then it will render it automatically for us. Okay, so here I'm gonna come up here inside the Kbar component. I'm gonna just define a bunch of actions to be this action that we take from Kbar, right? So every action in the actions array needs an ID. So right, so let's say we have an inbox action, so we want to have an action that goes to the inbox automatically. Okay, and then we'll give it a name. So we have an inbox here, right? And then we can give it a shortcut if we want, right? So we can have shortcut of G and I. So if you press G and I on the keyboard consecutively, it's going to execute this action. We can give it a section of navigation, right, and a subtitle of view your inbox. And then the most important part is the function that will be called whenever this action is selected. In this case, let's just console.log inbox, right? And so to pass this action, we just pass it into this Kbar provider prompt here, right? And then if you come down here and press Command K, right? Obviously we can't see anything because we don't have that. We're not rendering the results yet. Okay, so now let's actually render the results. So come down here. I'm going to create another component called render results.tsx, right? So this render results will have a kind of REFCE, render results, and we'll import this render results just right underneath the search, right? Yep. So after the div, we just do render results. We'll save this here. Render results. Come on. Oh, here. Yeah, that works as well. Render results, and then for the render results kind of component, what we're gonna do is we're gonna get the list of results from a hook called use matches from Kbar, right? And then we also need the root action ID, and then we're going to basically export out a wrapper on Kbar results, right? And then we have the items to be the results array. Okay, and then we can render it, have a custom render, right, which we can destructure the item and whether it's active, right? And then we can basically ask if the type of item equals to string, we can just render a div with a class name of padding x of 4, padding y of 2, text x sm, uppercase, opacity of 50, text gray of 600. When it's dark, text gray of 400, right? But if not, what I'm going to do is, if it's not a string, I'm going to render a results item, right? So let's actually create another results dash item component, right? So this result item will have REFCE result item, right? So this result item is special, right? Because I need to do a forward ref. So what I'm gonna do is just delete this conf result item, and you know what, I'm just gonna copy this in because it's like super long, right? But the point is that we need to finally add one more thing. Result item.display name equals result item. So this is literally just a component that just controls some state, have some framer motion elements to it, right? So let's also install framer dash motion. Cool. Let's save this. Let's go back here, and then for the random results, let us actually import the random item, right? And then the action will be the actual item here. The active will be set to whether it is active, and the current root action ID will be set to the root action ID or empty string. Cool. So now if we go back to the app, we can finally see our action, right? Here. And so if I go into the console and I select this, I'm gonna see console log inbox, because that is the action that we're performing in our index, right? Does that make sense? Here, performing here. Okay, so how do I actually switch the tabs, right? I can access the tab from the local storage, right? That's why we're using use local storage. So we'll get the tab and the set tab from use local storage, and we're gonna get the normal human dash tab index, and by default we'll just have an inbox. Okay, and then what we're gonna do is just gonna set the tab to inbox. Okay, and so if we do this, if I'm in send and I press inbox, look what happens. I switch back to inbox, right? I'm gonna tap inbox, it switches me back. So perfect, it works. So now let's actually just do the same for the others. So I'm just gonna copy in the others. It's gonna be the same. We're doing for the drafts and for the send, right? And let's just delete this priority. So if we do this now and refresh, right, we can now see there's an inbox and drafts, and if as I type along drafts, I get to see, and it automatically switches me over. And if I press GS, right, you can see it automatically switches me GS, right, GI. Does it make sense? Drafts, right? Cool. So just put drafts. Makes sense. All right. So now we're almost there. So let's go to our inbox first. Drafts. All right. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna do the same, but this time we're gonna do it for the done. So we're gonna switch this as well, inbox and done, right? So let's do that. We'll have a done is normal human done, and then we'll just do the same, right, for the action and the pending action. Let's see here. Cool. So when we have pending action here, we can just set the value here to be done, and it will automatically be switched over. Yeah. Hope this makes sense. So now we can see you got this done and pending, right? Cool. And so now let's actually also allow you, I'm going to show you how you can add custom actions like theme switching. So you can see I have a toggle light theme here, right? Or I have a dark theme. So I'm going to show you how to do this. So to do that, I'm going to have a custom hook called use theme switching.tsx, right? So for this use theme switching, right, I'm basically going to just export out a hook called use theme switching. Okay, and I'm gonna import the theme and set theme from use theme. Let me see. Where's these? Let's import it from next/themes. Okay, and then we have a function called toggle themes, like this, that just switches it based on it like this. Okay, cool. And so what do you need to actually do to register some actions within the command bar? So we're gonna import something from Kbar called use register actions. Okay, so this hook will basically allow us to actually register some actions into this thing. So what I'm gonna do is we'll have the theme actions. So this is gonna be an array of action, right? So I'm just gonna copy paste this thing over here. So it's just the same that we've shown just now, right? But we have the ID, the name of it, the shortcut to it, right? The section and the actual function that we want to toggle it to, right? So for the set light theme, we're just calling the function. And then finally, I'm gonna just call use register actions. I'm gonna pass in the theme actions. And for the dependency array, I'm gonna change it whenever the theme changes. Okay, so now I can just come back to my Kbar and I can just call use theme switching. Use theme switching. I can import it from my local directory. And so if I come back here, now I can see I got my toggle light theme called toggle dark theme, right? And I can press double T to just toggle my theme. So that's how you kind of customize and add actions in here. Okay, and I'm gonna do the same but for the accounts. So you can see I can switch my account here by, like, let's say if I have 3 accounts, I can just immediately switch it from here. So let's do that. So we're gonna do something very similar, right? We're gonna have a hook, a custom hook called use account switching.tsx, right? And then it's just gonna be I'm just gonna copy this in for you to understand. So let's get the API. Oh my god, TypeScript is dead, that's why. Okay, so this custom hook, what it's gonna do is I'm gonna fetch in all the accounts from my API, my tRPC API, and then I have this main action, right? So for me to switch account, and I'm gonna access my account ID from use local storage, right? And so I'm just gonna register actions, and what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna concatenate the main actions with the list of accounts, and with that I'm able to just show the account as part of my command. So if I come down here and I'm gonna do use account switching here, and I kind of refresh, I should be able to see this switch account. And because I only have one connected account, it only shows me this. But obviously if you connect more accounts, you're able to get more options to show up here. Cool. So that basically concludes how you can add a command K function. And you can obviously add anything here. You can add like mark it as done. You can like navigate it anywhere you want, as long as you define the action, right? And you define the function that you want to be called. Whenever the action is selected, you can do virtually anything, right? So yep. Alright, cool. So now let's actually continue building out the reply box down here. Okay, so here's gonna be the structure, right? So actually let's go back into the code first, right? And for the reply box, let's create a new component, reply-box.tsx. Okay, let's use client component rafce reply box. Okay, and we'll just import the reply box component here first. Reply box, cool. So now everything still looks normal, right? Reply box. Okay, and then what I'm going to do in this reply box, I'm going to have another component called email-editor.tsx. So I'm going to explain to you how the structure is going to be like here. I'm going to make tsrafce because we need props for this component. Okay, and for the reply box, right, we're going to make use of the email editor for now. Okay, so the reason why we have this email editor component is because we're going to be using this component in both. So we're going to be using this email editor component in both this part here as well as the compose section. So this email editor will be a reusable component, right, for this composing and also for this reply box. So therefore in the reply box we're going to make use of this editor, and then in the composing we're also going to make use of this editor. So let's just build out this email editor. Okay, and so to do that, obviously we're going to use this library called TipTap. So TipTap is a kind of very customizable rich text editor that we can use to format HTML, for emailing, etc. right? And it's super easy to use and integrates tightly with React and NextJS. So let's just get the starting thing first. So to actually install TipTap, we have to do sudo install at tiptap/react, right? We also need at tiptap/starterkit and at tiptap/extension text. Okay, and after you install it, right, let's come back down to the email editor, And the first thing is, let's actually initialize the editor. So we have const editor equals to use editor, and we can actually import this use editor from @tiptext/react. So this editor, we can actually configure a few things. The first thing is autofocus. We want to set it to false by default, right? And then we'll give it a few extensions. So if you see in this TipTap editor that we have here, we have all these menu bar items, right? So we can like type stuff and we can bold it. So everything here is part of the starter kit extensions that we can add to the editor. So to actually get the starter kit, we can just import starter kit from the starter kit from @tiptap/starter kit, and we can just put it as an item in the array. Cool. The next thing we also want is to have a custom editor, because in the feature we will have this Command J. When you press Command J, it will be able to autocomplete the message. So to hook in the autocomplete, we can have our own custom extension, right? In this case, I'm going to name it custom text, and we can extend the text. So where do we get this text from? We get this text from @tiptap/extension text, and so what I can just do is text.extend. So I'm extending a current feature, right? And I can do add keyboard shortcuts, right? So this gives me the ability to add a custom keyboard shortcut to trigger some action. And in this case, I'm going to return. I want to trigger this when I press meta-j, which means Command J on Mac or Control J on Windows. So whenever we press meta-j, right, this function is going to be called. And for now, I'm just going to console.log meta-j, and I'm just going to return true for now. Cool. So now I can just add this extension to my extensions list. And lastly, I also need to have a state, right? So I'm going to have a state for value and set value, right? And it's just going to be a React use state of a string. So it's just going to be a string that holds the HTML value of whatever editor state that we're having. And so on update, so whenever I type stuff on inside the editor, right, I'm just going to, let me show you, I'm just going to set the value to be the HTML version of the editor state, right? So now that we have this, we can actually start displaying the editor information, the editor value. So the first thing here is I'm going to return outer div, and within this outer div, I'm going to return another inner div, and this inner div will house our content. And here we'll have a class name of pros, width of full, padding x of 4, and in here I can put in the editor content from tiptap/react, passing in the editor as well as the value, right, like this. Okay, and if I come back to my component now, you can see I have the beginning of what seems like to be an editor, and I can select all, I can press Command B to bold it. So I already have some rich text editing kind of built in. Okay, and one more thing you need to add is you need to go down to your globals or CSS and add these two classes into your code that we'll be using later on. So this TipTap pros mirror is just to remove the outline of our editor, right? If I remove this, you can see I get this ugly outline again. So if I add this back in, the outline is gone, right? And we need this isActive class later on, right? Because we are trying to make this menu bar, and we need to have this background whenever it's toggled on or off. So this editor will be made out of a few sections. So the first section is this top menu bar, where we get to control the state of the editor and bold it, italicize, etc. We have a second part where you can see that when we expand this, we got a section to enter the tool, the CCs, and the subject, right? And then we got the kind of draft, right, with the email chatbot here, which we'll show later. And then we have the editor, which we have done. And then with the last section here, which is the sending of the email. Okay, so now let's actually add the menu bar on top of this component first. So to do that, come down to your email editor, and let's actually create a new component. I'm just going to call it editor-menubar.tsx. Okay, so for this, it's going to be very redundant, like there's going to be a lot of features that are the same. So we're just going to do tsrafce, right? And let's rename it to editor menu bar. Okay, and so it's going to take in only one prop, which is the editor component, and this editor will come from the type of editor from tiptap/react, right? So we're going to be passing in the editor instance from our email editor, right, we can pass it down into our editor menu bar, right? So let's actually just editor menu bar. Let me see why we can't. So let's save this. Maybe TypeScript is dead again. So let's reload the window. Editor menu bar. Okay, now we can edit. We can import this. But the thing is, editor might be now, right? Because it might have not been initialized. So what I'm just going to do is, if there's no editor right now, I'm going to return now. And I'm going to wait for the editor instance to load before kind of displaying this stuff. Okay. So now that we have this menu bar starting to show up right here, let's actually style it. Okay. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'll just return the outer div. Right. The outer div of a class name of flex-wrap gap of 2. Right. And then in here, I'm going to display the kind of these buttons up here. And so the first button is going to be a normal vanilla button. And so I'm going to put in the bold icon here. Bold from Lucid-React. Let's give it a class name of size 4 and text secondary foreground. Okay. And the button, we want to do a few things, right? So when we click on the button, we want to toggle the bold feature of the selection. So what we're going to do is, when we click on it, we'll do, let's actually destructure the editor from props. And let's do editor.chain.focus.toggleBold.run. Okay, so when we click on this, we're going to basically call the toggle bold function on the editor, right? And then we'll disable this button, right, in cases where the editor cannot be bold. So not editor.can.chain.focus.toggleBold.run. So I'll disable this button when in certain cases the editor can't allow us to bold the mark. And finally, we have a class name, right, where editor.isActive bold. So if the current selection is bolded, right, I'm gonna just showcase the isActive class. If not, I'm gonna show an empty string. So this isActive class I've shown you just now is from the globals.css that just adds a background color to it. So now if I have this and I come back here, we can now see we have this bold icon. And now if we type some stuff and we come in and press bold, right, it's gonna bold the stuff, and my command B also works, and you can see that the class name is updating as we bold it, right? Cool. And so now I'm just gonna copy in the rest of the code because it's gonna be just the same, except that we are just copying for italicism, strike throughs, and all the code is the same logic, right? You can see that we're just calling the toggle code function on the editor, right? So now if we go back here, we got all the stuff here. Okay, cool. So now that we got this thing working, let's also give it some, let's go back to the editor, right? And let's continue styling this editor. Okay, so for this, let's go to the editor. Okay, and so in this editor, this menu bar, I'm going to wrap it in a div, right? And this div is going to have a class name of flex, padding of 4, padding y of 2, and the border of bottom, right? So now we can see that we have some separators up here. Okay, and for this editor content, we'll just leave it as is. And at the bottom here, I'm going to add a separator from component/separator, and then below here I'll have another div. And so this div here, we're now building the bottom section, which is the command J stuff. Okay, so here I'm gonna have a class name of padding y of 3, padding x of 4, flex, items dash center, justify dash between. Okay, and then in here we have a span of a class name of text sm, and we'll say tip press here. So press what do we want to press? We want to press a keyboard component. So this keyboard will have a class name of padding x of 2, padding y of 1.5, text xs, font semi-bold, text gray of 800, right? BG gray of 100, border dash gray of 200, and rounded dash large. And in here we just put the words command plus J, right? And then we'll just have a space after here for AI auto complete. And then outside of the span, we'll have a button here, import from button UI/component/button that just says send. Okay, and now if I come back here, I have this nice component here that says press Command J for autocomplete, and at the bottom right I have a send button. Cool, things are starting to look good, right? But now let's actually build the kind of this draft text here, and when I click on it, I want to show another element that is conditionally rendered whether it's expanded or not. So to do that, let's actually also hold some state. So let's have a const expanded and set expanded to be a state of boolean. Okay, and so I'm gonna come to my editor content, and above this div, right, I'm going to have a div here that has a class name, of padding of 4, padding bottom of 0, space dash y of 2, right? And in here I'm just gonna conditionally render. So if it's expanded, I'm gonna show just like this, where I'm gonna show my CC inputs. Okay, so now if I come down here to my below the expanded stuff here, I'm gonna have another div here. So this div is gonna have a class name of flex, items dash center, gap of 2. So this is where the draft text here, this will be. So I'm gonna put another div in here that has a class name of cursor dash pointer, right? And when I click on this, I want to set expanded to, I want to toggle the expanded state. And in here I have a span that has a class name of text green of 600 and font medium. Okay, and in here I'm gonna put draft, right? And below the span I'm gonna have another span, and for now I'm just gonna put here like draft to Elliot. Okay, so now we got this draft to Elliot. You can see when I click on it, the CC inputs kind of show up here because we're conditionally rendering this. Okay, so now let's actually work on this CC input stuff. Okay, so you can see here I'm gonna have this multi-select with a list of all the email addresses that is linked to this account, right? So let's actually build this base component. I'm gonna call it text select. So this text select allows us to select multiple values to be placed into the select. And so to do that, let's actually create a new component called tag input.tsx. So let's do tsrafce, and we'll name it to tag input. Okay, and so this tag input is going to be built on top of a library called React Select. So let's install that, React-select. So this React Select just gives us a foundation for us to build a multi-select input on top of it. Cool. So the first thing let's do is actually just import select from React-select, and in here I'm gonna return a div here, and this div will have a class name of border, rounded of medium, flex, and items of center. Okay, and in here I'm going to take in a few props here, right? So for this select, I need the first thing I need is the default values, which is gonna be an array of label string with the value, and this will be an array, right? So basically each item in the select will have a shape of a label and the value, and then I'll have a placeholder, and I want to have a label as well, right? So imagine here the label is like 2, and for this the label is CCs, and this is a default value, right? You can see when we click around, right, we have a default populated a value of who we want to send it to by default, which is basically the person who sent us the email, right? Because we're replying to them. So therefore we need these default values to be populated. And then we'll accept a callback of onChange, right? And so this will have just this shape. Basically we're gonna, whenever they select a new stuff or whenever the input changes, right, we're gonna give you a callback, and by default the value is just gonna be this array of labels and values. And under the onChange, let's also accept the value, right? So this is for the control input stuff. Cool. So now that we have this, let's continue coding it out. So inside this div, I'm gonna have a span that just shows the label, right? Let's just destructure all the props first. So this span will have a class name of margin left of 3, text SM, and text gray of 500. Text gray of 500. Cool. And then underneath here, let's actually have this actual select component from React Select, and I'll just give it a few props by default. Let's give it the value to be value, right? on change to be on change, right? And the kind of placeholder to placeholder, and we'll have a is multiple field so that we tell React Select that this field is going to be a multi-select. So let's just import this tag input in our email editor first to see how it looks like. So tag input here, and we'll give it the props that it needs. So default values, let's just give you an empty array. For label, let's do 2. For on change, let's just console the log out first. And for placeholder, let's put like add recipients. And lastly, the value will just be an empty array for now. So if we go back to the code, now we can see when we expand here, right, we can now see that we have this React Select, but it looks super ugly now, and there's no options here, right? So now let's actually start working on that recipients and the tag select. So to do this, let's actually just come down here. Let's just add a TS ignore, cause it like some TypeScript error, but it's actually not issue because I know that this is correct, right? Because it's just they have a more complex type here. Okay, so for this select, I'm going to just put the default value to the default values array, and then let me see, we'll have a bunch of options. So how do we actually get this list of options? So you see when we click on this, we got this list of options. So where is this coming from? This is coming from all the email addresses that's linked to this account. And so let's actually create another tRPC endpoint to kind of fetch the list of email addresses to be displayed in this dropdown. So come down to your account.ts router, right? So let's actually create a new endpoint for get suggestions, right? And this will be a private procedure, right? And for the input, we will need obviously the account ID that you're trying to get the suggestions for, right? And we'll do the same thing. So query, let's get the context and the input, right? And obviously first we're gonna just authorize the account access to the account that the user is trying to access. And then what we can do then is just return await ctx.db.email address. So we're gonna find all the email address where the account ID equals to the account.id that we access here. And for now, we actually just need the address field and the name field. Cool. So this is gonna be our value. This is gonna be the label and the name for the options. So now let's come down to the tag input. Let's actually fetch this down. So const data, let's rename it to suggestions equals to API from React dot account dot get suggestions dot use query, right? And we need to get the account ID that we are currently viewing. So to do that, we can actually destructure it from use threads. So this reusable hook that we've written. And let's get back the account ID here. So now let's actually pass account ID. So you can see TypeScript is telling us we need account ID, right? And so now that we have a list of suggestions, we can actually pass them down to the the options menu in the select here. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna show the list of suggestions here. Let me see. So I'm gonna just put suggestions. I'm gonna map it, right? So because they want it in a certain format, so I'll just put suggestion. They want us to return an array of object. You can see we need a label and the value. So for the label, I'll just put suggestion.address, and for the value, I'll also put suggestion.address. So if I save this and I come back here, we can now see we now get a list of all the email addresses within our account. Cool. And one more thing I want to add here is I want to kind of have this cute avatar icon beside the address. So how do we actually add this avatar beside this ugly select? To do that, I'm going to have I'm gonna just move these options out. So I'm gonna declare a new variable options, and it's just gonna be whatever's in here. I'm gonna copy this out into its own variable. I can put these options here. But here, instead of this label being a text field, I can actually return a JSX component, right? So this JSX component is where we're gonna put our avatar. So this label is gonna be a span, right, with a class name of flex items-center, gap of 2, right? And in here, I will have the avatar from react-avatar, which we have used just now. The name is going to be address. The size is going to be 25. The text size ratio is going to be 2, and round is going to be true. and underneath here I'm just going to put the suggestion.address. And now if we save this, right, we can now see I got this cute avatar beside the address field. Okay, and now let's actually also give it some styling to make it not so ugly, right? So let's go back here, let's see. So for the select, let's actually give it a class name here, class name of width of full, flex of 1, so it expands it all the way out here. And let's get rid of this ugly border. So to do that, right, we have a class names array, object, and here we can actually customize every little stuff within the React select. So in this case, we can customize the control, which is the outer div here, the outer select here. And to do that, I'm just gonna copy in here class names. So for the control, we just want to remove all the borders and the outlines to reset it. Then for the multi-value, we're just applying some dark mode themes, right? And for the labels as well. And so you can just copy this in from the repository, but what you then get is this nice array, a nice select where we can see we have the avatar and the recipient. So we have this list of stuff here. We can now go back into our email editor and use this once more. So what I'm gonna do is there's actually one more thing that I need to do. So if you see in the behavior, if I start typing Elliot, you can see that nothing pops up. I want to be able to select the email that I manually chose here, right? And so to do that, you can see that right now, if you start typing and there is no kind of email corresponding to it, I can't select it here. So therefore, what I want to do is actually keep a state of whatever I'm typing so that I can show it as the last option here. To do that, I need to maintain another state, const input value, right? And this has to be a state. And so what I can do here is I can do on input change. So whenever I start typing, I can just set the input value to be this. And so for these options here, right, if I have some input, that means I have typed in some value. What I want to do is I want to add this input to the end of the options array here. So I'm going to check. So if there's an input, right, I'm going to do options dot concatenate. So I'm adding it to the end of the options, the last option, right? I'm going to concatenate the label to be the input and the value to be the input as well, right? So let's see. Oh, it should be input value, right? So input value. So right now, if I save this and I come back here, if I start typing stuff, you can see this starts showing up, right? And obviously it's not going to save because the value is not bounded, right? Because this is taking out from external props, right? So let's just save this. Let's ignore this because we know that it's going to be correct. Cool. So now let's go back to our email editor component, and I'm going to just copy this down, but I'm going to use this for the CCs. So the label is CC, right? And we'll save this, and now we got this nice component where we can add the CCs and the tools, right? Make sense? Cool. And so now our email editor is looking great. And one more thing is I want to add a subject input here, right? So let's come down here below the tag inputs. Let's have a input here from component / input. We'll have an ID of subject and a placeholder of subject. And we need the value to be subject, but how do we get this subject value? So we need to pass all of this stuff in, right? So you see these values here, and this default values, and the unchanged, and the subject. We need to be able to receive it as a prop to this email editor. So to do that, let's actually craft out the props that will pass in. So obviously we need the subject, which is a string. We need to have set subject. Oh, what's this? Set subject to be a string here. Let's see. Let's actually reload the window here because it's lagging. So set subject here is going to be it's going to take in a value and just output void. Oh, void. Cool. And now we need the two values, right? So it's the array of values that we are going to pass in here to the tag input. So two values is going to be label, string is going to be array of this, and set two values is going to be the same thing. And we do the same thing for the CC values, right? And then we also need the people that we're actually sending it to, right? So the to is going to be a array of strings, and then we're going to have a handle send function that we're going to pass in as a callback. So value void, okay, and then we have a sending as a boolean so that we can disable the button when it's sending. And we also want a default toolbar expand to be a boolean, right? Because you can see that by default here it's not expanded, right? But when I'm in the compose button, by default the toolbar is expanded. So I just want to pass that into our email editor props. Okay, and so now I can just destructure everything from my props, and I can pass this into my stuff here. So for my values, I can just put my two values. Then on change, I can set my two values. I can have my default values here as well here. Let me see. Does this make sense? The default values to be the two values. You know what? We actually don't need the default values to be passed in here, right? Because the default values will pass in as the two values, right? So let's just remove this default values. Let's remove it from here. Cool. And we'll do the same for the CC values. And on CC change, we'll just set the CC values. And then now we can pass in the subject and the on change to be the subject on the set subject here. Cool. So now that we have this super kind of reusable component, right? Let me show you. We got this super reusable component, right? Stuff is gonna like kind of start showing up here. So let's see. Alright, cool. So now we got these CCs and stuff like that. And then let's come down here. So right now we got this tool handle send and is sending that we're not using. So let's use this tool, right? We can replace this placeholder. I'm just gonna do tool.join by comma. So imagine you have 5 emails. I'm just gonna join them by a comma separated value. Then whenever we send on click, right? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna call the handle send function, passing the editor value, right? And I'm gonna disable this button when its sending is set to true, right? And one more thing here is whenever they click send, I'm going to just await their function, right? But I'm also going to call editor.commands.clear content. So after they click send, I'm just going to clear out, like reset the input and then send it out. So hopefully this makes sense. And so now we have used all the props. One more is default value toolbar expanded. So let's just put this as default value toolbar expanded. Okay, cool. So now we got this props working, right? So now we can see that obviously the stuff is failing because we did not pass in all the props into our email editor, right? Therefore it's failing this error. So let's actually do this. So for the reply box, we need to pass in all the props needed, right? As we have defined in here. So who is the subject? Who are we sending it to? Who's the CC? So you can see that we will need a function so that whenever we are on a thread, we need to know who we are trying to reply to, who is involved in the CCs, what's the subject of the thread. So let's actually create another tRPC endpoint to receive the thread ID information and return us with all these reply details, right? So let's come down to our account router again, and let's have a function called get reply details, and this is a private procedure, right, that takes in the account ID as well as the thread ID that I'm trying to look for the information of, right? And so this kind of get reply details, right, the first thing is we authorize the account access, and then we have to find the thread in which we're trying to get the details from, right? So we'll get where ID equals to input.thread ID, and what do we want to do? We want to include the list of emails inside of it. I want to order the emails by the sent at to be ascending order, and then I'm going to only select a few fields from it. I'm going to select the from, the to, CC, the sent at, the subject, right, also the BCC, and lastly I need the internet message ID. So this internet message ID is needed because when we hit the Aurinko API to say, hey, send a message, in reply to this email, I need to pass in the internet message ID in which I am replying to, so that Aurinko can properly handle the threads for us, right? Hopefully this makes sense. And now that we have this thread, we're gonna check. So if there's no thread, or the thread.emails.length equals to 0, that means we have not found a thread, so let's just throw an error, right? If not, we're gonna find the con's last external email to be thread.emails.reverse, right? .find. I'm gonna find the email.from.address does not equals to account.email address. So I'm basically finding the last email that does not belong to me, right? So it's like the person I'm replying to, okay? And then obviously if I have no last external email, I'll just throw an error. Cool. And now finally I'm just going to return a list of objects. So I'm going to return the subject to be the last external email, the subject. So this is the subject that I'm replying to. We need to return to who I'm replying to, right? So it's going to be last external email.from, right? Then I'm going to spread out the last external email.to. I'm going to filter the to by whether the to.address does not equal to my email address, because obviously I don't want to reply to a list of emails that include my own email. And I'm going to basically do the same for the CCs, right? I'm going to do last external email.ccs.filter out my email address. And who is it sending it from? So I'm sending it from my account, obviously, right? So therefore I need to say my name is my account.name, and the the address will be my account.email address. And the subject will obviously be the external email.subject. Actually we have that as well already. And lastly the ID will be the internet message ID from that last external email that I'm trying to reply to. So with this endpoint set up now, I can finally find out who I'm trying to reply to. So I'm going to get data to be the reply. I'm going to rename it to reply details. I'm going to get this from my API .account.get reply details .use query. And so I can get the current thread ID from use thread, right? And I can also get my account ID. So I'm going to pass these two things in, right? The account ID and the thread ID. So this thread ID might be now. So for now, I'm going to put an empty string in replacement of it. Okay. And so if you come back to the reply box here, so now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to have another component called component, right? And so for now here, this is the actual component that's going to return the email editor, because this reply detail might be null at first. And so if there's no reply details, I'm going to return null. And only after we have populated, that means after we have fetched down the reply details, then I'm going to render this component. I'm going to pass in the reply details here. So obviously this component is going to get the reply details that's not going to be null, of course. So to get the type of the return details, I can use my router outputs here. I can index into account, and I can index into my endpoint. So I want to get the return type of this endpoint, right? And now I can see the type check matches. Okay. And in here, I'll also just copy down the thread ID and account ID so I can access them. Okay. And now finally, I can start crafting my props that I need to pass in here, right? So I need my CC values, my set CC values, my subject, my to values, and everything else. So to do that, I'm going to construct some props. Subject and set subject, right? It's going to be use state. So this is going to be obviously the subject of the details, but the thing is I want to add the RE colon in front of it, so it should signify that I'm replying to an email. So I'm just going to check first. So reply details dot subject. So if this starts with re, that means it already has a reply. I don't want to add another reply in front of it. So if it already begins a reply, I'm just going to put the subject in line. If it does not start with a reply, I'm going to manually add a reply in front of the subject here, right? And then for the to values, right, it's going to be basically a list of label and values where I'm just returning this, right? And obviously the name might be the address, the label might be the label will be the address, and the value will be the address as well. I'm just mapping through the list of tools that I'm trying to send to, right? and then I'll do the same for CC values, right? And now I can finally pass this in here. So the subject will be the subject state here, right? Set subject, and I can have the two values to be the two values, and then set two values, and I can have the CC values and the set CC values, right? And then for the tool, I can just map over the tool, and I just reply with a list of addresses, okay? And finally, you know, when I want to kind of, I'm gonna have a use effect here that basically updates my state whenever the thread ID and the reply details change. So you can see in my app, right, you can see that we have this subject and the tool, but the thing is when I'm switching my thread, so I go to another thread, you can see that it automatically updates the state here, right? Even though it's the same component, right? You can see that the subject changes and the thread and the two values changes because I'm basically resetting the values whenever the thread ID changes. So let's actually do that. So I'm just gonna check if not thread ID or not reply details. I'm just gonna return now. I'm gonna just do an early return. Okay. If not, I'm going to set the subject. So it's gonna be the same logic. If reply details dot starts with RE, right? I'm just gonna add it here. Subject reply details. Oh my god. TypeScript is dead again. Right. So if it's, let's see, reply details. Where's this reply? Reply details dot subject dot starts with reply. Wait, where is my types? Reply details. Let's see what's the issue here. Oh, sorry. It should be if not thread ID or not reply details. So if it starts with this, right? Else, I'm just gonna set the subject here directly, and I'm gonna set my two values to basically what we initialize here. But now we're just basically resetting it every time the reply details and the thread ID changes. And so finally, the email editor requires one more thing. I mean, two more things. Is the handle send and is sending. So for now, we just have an empty function, right? Handle send, right? We're gonna put in the functionality later, but for now, it's gonna retrieve the HTML value from the input box, and I'm just gonna console to log out the value for now. Okay, and then is sending is gonna be always true for now. Sorry, always false for now, and we'll hook this up to the function that is gonna be sending the emails later. Okay, so now that our email editor is set up, right? If you go back here to our app, you can now see that I can see who is sending it to, and I can see the subject properly being populated, right? So if I go to Gmail, I can see that I'm replying to this subject with the two values being set to the Gmail account. Cool. Awesome stuff. So now we can also reuse this email editor later on in the compose button here. Okay? Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. So now what I want to work on is I want to show you how I can add the AI features here, right? Where I can type in like draft and email, right? So I click generate. I'm going to show you how to kind of add the email functionality into the auto complete box. Okay, so let's do that in the next section. Okay, so before we continue on building the AI features, you need to have an OpenAI API key. So come down to platform.openai.com, sign up if you don't have an account, and sign in if you already have an account. And so what you need to do is just come down to the project that you're working on, right? You can create a project if you don't have yet, and come down to the API key section and just create a new secret key. In this case, I'll just create a YouTube API key, right? And then I'm just going to press create secret key. So now you have this OpenAI key, just make sure you copy it, right? Now you can close the tab. I want you to come down to your .env folder and just put in OpenAI _ API key. It's crucial that you enter it exactly, OpenAI API key. If not, this will not work properly, right? Because the libraries they'll be using to interact with OpenAI API key assumes that you have this env variable set. Cool. Now that you have this, you can come down to close the env file. And so to continue, we want to build this AI button on this right side here, right? So to do that, let's actually put this, we'll create a new component, and let's call it AI-compose button.tsx, right? Let's do use client tsrefce, right? AI compose button, right? And so it's gonna expect two props, right? The first one is, right, whether is what I want to know whether it's composing. So whether are we in the composing mode or are we just replying people, right? And we need to use this information because when we are replying people, right, and this kind of bot will have access to the whole email thread as context, but when you're composing, there's no email thread in context, so you don't have to pass in any context into the chatbot. Then I also need to have a callback function on generate, right? This is going to take in a string, a token to be a string, right, and return void. So whenever we're going to start streaming back response from OpenAI, and every time we receive a new token, we're going to call this on generate callback function that we pass into this AI compose button. So then we're going to take this token, individual token, and then we're going to append it into the editor, right? Cool. So now we can finally start making this. So we need to have like this modal pop-up thing. So come down to ui.shadcn.com and search for dialog. And so we're just going to copy this, right? Copy this component. Let's copy the import statements, right? And let's copy the usage, right? Let's come down here. So let's also import this AI compose button, right? We'll put it right beside right under the div for cursor pointer, AI compose button, and we'll pass in the is composing to be the default toolbar expanded and on generate. Cool. And let's see. Oh, what's this error button? Cool. So now we got this component. If you come down to our app, we can see there's this dialog that says open, right? So we want to replace this with the chatbot button. So come down to your AI compose button. Let's just replace this with the button, right? Inside here we'll have a bot icon with a class name of size 5, right? And this button will have a class name of size size of icon and a variant of outline. Cool. And then we're just going to have a state that checks whether tracks whether the dialog is open. So when you click on this button, obviously I'm gonna set open to be true, right? So now this is how it looks like. And then for the dialog content, let's just replace it. AI smart compose. AI will help you compose your email. Underneath the description, let's give a spacing of 2. And let's give it a text area. Let's put in a text area. Let's keep track of the input, so what prompt we are trying to set, and we'll just control it by passing the prompt into the value. And then what we're going to have is going to have a placeholder that says enter a prompt. Below that, let's have a spacing of 2 again, and then we can have another button, right, that says generate. And obviously when you press on this button, right, I'm going to just close the modal and just clear out the prompt. And here is where we need to kind of generate, call the generate function. Okay, cool. So to actually call the generate function, let's create a server action, right, by creating action.ts file. So this server action will be marked with use server. So this server action is going to be run on the server. It's going to hit the OpenAI API and going to slowly stream in the tokens into our front end. So to actually write this server action, we need to install a few libraries. The first thing we need to install is @ai-sdk/OpenAI, and the next thing is we need the AI library from Vercel. So just quickly install this tool package, right? And then we need to import a few things from here. So we need to import stream text from AI. We need to import the OpenAI module from AI-sdk/OpenAI, and we need to import create streamable value from AI/React server components, right? So this will be create streamable value, and now we can export an async function called generate email, which takes in the context, which is a string, and a prompt, which is also a string. So this context will be a list, will be a concatenation of all the emails in the thread, right, that will be passed into the context of the chatbot. And for now, I'm going to have a stream object first, right? I'm going to call create streamable value. And then now I'm going to do an immediate invocation of an async function, right? I'm going to call the await stream text function from the kind of AI library. I'm going to get back a text stream here. Inside this stream text thing, I'm going to pass in the model, which is OpenAI. I'm going to pass in GPT-4 Turbo. Right, you can experiment around with the different models. And then the prompt, right? The prompt, this is what I'm going to do. The prompt, I'm going to just copy this, and you can play around with it. But let's do this. Okay, so the prompt is just you're an AI email assistant embedded in an email client app. Your purpose is to help the user compose emails, right? And then you can pass in the time. You can tell me to start the context block. The prompt is here, and some additional system information. Cool. So after we get this text stream object here, we can then for await const delta of text stream. So for each individual token, so each delta is like basically one token. For each token of the text stream, I'm going to do stream.update delta. So basically I'm looking at this text stream, and then I'm basically for each token that comes, right, I'm going to pipe it into this stream object. So I hope this makes sense. Let's look at there's an error here, it seems. Are you missing a semicolon? So I think there's something wrong with the syntax here. Token. Okay, yeah, I just need to add this step. I need to add this semicolon at the back here to make this work. Okay. So we're going to basically get the individual tokens from the text stream, and then we're going to update this stream value here. And finally, after this whole thing is done, right, under this kind of for loop, we're going to just call stream.done to tell it that the stream is completed. And finally, outside of this async, we can just return an output, which is the stream.value. So this will create a kind of a text stream that we can consume from the front end. Right, and then to do this, let me show you. So we can now come back to our AI compose button, right? And then when you call this, I'm gonna make a function called AI generate, right? Which is gonna be an async that takes in that just basically calls the server action. So let's just call AI generate, right? So what this is gonna do is we're gonna just for now, we'll just get the output equals to await generate email. So we can get this generate email from the action, the server action that we wrote just now. Right, I need to pass in the context, right? But for now, we have no context. But the prompt is something we can pass in here, the prompt. And then I'm going to do for await const token of read streamable value from AI React Server component from the output. So basically I'm going to consume the stream. So remember, this is the output stream, right? The streamable value. I'm going to pass this into the read streamable value function from RSC, and it returns an async iterator, right? Meaning that we can just get the token one by one out of the stream. And what do we want to do with the token? We can just call the props.onGenerate, passing in the token, right? And we'll do this only if there's a token, like this. Cool. So now let's actually try this out and see if we can see it happening. So I'm just going to console.log out the token for now, and we can see it happening in real time. Okay, so now if I press like write me a poem, hopefully I should see the token start streaming into my console. And yeah, I see it happening. So you can see blah blah. So let your hearts be light and free, embrace the beauty all around, blah blah. Cool. So now I'm going to take this token, and obviously I'm passing it into the props.onGenerate, right? So I need to go into to my email editor where I'm using this AI compose button and this onGenerate function where it's console logging out the token. I'm gonna basically enter it into my editor. So there is this function, right? So if I go down to my editor, let me show you. So there's this editor.commands. I can just insert the token into the text area, the content field. So now hopefully I should see, right, if I say write me a poem, you can see generate. You see my poem showing up in the editor. Cool. So basically what it's doing is taking the token one by one and inserting it whenever this onGenerate gets called in this token function, right? Hope this makes sense, right? This is super cool. Awesome. And then let me see, set open to false. Right, let's just put this at the end. Okay. So now we got something working, right? I say hi. It should be able to put in the token here, right? Nice. And I'm gonna pass in the open and the open state here, so that whenever I kind of reply, I should close the modal as it generates out. Okay, cool. This is starting to look very nice. And so the last thing here that we need for this AI button is we need to pass in the context of the email that we're looking at, right? So right now we don't know what this email is talking about, so it cannot adequately reply for us. So to do that, right? Okay, so let me show you the issue that we're having right now. So if you go into our Prisma Studio and we go down to one of the emails, let's actually restart our Prisma Studio here. Sudo ban Prisma Studio. Right? We can see the email, it has a body. Let me show you the body. What's the body? It's this huge HTML document, and there's no way we can pass this into OpenAI and expect the results to be good, because it's so obfuscated, right? There's like HTML text, there's like input text, there's like images, links. It's just so long. So to help us basically trim it down, we need another library that is able to help us take HTML code and convert it into a normal markdown, which means we extract the important text information out of the HTML document and just pass that trimmed down version into OpenAI for the email context. So to do that, we have this library called turndown, right, which is a HTML to markdown converter, right, which allows you, let's look at the demo so you can better understand. So it takes this whole HTML and strips away all the HTML text to leave only the important text that we can then put into OpenAI. So let's install this library, right? So let's come back here. We'll sudo ban install turndown, right? And we also need to install at types/turndown so we can get some TypeScript types, right? Then let's come down to our lib folder and let's create a new turndown.ts file, right? This is where we're gonna put in some configurations for the turndown. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy this in. Let me show you. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna import the turndown service from turndown. We're gonna export this turndown. So this turndown API is what we're gonna be using to kind of strip the HTML out into markdown, right? And so if you look at how turndown is being used, you basically require the turndown service. You initialize a new object from it, and then you can just call the turndown service on the HTML. And here you can pass in more options. You can add rules to kind of filter out text that you want to replace it with, right? So if you come down here, we can see that I just basically put in some styles that, like we add a rule, we remove all anchor text, we remove all style text, remove all script text, and we remove all image text. So this is just to make it so that when we parse the HTML, the output will be even cleaner. So now we got this turndown service, right? Let's go back into our AI compose button. So here is where we need to get the context, right? So you see right now we're passing in empty context here. So let's just initialize the context to be a string, right? So we'll pass in the context here. So how do we get the context? Remember, we can get the list, we can get the threads from use threads. So we're trying to get the list of emails from the current thread, right? So we also need the current thread ID. So we can get the thread to be threads.find, where the thread ID goes to the currently selected thread ID. Okay? And in here, we want to check, right, if props.is composing. So obviously if I'm writing the email, there isn't a necessarily any context I need to pass in here. Therefore, I can just directly skip it. But the thing is, if I'm not composing, that means I'm trying to reply to a thread. Here is where I need to compose my thread. So I'm going to do my context, right? What I'm going to do is for const email of thread.emails. Right, so I got this individual email. I'm going to get the content. Sorry, this should be called context. And the content will be let me show you. I'm going to just concatenate this stuff. So I'm going to pass in the subject to be email.subject, the who is it from, who is it to, right? I can just pass it. I can join email.to, doesn't exist, it's fine. We just have the email from, and then we can, do we have the email sent at? Let me see. Okay, we have the sent at. So we can also have the sent at new date dot locale string, and then here is where we can pass in the body, right? So the body, we can import the turn down service that we just found. So let's import that. Import turn down from @lib/turn down, and we can just pass in the body, right? If not, we'll pass in the email.body snippet, right? If not, we'll just pass in the empty string. So basically, this will strip off the HTML of the body and put it inline here, right? And then finally, we can then concatenate this context equals to plus equals to content. So we're just looping through all the emails and putting it into this context. And then finally, we can then put this context into here. And one more thing is I need to tell the OpenAI who I am. So I'm going to say I get my account back. So I can say, finally I can say context plus equals to my name is account.name and my email is account.address, like this. So they just basically appends the small information at the end of the context, so OpenAI knows that I'm emailing from Elliot. So hopefully now, if I go back here, and let me actually show you the content. So I'm gonna just console.log out the context before we actually send out the email. So let's go back to our code here. So for example, let's look at this. So this is a HTML email, right? So hopefully, if I come down here and I'm gonna make this smaller, I'm gonna say reply and press generate. You can see this is the context, and you can see that we successfully got the context being written out here, as well as I have my account information being put in here. So I can see this is the context. We got the subject, we got the body, and you can see the body now is parsed into the nice markdown format to be inputted into OpenAI. And then at the end, I can say my name is Elliot and my email is this. And that's how OpenAI gets context of the entire email thread and is able to give very accurate information when it comes to replying the email. Yeah, so I hope you understand the reason why we're doing this, right? Cool. So now we got this kind of AI chatbot going. So now let's actually finish this by writing the command J function, because it's extremely similar to the AI complete feature. Okay, so let's come back down to our email editor. So you remember here we're doing meta J, right? So let's actually check that when I press command J, I can see it being logged out. So if I press command J, you can see that meta J is being logged out. That means my shortcut is working. Cool. So we will actually also come back to our action.ts. This is our server action, right? It's going to be a very similar function. In fact, it's actually the same, but with a slight tweak. So I'm going to copy this in because it's the same function. I'm going to come down here, right? I just wrote a new function that also does create streamable value, and we're also going to hit the GPT 4.0, this GPT 4.0, and I'm going to say that you are a helpful AI embedded in here that is used to auto-complete sentence, blah blah blah, and then we're going to stream in the tokens in the update and pass back the output. So we're going to call this generate function whenever we press command J. So let's come back to our email editor, and then whenever we press command J, let me show you here, I'm gonna call AI generate. I'm gonna call AI generate, and then this function called AI generate will be an async function. And so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to get the output from await generate. So this generate is from our server action, and we'll pass in the value which is the current thing that I'm typing in the editor, right? Because you can see the editor, what's the editor? The value is what I'm typing in here, so I'm passing in the value into the context here, and then what I can do is for await const token of read streamable value. So it's the exact same thing we did just now. We are basically looping through each token that starts streaming back in, and we're just gonna insert it into the command. And so if we do this, now if I press dir, and I press Command J, you can see, hopefully, AI generate. Let's see, why is it not calling? AI generate. So let's just try console.log out. AI generate. Let's see if you can see the value here first. So I say dir. Oh, it's still meta j. Let me see why. Oh, maybe we need to refresh the page to update the editor. So let's try again. I say dir Google, press Command J, and okay, I see AI generate being console.logged out, but this doesn't seem to be coming back. Okay, so I think there's an issue with putting the editor command in this async function, right? So I know I'm getting back the tokens, it's just that I need to have an external const token, set token to be a string, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to just set the token to be token, and then outside of this function I can just have a use effect that reacts to each token change, and then I can just call this here, right? And I can bring this down here. I'm going to reinitialize this every time the editor changes. So let me walk you through what is happening. Okay, let's just see if it works first. If it doesn't work, there's no point, right? So let's try dir Google, and okay, cool. So now I can see that it's working. If we press Command J, things are auto-completing. So what's happening is every time I press Command J here, we're going to call AI generate. We're going to pass in the text content of the editor, and then once we're in this AI generate, we're calling the generate server action. Then we're looping through each token that is streaming back, and we're setting the token up here in the state. And then because this use effect has the token as the dependency array, it's going to detect that the token has been changed, and it's going to call the editor command insert content, in which it will then insert the token in here. Cool. So this makes sense. So now that this works, and we now got the Command J autocomplete working, as well as the chatbot working, right? So these are super cool features that will help basically you write your emails faster, give you like a base template when you're actually drafting your emails. Yeah. So cool. So now that we're actually completed with this reply box, we can then now go on to making the compose button and just putting this email in here. And once we have that, we can start sending out the emails. Okay. So now let's actually make the compose email button, which is this cool sliding sheet that comes from the bottom, right? So to do that, let's just come back here to our theme toggle. So we're going to put it right beside our theme toggle, right? So let's come back to our code. Let's come back to our page, mail page, right? And where we put this theme toggle, you know what? We can also put user button here. So this user button comes directly from Clerk. So they really give us a nice user button that we can add beside it, right? Let's actually also have a nice kind of center.gap2 going on here, so you can align them side by side. Cool. And so we're gonna put our kind of sliding sheet up here for the email compose. So come down to Shadcn UI, come down to search for sheet, right? So you can see that this sheet that slides in from the left and from the right here, right? And so what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna copy this. Sorry, this is not a sheet actually, it's a drawer. Yeah. So this drawer is what you can see. You can like slide up from the bottom and and you can drag it down like this with kind of the handle. So let's copy let's create a new component first. Let's just call this compose-button .tsx, use client tsrefce. Actually just refce is fine. Compose button. So we're going to import the drawer from Shadcn, and let's copy the definition. And now let's just paste it in here to start with. Let's import button. And let's come back here and let's just import the compose button. Oh, not this. Compose button. So let's save these two files. So if we come back down here, we should hopefully see this compose button, right, that we can like slide up and down. Cool. So let's come back to our compose button, right? So this button, let me see. Yeah. So this button, let's actually put a button that says compose here, right? And let's actually add a pencil icon beside it. So the pencil icon will obviously come from the from Lucid React. So pencil, and let's give it a class name of, let's see, size of 4, and margin right of 1. Cool. So now that we have this, what we're gonna do is, let's see. Come to the draw title, let's just rename it to compose email. And then the description, let's just remove the description, and we can remove the footer as well. So we don't need a footer. So under the drawer header, under the drawer kind of header, we can actually directly put the email editor. So remember the email editor that we have crafted, we can finally put it in here, and we need to pass in all these props in order for this to work, right? So the first thing we should pass in is, let's construct the const to values, right? It's going to be just an empty array of labels and values, and we'll have the same for CC values, right? And then let's have the subject and the body we can ignore, but the subject we can have that. So then let's pass in the 2 values in here, and then everything else on set CC values, on set 2 values. Yeah, I think it's fine. So we're just passing in all the props here. And then we also need a few more things. We need handle send. So let's just create a fake function here for handle send first. Handle send. Let's see. Yeah, there's an async function that just console.logs out the value that we'll get back here. And then we can pass in the handle send. And it's sending, let's just set it to false for now. We're gonna build out the sending feature in the next section. Okay, and then I think that's pretty much it, right? What else do we need? We need the tool. So the tool is just gonna be the 2 values dot map, right? 2.value. It's gonna be a string, and then we're gonna have a default toolbar expanded to be true, right? So that we can, by default, when we click on this, you can see that this thing is expanded, right? So cool. Now we got everything working. We got the tools and the CCs, and we can draft the email here, right? And the context still works. The smart compose still works. Awesome. So let's actually continue writing this out. You know, that's actually all that we need to have the compose button work. Okay, that was quick, because you see we basically have a reusable component here that we can use in both the replies and also in this compose. So with that, I think we can start moving on to the next chapter of sending emails. Awesome stuff. So now let's actually start sending out emails, right? So to begin, let's actually clear out everything. I'm going to go back to our Aurinko file, right? So this is where we export out all our server actions and everything related to Aurinko. So now let's actually come back down here and let's actually export a function to help us send emails. Okay, so yeah, sorry, we're not gonna come down to Aurinko, we're gonna come down to account.ts. So this is, remember, where all we can put our methods for operating on accounts. So because we're gonna be sending emails from accounts, I think it'll be suitable to put it here. Okay, so to do this, let's come down to the account and then let's actually export a new function. Let's create a new function to send email. So we'll just define an async function called send email. And so this email is going to take in a lot of things. It's going to take in a from, which is going to be an email address from our types, right? And then it's going to need a subject, which is a string. It's going to need a body, which is also a string. We need to see who we are replying to, right? We need to know the references, which is just going to be a string as well. We need the tool, which is a list of email addresses. We need to know if there are CCs, which is also a list of email addresses, and BCCs, and also a reply to, right? Who are we replying to? Cool. And so now that we have this, let's destructure everything here. And so this function is going to basically be in a try catch block. So we're going to try const response equals to await axios dot post, right? We're going to do https api.aurinko.io/v1/email/messages, right? And we're going to pass in everything we have here. So we're going to pass in the from, subject, body is in reply to. Sorry, this will be in reply to. The references, the thread ID. Oh, I think one more thing we need to do is the thread ID as well. So thread ID, which is a string, right? And it could be optional thread ID. We need to pass in the thread ID, right? the tools, the CCs, the BCCs, and the reply to, right, is gonna be an array. But the thing is, we just want one person in there, so we're gonna just put it in the array with a single item. Okay, and then obviously we'll just have the authorization bearer token. So this basically is the, remember, the authorization token for the individual account. Okay, and then let's actually also have some params that says return IDs to be true, because we want to get back the email IDs and the thread IDs after we send this request. And finally, we'll just console.log email sent, and we'll log out the response of data and return it. And obviously, we just have some error handling. If it's Axios error, we'll just log out the error.response.data. Cool. So now that we have this, we got this send email function. Let's go down to our account.ts router. So this is our router, and now let's create a tRPC endpoint to actually call that function, right? So let's come down here. Let me refer to this. So we need to send email. Let me see. Okay. So let's put this. What's the issue here? Yeah. So we need a send email route endpoint. So it's gonna be a private procedure, and as always, we're gonna have the account ID, and we're not gonna have this email stuff here, because we're just gonna receive everything here that we need. We need the body, which is a z.string. We need the subject, which is also a string. We need a from, which is the the from, which is the email address schema, right, that we imported from types. So remember, initially we have this types file. I did define a .schema for you, which you should have already copied in here. So it's gonna be literally just email and address, right? And then we need to know who are CCing. So it's an array of email schema. We need to know who are BCCing. We need to know who is it to, right? And the CC and BCCing can be optional, but we need to know who are sending it to, right? So this can be optional. And then after that, we can have a reply to, which is also a Z email address schema, right? We need to tell, when we send out the email, the other person should know who they're trying to reply, who they need to reply to. And then in reply to, which is a z.string, can be optional. And lastly, most importantly, we need a thread ID, which is a z.string, but it's also optional. Okay, so now we can just let's authenticate the user's account. Goes to await authorized account access, passing in the account and the user ID. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to construct a new account. So const account equals new account. So remember, this is the class that we constructed, passing in the access token. Import this, and on this we can call account send email, right? We can do await, and here we can then pass in all the emails. So we can put the body, the subject, the from, the in reply to. So I think in reply to this, it should be, let's see what's this issue. In reply to, I think here we can define in reply to as optional. Here, cool. And then let's see, we need, what else we need? We need references, and references, actually no, references we don't need. Yeah, so I think references alongside in reply to can be optional. Therefore, we have to pass this in. Okay, and so finally, we can just call this function. So remember that this is a mutation. So mutation is basically a function you can call to perform an action on the server, right? So now let's come down to our reply. Let's come down to our reply box. So remember, we kind of have a stub, like a fake function for handle send. Now let's actually send the email. So the first thing I need to do is actually get the endpoint, right? So send email equals to API, the account of send email, to use mutation. So now I can call this send email function here on the front end to actually send out the email, right? So the first thing I'm going to check if there's no reply details. I'm going to return. And then finally I can do send email dot mutate. I can pass in the account ID. I can pass in the thread ID, right? So the thread ID can be thread ID, or it can be undefined, right? And then I need the body to be the value, So this value is the HTML input in the editor. And then we got the subject, we got the from, which is the reply details.from. We got the to, which is reply details.to.map. For each to, we need to reply a specific schema because we need the address and we also need the name, right? And then we do the same for CCs. So this address might be the name might be null, therefore we put an empty string in replacement. And reply to will be kind of who I'm sending it from, so it's reply details.from, and in reply to it will just be reply details.id. So this ID is the internet message ID, right, that I need to send in. So let's come down here. So this is the internet message ID that I'm replying to. Yeah. And so if you come down here, let's double check. So send email in reply to. So now this will be piped into this function, this procedure in reply to, and then we're passing it in reply to in here. And then this send email in the account will then hit the Aurinko API to send out the emails like this. Cool. So I think basically that is all. And so if you come down to the reply box, after we successfully kind of send the email out, on success, we just want to toast.success saying that email sent, right? And if there's any error, we just want to console log out the error. Okay, and we need this toast, and in order for the pop-up toast to show up, so let me show you what toast we're talking about. We're talking about this Sonar toast on the here so that it can pop an alert. So to do that, we need to go back to our layout. We need to add a toaster here that we can import from Sonar so that we can display the toast properly. Oh my god, why is it that every time I come back to this layout it crashes my entire VS Code? That is so weird. That is so weird. Anyways, okay, I'll just wait for this to finish and just reload my window. Okay, so after adding the toaster in the layout, hopefully now if I try to send an email by replying, let's just reply to Elliot using Kbar. I'm gonna say, dear Elliot, this is a test message. Okay, and by the way, here this sending is sending. We can also replace it to send email.isPending. So this just shows that whether the email process is happening. So let's try this out. I'm gonna press send, and hopefully we should see a success message. Okay, cool, email sent. That means that the email has went through Aurinko's API, and Aurinko has helped us send an email on the Gmail's behalf. And so if I come back to my production here, and you can see if I come back to my normal email client, right? So this is the email I sent in reply to, right? I can now see that I've received an email from my other email account here, right? With the email that I just sent through this test message, right? So now cool, we are able to send out email messages. So now let's just hook this up to the composing here, so we can also do this as well. So come back to your compose button, right? Let's actually hook that up as well. So we just need to import the const send email to be API dot account dot send email dot use mutation, and this handle send, we already know what we need to do. So obviously if we don't have an account, let's come down here. We need to get the account from use thread. If not account, we're gonna return. If not, we're gonna do send email dot mutate, and then we're gonna pass in the account ID to be account.id, right? We need the thread ID. So the thread ID is going to be undefined because we're not replying in response to a thread, we're just starting a new thread. So the thread IDs can be undefined. The body will be the value that we pass in from this variable here. And then from, we've already done this before, the name will be from me, account.name. So I'm the account holder, right? Or me, right? And the address hopefully will be account.email address, right? Or me@example.com. So we pretty much know that it's gonna always be here, so it's fine. The to is going to be to values dot map to. We need to give back in name to dot value and address to be to dot value. Cool. And then we need to do the same for CCs, and then we also need to do reply to. So I need to reply to the sender, which is me, right? And finally we need to pass in the subject, and we are basically not replying to any email, right? Because we're starting a new email thread. So in reply to can be undefined. And finally, we can do on success and on error. Right, and let's just import toast. Cool. And then now we can replace the button here, is sending, to be send email dot is pending. Cool. So now let's try this out. So we come down to compose, and I'm going to compose an email to elliot@usingqubit.com. Let's try test email, composing. I'm gonna send a bold message, dear Elliot. And I'm gonna send an italicized hello from YouTube. So I'm gonna send this out, and hopefully I should see a toast email sent. And if we come back to my normal email client, I can see that my test email composing has been received on the other email, but it got put to spam, unfortunately. But the point is that we can now send emails, receive emails, and kind of reply to emails. Cool. And so now we can now get the emails, but the thing is now I want to sync my emails, right? Like you can see that I replied to this email thread, but I'm not seeing my the email that I replied to. So now we're gonna do that in the next section, which is now setting up the syncing. So remember in our Xcali draw that we drew just at the beginning of the video in the explanation. So if we come back here and let's look at the Xcali draw, remember this part here, right? So now we have received a new email in our external inbox, but the thing is it doesn't exist in our database. So what we need to now do is we need to set up a webhook within Gmail and Aurinko such that we can sync our emails to here. And so what I'm going to show you is, let me show you this. So remember we have this delta token that we kept all along. So you come down to account, right? You see we have this next delta token. I can actually use this next delta token to call my get updated emails endpoint. Remember this first endpoint that we were talking about here, /email/sync/updated. If I pass in my delta token, I should be able to get back the most updated emails from my account. So let's try that. So I'm going to go down to my cursor. I'm going to come down to my playground. I'm going to delete this. I'm going to import let me show you what do I mean by this. Okay, I'm going to just do account equals new account here, and I'm going to pass in the token. So I'm going to copy in my access token here. So this is just for demonstration, just to show you how it looks like, right? So I'm going to pass in my token here, and this account I can then call get updated emails, right? And I can pass in my delta token to be my next delta token here. And let's see the results of this. Oh wait. So let's see the results of this if I run this. So by right, what I should see is my new emails being in this response. So I'm gonna do bun run source/playground.ts, and hopefully I should see the updated emails. So let's wait, and boom. Do you see? Dear Elliot, hello from YouTube. So this is the emails that I need to get. Right, you can see that these are okay. There's a big HTML payload. But the point is that now you can see that when I pass in the next delta token, and so this is the new token that I need to store in order to update my bookmark. So remember this part here. After receiving the new delta token, I should update my bookmark so that when I pass in the bookmark again, I will receive the updated emails. So I should be storing this in my, after saving the list of new emails in my database. I need to then store this new delta token, right? So now let's actually do this synchronization. I'm going to write a function in here, in this account, right? I'm going to write a function called async sync emails, right? So this is going to hit the updated emails. I'm going to store it in my database and then update my next delta token. So I'm going to come down here. Give me a second. I'm going to look at my reference. So get updated emails, sync emails. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to find the account that I'm looking at. So await db.account.findUnique, where the access token equals to this token, right? And if I have no account, that means it's invalid. Let's throw a new error. right? And if I don't have account.nextDeltaToken, that means something went wrong as well. That means I have no bookmark, so I can't sync it without a bookmark, right? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a response equals await this.get updated emails, which is the function that we called just now in the playground, right? We get updated emails and we pass in this delta token. So we're going to pass the delta token to be the account.nextDeltaToken. And so we're going to get the list of all the emails that we collect, right? Because this delta token, right, this response, let me show you. The response might have a next page token. So it's basically the same process as the initial sync. I need to keep checking the updated email if they have a next page token. So I have to keep going to the next page until I get to the end of the pagination. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to let the most updated delta token, the stored delta token, to be response.nextDeltaToken if there are any. Right? Let's see. Does it make sense? Sorry, account.nextDeltaToken. And then I'm going to look at the response. So if response.nextDeltaToken, I'm going to set it to be the stored delta token. And I'm going to do a while loop, right? While response.nextPageToken. So it's the same process. I'm going to set the response to be await this.get updated email, passing in the page token of the previous response. And I'm going to take the emails I'm going to concatenate it with the record. So I have like batches, like let's say I have 5 pages. I'm going to go through each page. I'm going to concatenate the records into one final emails array. And if I see any next delta token, I'm just going to make sure that I store it again. And so finally, what I'm going to do is I'm going to I'm going to try to sync my emails to the database. So I have this function member, super useful. I'm going to pass in all emails as well as my account.id, right? And if there's any error, I'm just going to console.error. And then finally, I can do await db.account.update. What should I update? I should update my next delta token, right? Because I need to update my bookmark. And then I can just return this list if I want. Cool. So now we got this nice utility function where we can just call on an account to make sure that we synchronize all our current emails. So I'm going to try this, right? So if I come down my playground, instead of manually calling this, I can just call account.sync emails, right? And hopefully it should write to my database and I should be able to see my reply showing up here because we have successfully synced our emails. So let's see what's the issue here. Okay, it's fine. So let's try this. I'm going to run this. Sudo bun run. So we can see that attempting to sync 4 emails to the database, and I can see I'm upstreaming the emails. And so if I go back here, and boom, now the emails are in sync and I get to see my updated message, right? You can see my reply, right? I can see the thread. So everything is working basically perfectly. So I can just update my emails. So the thing is, isn't this very troublesome? Every time I want to sync my emails, I have to call this function and to like get my to get my emails here. And so what I can do is I can just call this sync email function every time I fetch my emails. So I'm just gonna make sure, okay, to copy this. So if I come down to my account.ts routers, so every time I am fetching my get threads here, I'm just gonna make sure I synchronize my emails so it always stay up to date. So this is a polling infrastructure. So I'm just gonna have account equals to account.access token, and I'm just gonna do account.sync emails, and then I can say if there's any errors, I'm gonna console.error. So what's this gonna do is every time I fetch, so every time I'm on this page I fetch this, it's gonna attempt to kind of sync my emails. You can see that attempting to sync emails to database 0, that means I don't have any new emails. So what this does is every time I fetch this page, it's going to run my sync emails asynchronously in the background while it returns me the information. And so anytime I have new emails, hopefully I can poll for new emails and then it will update my kind of database accordingly. Yeah, so it's a super kind of convenient function that we can run now to basically make sure that we can always keep our emails updated. Cool. That's awesome stuff. So let's just fix this hydration error. I think I know why this is because button eval I think it's because of our what's it called, our compose button, right? So let's go down our mail page, page mail. I'm gonna just make this cons compose button. I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna render it. I'm gonna disable server-side rendering, right? So hopefully, okay, cool. Now my hydration error is gone. Yeah, cool. So now everything should be in sync. I can send emails, and hopefully my emails will be up to date. Okay, we're doing absolutely amazing. And now finally we can get to the most interesting part, which is the full text search as well as the AI retrieval augmented generation model. Alright, so now let's move on to the full text search plus the AI functionality. And to do the full text search, we'll be using Orama, which is a kind of fast dependency free full text vector search engine, right? And so we can just self-host this and just use the library out of the box, right? So it's like really simple to use. You just like import their create, their insert, their remove, and their search functionality, and you basically create a database with a schema, and you just insert documents in here. Okay? And so I'll walk you through, like, we're gonna experiment with it and play around with it before we are comfortable with actually using it in the code. So the first thing is, let's go back to our VS Code. So obviously we need to install a few things. We need to install, so we need these two packages, install Orama and Orama/plugin data persistence. So the plugin, the data persistence is for us to save the basic index into our database. And so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna come down to schema, the Prisma, and I've already added an Orama index column into our account, and this is gonna be a JSON field. So after installing this, you're gonna basically try to run sudo ban prisma db push to add the new column into our database. So each account will have a list of index, the Orama index, to store basically all the document. And so let's actually play around with this by importing a few things from as Orama/Orama, and we need the create, we need to insert, we need to search, right? And we need the type of any Orama. We just need this type for the use later. And so I'm just gonna showcase a few examples, right? So the first thing we're gonna do is, let's just do const db equals to await create, right? And we're passing the schema, and the schema will have a subject, right, which is a string. So, and then we'll have a body, which is also a string. We'll save the raw body, right? We have a from, who's it from, who's it to, which is an array of strings, what time it was sent at, okay? And then we'll have embeddings, but we'll save that later. So the embeddings is for the embedded, the retrieval augmented generation. It's going to be a vector of dimension 1536, but let's ignore this for now. I'll explain this later on. And we need a thread ID as well. Okay? And so what we're going to do is, we're going to just let's just rename this to Orama. Okay? We need to get, let's just try to get the list of emails, right? Equals to await db from prisma.email.find many, right? And I'm just going to select a few things. We just need the subject, we need the body, we need the who is it from, and this stuff. Okay? And for now, I'm just going to look through for const email of email. I'm just going to console.log of the email dot subject. Okay, and I'm going to run sudo ban run sources/playground.ts, and I should see a list of kind of email subjects being logged out in my console. So what I'm going to do now is, for each email, I'm going to insert them into this Orama database. Okay, and to do that, I'm going to do await insert, right, Orama, and then for the document, it's going to be, let me see, what should I do here? Yeah, I'm going to put in the email, but the email is not going to be, so we have to give you some type. So let's see what's the shape like. So let's go to the Orama documentation. Okay, let's look at some examples. So what they're doing is that they created a database with a schema, and they're inserting the DB, and this is the actual stuff here. So we can actually just put, the first thing is we need the subject, which is the email.subject. We need the body, which is email.body. Let's see if this makes sense. Yep. Const email. Let's see what's the issue here. Okay, yeah, it's just a type error, I guess. The from, who's it from? So email.from, dot address, who's it to, email dot to dot join. Sorry, we can just map it from to. Let's just get the address out, and then we'll join it into with a comma. And what time it was sent at, it'll be email.sent at, and we'll convert it to locale string. And then obviously the thread ID will be email.thread ID. Right, email.thread ID. Cool. So let's just ignore the type error for now. LTS ignore. As long as you know that it fits, it's fine. Let's look at this. Why is this not working? So body doesn't exist. Email.body, we have this, right? Email.subject, and then the body, oh, because it's a comma, colon, email.body. Okay, yeah. So we'll insert each of this document, each of this email into the Orama database, right? And for now, you can see that nothing's going to happen, right? If I run this again, let's see, create error, a schema validation, because because we're trying to insert an array of strings, right? So we don't need to join it, right? We can just directly send this in. So let's try again. And cool. So we logged out each email subject and we've inserted in. So now let's try to query it. Okay. So to query it, right, what you do is you can just do const result. So let's search by Orama. Okay. And we'll search by the term of, let's say, class pass. Or wait, let's see what we have like fashion. Okay. So if I search fashion, I should be able to see this email, right, from Tommy Hilfiger, because this is related to fashion. It has some fashion in it. So I'm going to then console.logout search result dot. Yeah, I'm going to console search results. So what's happening is I created a database. I'm fetching all the emails. For each email, I'm inserting it into the Orama, the text engine, and then I'm going to search it by the term of fashion. So hopefully I should be able to see a record. You see, I get one hit and I get the document. So let's actually console the log of the document. So let's get the document, the hits, right? Let's do this. So you see, I get back my document here. It's a little long, but I can see I get back my ID. The score is how similar of it is to the term, and I get the document, right? So what I should do is for const hit of search.hits, I can console log hit of document dot subject. Okay, so I'm gonna get back the subject of everything that's related, and now I can see must have fashion pics. And if I search for, like, let's say Elliot, I should be able to see these are the emails that I'm sending to myself and from myself, right? And let's say if I search for Google, if I just search Google, let's see if this works. And now I can see everything is from Google. So cool, we now officially have a very cool full text engine that we can use in order to insert in the emails and search for it in real time. So I'm going to convert all of this functionality into our own Orama class. So come down to lib and come down to let's create orama.ts. So this is going to house our Orama manager, Orama client. So we'll just export a client, and this is going to have like a few stuff. We're going to have a private Orama database. So this is going to be our type any Orama, right? So let's just import the type here, and we'll just ignore the ts ignore for now, because I know like this is going to get initialized anyways. And we'll have a private account ID, so we need to know which account we are actually operating on, right? So let's do constructor. We'll take in an account ID and we'll set the account ID to this. We're gonna bind it to this class, to the object, and then we're gonna run async initialize, right? The first thing we're gonna do is gonna find the account, right? Await db.account.find unique, where it's equal to the account ID, right? And if there's no account, I'm gonna throw an error, right? And I'm gonna check, right? What I'm gonna do here is, okay, let me show this. If account dot Orama index. So if I already saved this Orama index to my column here, if I already have like a saved version, I'm gonna reuse a saved version. So therefore I'm gonna set this to Orama equals to await restore. So I get this restore function. from at Orama /plugin/data persistence, right? I'm going to restore it in the JSON mode from account.orama index, right? And this can just be as any. But the thing is, if I don't have an Orama index column, or if there's no value in there, I'm going to create a new database. So I'm going to call create, insert, and search. I'm going to create a new database, and the schema is going to be what we define here, right? Make sense? Okay, and then after we create it, we're going to immediately save the index. We're going to call save index. And this save index is another function that we can write here, async save index. So we're going to save the Orama database to our database. So to do save index, we'll just have the index to be await persist. So this persist also comes from data persistence. Persist, we'll just call persist, we'll pass in this to Orama, and we'll just put it in the JSON mode, right? And then what we can do is just await db.update. We'll update the account ID and we'll save the index into our Orama index. Okay, cool. So after we have written the function to save to our database and initialize it, right? Let's write more utility functions like a search function. Search. So it's gonna take in a term, which is gonna be a string. And so this term we're just gonna return await search. So search is from Orama here. Okay, and we're searching. Let's see. We're searching by this to Orama, and the search term is going to be whatever is passed in here. Cool. And lastly, we should have a async insert function here. And so this is gonna take in a email. Actually no, you'll just take in a document of any, and we'll just await insert into this to Orama, pass in the document, and then we'll just await this.save index. So immediately after we insert it, we're gonna save the index into our database. And so let's actually use this Orama client in action in the playground. So I can just delete a lot of this stuff here, right? We're gonna have a const Orama equals to new Orama client from our class, right? And we'll pass in the account ID. So let's just take an example here. Account ID to be 68589, right? Here. And I'm gonna just await Orama.initialize, right? So this will create the index if it doesn't exist. If it already exists, it's gonna restore it from our database. So the first time is always gonna create a new one. And then for each email, I'm going to do await Orama client.insert, and I can just insert this email here. And then here I can just call Orama.search with a term, and I can log it out. So hopefully if I run this, I should still be able to see the same results. Orama client is not in function. Let's see why it's not a function. Let's see. Orama.insert. Let's see. Wait, insert. Oh, that's my bad. So you see, Orama client.insert is not a function, of course, because we need to be calling the insert on the Orama instance itself, not the class. So we're calling on the instance, not the actual client itself. So let's clear it again. Let's try again. So I should get the same result, right? I get on my Gmail, but this time, look at this. If I go into my database and I refresh, I should now see a new, where's my kind of JSON index. So I'm gonna restart the Prisma Studio, and hopefully we can see Orama index is like this big JSON blob that it can't display. But the point is that you look at this internal document ID store. So it's this huge JSON blob containing all our information, and we can just load it in and search it up every time we need to use. And so now we can actually just, we don't have to insert this anymore, because we can just remove this, right? So we don't have to insert it anymore. We can directly initialize it. And if I try to search again, let me show you. Because we have it from because we already have it saved in our database, if I run this again, I should be able to see my alerts immediately. I don't have to insert it anymore. So I can search like Elliot, right? And this should give me the results, right? So because I'm reading it directly from our database this time, without needing to populate it every time I need to run this. Cool. So now we have our own kind of internal search engine happening, right? And so what we'll do is, one more thing is, go to our sync to DB, right? So every time we're syncing an email to a database, every time we add a new email into our database, we also want to put it into our Orama index, right? So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do const Orama equals to new Orama client, passing in the account ID, and then I'm gonna await Orama.initialize, and for each email I'm going to await Orama.insert, right? And what we're gonna insert this here. So let's just do this. Let's uncomment this out. So we'll insert the subject, the body, the from, the addresses, the sent at, and then we're gonna insert into our database. So this way, every time a new email comes in, or we sync our emails, right, we're gonna also write it into our Orama database, such that now we can perform the full text search here. Cool. So now that we have that, let's actually create the UI for the search bar. Alright, so now let's actually work on the search bar. Okay, so let's go back to our component where we are doing our search functionality. So I'll just clear out everything first. Come back to our mail page. Sorry, our mail.tsx. So this search bar, let's actually create a new component here. Search-bar.tsx. Use client. We'll have RAFCE. Right, we'll name it to search bar. Let's use this component instead. Search bar. Cool. So in this search bar, what we're gonna have is, so everything's still normal. We're gonna just return a div here. Right? Let's see how will we work? How will we do this? Okay. Search bar. Yeah. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna have a div here. The class name will be relative. We'll have an input, right? And also have a search icon from Lucid React. This search icon will have absolute, left of 2, top of 2.5, size of 4, text muted foreground. For the input, we're gonna have a placeholder of search. ... Let's give it a class name of padding left of 8, right? And then let's also have a search value. Okay, but the thing is, this search value, we'll put in a use atom so that we can, because what we're gonna do here is, let me show you. Boom. So this search value here is, as we are typing here, you can see that this is a different component. So we also need to have access to this component, right? Here. So we need this value here so that we can access it in here. So let's have an atom here with a string. And so we'll have search value here to be use atom. And then in the input, here, right here, we can have a value to be search value. And on change, we'll just set it to e.target.value. Okay? And then, let's see. I'm gonna destructure use threads, right? Remember we have a is fetching hook over here, right? So this is fetching is basically whether the get thread is fetching. So let's just display a UI here. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna have another div here. Class name of absolute, right of 2, top of 2.5, flex items dash center, gap of 2, and in here, if it's fetching, we're going to display a loader 2, right, with a class name of size of 4, animate of spin, text gray of 400, and then in here we have a button here. So the button will have a rounded SM. Hover, I want to have a BG gray of, let's say, 400. Okay, and then here we'll have a X icon from Lucid React with a class name of size of 4, text gray of 400, right? And then for this button, when I click on it on click, I'm going to clear out the search value. So now if you come back here, now I got this. Oh, where's my local 3000? Here. Okay, so let's go to /mail. And so now you can see I have this thing that's showing up here, and I got the cross button, right? And then for this button, one more thing I need to do here is round the SN. Let's remove this padding. Okay, so now it looks nicer. And for the whole search bar, I'm gonna give it a padding of 4. So now it aligns better. Actually, I need to put this padding of 4, margin of 4 here. Cool. So now I got this margin of 4, I can search. This is updated, and I can cross it out here to like clear it out. Okay, cool stuff. So now as I'm typing here, I want to make sure that I can see, right? I can see my search results being shown up here. So I'm going to have another state here, which is the use searching state, because I need to know whether I'm still searching or not. So I'm going to have is searching atom to be a boolean atom, and then here I can just have I'm going to use the atom here. And so one smart thing here I'm going to do is on blur, on this input here, whenever I click on this input, right, on focus, I'm going to set the is searching to be true. Okay, and on blur, I'm going to have a function here. I'm going to call a function that says handle blur, right? And I'm going to say handle blur. But the thing is, for this handle blur, I'm not necessarily always going to set searching to be false, right? If search value does not equal to an empty string, that means I am currently searching something, and I basically click out of it. So imagine I'm like searching something, I click out of it. I don't necessarily want to disable my searching mode, because maybe I just want to refer to another email, right? So when I focus out of it, if there are any value inside of it, I'm not going to set it to false. Okay, hopefully this makes sense to you. It'll make more sense once we actually code out the display. Okay, so now that we have this value here, let's go into the thread display, because this is what is being shown here, right? No message selected. So now come down to our thread display, right? The thread display, and we're gonna just import the is searching value from use atom is searching atom, right? I think we need to export this. Yeah, let's export out the both atoms here, so that we can go into display atom, and then we can import it. Okay, and then we can also have a search value here. Actually, we don't need a search value. We just need to know whether it's searching or not. So we're gonna come down here, and you see this thread thing here. So if we are searching, we're gonna show a UI that says searching. Okay, but if we're not searching, then it makes sense for us to display the thread information here. So I'll pull this thing up. Hope this makes sense. Here. Make sense? So now we can see, if I focus in here, we can now see that it says searching, right? And I focus out of it, I'm no longer searching. But if I press here, and I have some stuff in my search value, and I press out of it, you can see I'm still always searching. Make sense? Only if I clear away. So if I clear away, I should also probably set searching to be false. So if I click on here, I should probably set searching to be false. So if I click on this and I press cross, now I reset everything. Cool. So now that we have this, we can now we can display the information that we need to be searching for. Okay. So come down here. Let's actually have a search-display.tsx. So this search display is for this stuff over here. Okay, the list of search results. So for the search display, I'm gonna have RFC search display. Okay, and I'm going to have my search value to be use atom search value atom, right? And I'm going to display this instead of this component here. I'm going to display the search display component, right? And over here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just display the search value here. So now if I come back here, you can see that as I'm typing here on the right side search display, I can show what I'm typing here. Okay. And so I'm gonna delete this. I'm gonna return a div here that says padding of 4, max height, right? Max height, I only want it to be a calculation of 100 VH minus 50 pixels. Then overflow Y of scroll, right? Inside here, I have another div here with a class name of flex items, the center gap of 2, margin bottom of 4, and I have a H2 here that have a class name of text gray 600, text-sm. When it's dark mode, I want text gray of 400. Inside this H2, I can say your search for search value came back with ... Okay, so let's just replace this with quotation marks. So now I can see here, I can see this UI being shown out here. Cool. And now I should actually do the actual searching, right? So let's actually create an endpoint here under my account router. Let's go all the way down here, right? Let's create a search emails endpoint, right? This can be a private procedure, right? Dot input, I need the account ID that you're trying to search for. You're trying to search in, and I also need the query that you're trying to search for. Okay, and so this is going to be a mutation, right? So this mutation is gonna do, we're gonna first authorize the account access, and then we're gonna have an Orama be a new Orama client here. New Orama client, passing in the accounts.id. And finally, we can then do orama.search, passing in the term to be the input.query, and then we can return the result. Hope this makes sense. So we're just basically initializing the Orama client. So what this does is it goes in there, it calls, oh, I should call await Orama.initialize as well. So when I call initialize, it's going to find the account related to the account ID. Then I'm going to restore the Orama index if I have it in my database. If not, it's going to create a new schema, right? So once I restore it in here, I'm going to call Orama.search, which, as we saw just now, just searches through all the emails with the query, and then I'll return the results, right? So now if I come back here, I'm going to have the search endpoint to be api.account.search emails.use mutation, right? And then every time my search value changes, I'm going to console.log searching for search value. So let's just try this first, right? So every time my changes here, you can see that I'm searching for something, but you see it doesn't make sense for us to search on every input because it's very kind of consuming on the back end to be spamming our endpoint. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to debounce it, which means that I'm only going to trigger the function every few seconds, only after you stop typing for a few seconds. So imagine I'm typing like Elliot's like very fast. After I stop typing for like say 500 milliseconds, and then I'll call the search function. So to do this, I'm going to have another function, another thing called debounce search value, and we're going to call use debounce value, which we can import from usehooks.ts, and we can pass in the search value, and this second argument here, right, you can see that it returns the debounce version alongside a function. So I'm going to only update this only if I stop typing for 500 milliseconds. And so now if I try to do debounce value search instead, right, you can now see as I type, you see Elliot, you see nothing happens, but only after I stop typing for 500 milliseconds, it will display the time Elliot. If I stop typing for 500 milliseconds, it show Elliot, right? But if I keep typing like spamming, you see it doesn't show up. Only if I stop typing, and then it will show up. So now I can ensure that I will hit the API in an appropriate amount of time. So let's do that. So I'm going to do if not debounce search value, that means an empty value, I'm going to return, okay? And I'm going to do search.mutate, that means I'm going to do search, I'm going to get account ID. So we've already done this before. The account ID, we can take it from use threads, right? Passing in the account ID as well as the query, right? And then we'll just get the account ID out in the kind of dependency array as well. So if I do have account ID, I'm going to return as well, do an early return. And lastly, let's put in the search into a dependency array. So now if I am searching, right, it's going to give me back the result, right? And I'm able to access the results of the search through the search data. So I'm going to come down here, okay, and I can do search.data. So this data is the result after I mutate it, right? So if search.data.hits hits.length equals to 0, right, I'm gonna show an indication that says hey, no result found, like this, right? But if I do have results, what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna say for search.data.hits, for all the hits, I'm going to map over it, right? For each hit, I'm going to return a list item with the key being the hit.id, right? And then I can have a, basically, let me show you what I shall do here. The class name, the list will have a class name of border, rounded medium, padding of 4. When I hover over it, I want to have a background grid of 100, cursor pointer, transition dash all, right? And when it's dark mode and I hover over it, I want to have a background of 900. Okay? And inside this list item, I can finally have a h3 that has a class name of text-based, font medium, right? And in here can have a hit.document.title, right? And then have a paragraph with a class name of text.sm, text gray 500, and here I can display the hit.document.subject, and here I can show hit.document dot from, like this. I'll copy this down. I can say who is it to, so I can say .to.join with a comma, and finally under the p tag here I can have a class name of text.sm, magenta of 2, and this is where I want to display the raw body, right? So if you go down to, let me see, sync to DB, remember we are also putting a raw body to be email.body, right? Yeah, wait, let me see. Okay, there's one issue here that we need to resolve, which is that whenever we insert this email.body, right, we need to okay, so let's actually change one thing here that we're gonna be adding to the Orama database. Okay, so the first thing here is, let me just go back down to my Prisma Studio. Okay, let's see here, what's the issue? Oh yeah, let's just delete this first. Let's go down here. So I'm gonna come down to my account, and I'm just gonna clear out the Orama index first. So I'll just set this to be null and save this. Okay, so let's come back down here. So I'm gonna reset my Orama index, because one thing I need to change is, okay, you see this schema, right? I'm going to have the body. I cannot be inserting the HTML body here. It doesn't make sense, because the HTML body is like with the HTML is super messy, right? I'm gonna use the turn down service that we have just now. I'm going to have the body to be turn down, passing in the email.body or email.body snippet, right? Which can also import from here, like this. So this will convert the body into the markdown format after we clean up all the text, basically. And then, so down here, the body, we can just pass in this clean body, and then for the raw body, we can put in the body snippet instead, right? So I hope this makes sense to you. So the body is the clean up version of the HTML body, whereas the raw body that we're inserting is the body snippet. Okay, and let's go back into the Orama client here to just update our schema a little as well. So raw body and body string, okay, that's fine actually with everything here. So now let's actually run playground.ts to insert it inside here, and hopefully, okay, looks good. And now let's start up our development server again. Okay, so let's go back to our search display, right? We're gonna be displaying the body, the raw body. Okay, so let me show you here. search display. Okay, for this P, we're gonna do dangerously set inner HTML. The HTML is going to be the DOM purify, which we have used before, .sanitize, hit .document .raw body. So this raw body is the body snippet, right? And then use profiles, right? HTML to be true. Okay, so hopefully now we should be able to search for stuff. Let's see. Oh, something is stuck in a recursive loop, and I think I know why. Oh, it's because we have this search here. So let's remove the search. I think this is what's causing the recursive loop. So dev. Okay, let's refresh. So I think the reason why is because every time we change it, the function was changing, this search function was changing, and therefore it kept spamming the endpoint. So let's try again. Hopefully this time it will work. Cool. So let's search Google, and boom, we got it back. Right. So I search Elliot. You can see things are happening, right? If I search YouTube, like you see hello from YouTube, right? So if I search YouTube, right, it works. Hello from YouTube. Cool. So now we all got the search results coming back in, right? So that's all perfect. It's working fine. Dot subject. Let's see. Yeah. So let's actually see why there is no subject here. Hit.document.subject. Oh, it is here, but we have one more. Oh, because here the list item here, right? So what I'm gonna do here is just remove this list description. Wait, list none. Yep. So I remove the dots on top here. Cool. And I'm gonna add some spacing into this. I'm gonna wrap this in a unordered list here, UL, and then I'm gonna have a class name of flex-call gap of 2, so we space it out nicer. And cool, now we have a full text engine working. You see, it's working perfectly. And I'm gonna remove this as well, cause if there isn't, I'm gonna just clear it away. Elliot, if I clear it out like this, boom. So now it's working perfectly. If I search for a result like test, right, normal human, awesome. So looks to be working perfectly, looks to be working well. And one more thing I'm gonna update here is, remember the sync to DB here? I'm gonna do the same thing for the body here, right? So I'm gonna come down to playground, and because I did the body here, I'm gonna come down to this. So I'm gonna import turn down, and then I'm gonna replace this body with this, and the raw body will be the body snippet. Okay, I think with that we have completed our full text search engine, and now we're gonna move on to basically creating our Ask AI button, which is the most exciting part of this. Awesome. So we're now going into the final part of the application, which is the retrieval augmented generation, right? So you know how you can so you can ask any question to the AI, right, and it's able to answer with the relevant information. And so how it works is, here's how it works. So on high level overview, so imagine you have let's say you have this bunch of emails, right, and then you ask a question to the AI like, when is my next flight? Okay, so obviously ChatGPT doesn't have information about when your next flight is because it doesn't have access to your inbox. But in this case, we do have access to our inbox. But the thing is, we don't want to feed in our entire inbox and stuff all the bodies into GPT, right? Because we're going to run out of context tokens, and that's just not an efficient way of doing it. So the high level overview is, when you ask this, when is my next flight, right, we're going to pull in the relevant information into the prompt, the context window of GPT. So we're going to pull in, let's say this email is a booking confirmation, and then this email is online check-in information, right? We're going to put in these two emails into our GPT context window. So this is ChatGPT, right? So it will have this booking confirmation email and this online check-in email, and then partner along with this question, then ChatGPT will then finally be able to give us a relevant answer to whatever's in our email. So this is a high level overview. So now how do we actually pull in the relevant information? So this is where the idea of embeddings slash vectors have to come in. So a vector is literally just a line, an arrow in a 2D space. So imagine this is a Cartesian coordinate plane. We can have an arrow that's pointing, let's say the coordinates is 1, 1. So 1 unit to the x direction and 1 unit to the y direction. And we can have another arrow pointing somewhere like, let's say this is like 0.5 and let's say 1.9. So it's 0.5 units in the x direction and 1.9 units in the y direction. So if you have two of these vectors in 2D space, we'll be able to calculate how similar they are by looking at the angle between them, right? So the closer the angle, the more similar the vector is. So imagine if we are able to make this concept, but in terms of semantics, meaning like text. So that's what embedding means, right? Embedding, like when you say I'm going to embed a text, what you mean is you're going to take a paragraph or you take a text, a sentence or something, and you convert it into a vector, which is just converting text into an array of numbers, right? Like blah 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 blah. You can like have up to however many dimensions there are. So in this case, this 2D vector will only is a dimension of 2 because there's only 2 dimensions and 2 numbers, right? But embedding, when it comes to text, it could be up to, in this case, 1536 dimensions if you're using OpenAI's OpenAI ADA embedding dimension, right? It goes up to 1536 text embedding space. So what this means is when you input a text, the output vector is going to be an arrow in the 1536 dimension space, which humans cannot understand, but to computers it makes sense to them. And what this embedding contains, it contains the meaning of the text. So imagine I have a text that says cat, and I convert this into a vector. So imagine this vector is what represents the word cat. And then I can have another embedding called, let's say, animal, right? So this animal, imagine the embedding vector will represent like this. So you can see it's very close together because semantically the meaning is very close together. A cat is an animal. So you expect the meaning to be very close together when you embed it into a high dimensional space. But then if you have another word, like let's say computer, right? A computer would not be semantically similar to it. So maybe a computer's embedding vector is like this. And so imagine you have like different embedding of all different sizes, right? Here, right? And so then when I ask, let me say like, for example, this word is like mouse, which is also animal, right? And I have another thing like dog, which is also similar to animal, but everything like something that's directly opposite is, let's say, something like pillow or something like AI, right? So it has different kind of embedding. So maybe computer and AI is more similar, but pillow is completely separate in terms of meaning from everything else, right? And so when I search for animal vector, I'm able to get back similar vectors around it by looking at the cosine similarity, meaning looking at the angle in between the different vectors. And so then I'm able to retrieve the similar vectors to my query, and then I'm able to get these vectors and put it into my GPT context. And so this is exactly what we're doing. Imagine each vector here is an email thread, right? So you have email thread talking about different things. Maybe one email thread is talking about a booking system, is talking about booking confirmation. A thread is talking about online check-in, right? So let's just take this example. So let's say we have this email, and once we embed it, it means a booking confirmation, right? And we have another email that is for online check-in, right? So what we're gonna do is, whenever we ask a question, hey, when is my next flight? We're gonna put this when is my next flight into a function called get embeddings, right? So this get embedding will take in text and it will spit out a vector, which is an array of numbers, right? And so we're gonna put when is my next flight into this function, and we'll get back a numbers array, which is an embedding. And with this embedding, we'll put it in the 3D, in the vector space. So let's say the embedding vector is like this, right? We're going to then look at all the emails with the most similar vectors in terms of degrees, like the cosine similarity. And this is how we can then pull out the relevant information. It's all through this this kind of retrieval embedding kind of method, right? So we're just going to basically put this into our code, And so every time an email comes in, alongside our Orama storage, so if you see Orama vector, right, vector search. So you see, being a vector database, Orama allows you to perform vector search natively. So what you have to do is, instead of searching for a term, you need to provide a vector object to search, right? So you can see easily exactly what it is. So you give it a title, and you give it an embedding, which is a high dimension representation of the text. And so you just have to insert everything in here, and then what you get back is an index of vectors. And so whenever you want to query for a new question, you just embed it, and then now you can search through Orama for all the relevant text. So I hope this makes sense to you, and now let's actually begin coding this out. So the first step is let us actually go to lib. Let's actually create a file called embedding.ts, right? So this embedding.ts is going to expose a function, right? It's going to export a async function called getEmbeddings, right? Which takes in a text, right? I'm going to try catch. I'm just going to hit the OpenAI API. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to install sudo ban install OpenAI -h, right? So this will give me access to the OpenAI API. I'm going to import OpenAI API and the configuration object from OpenAI-h, right? And then I'm going to have a config to be a new configuration, passing the API key to be my OpenAI API key, which I have in my env file, right? Then I can actually initialize the OpenAI variable with the API. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the response to be await OpenAI.embeddings, sorry, create embedding, right? I'm going to pass in the model to be text embedding ADA 002, right? And the input is going to be the text.replace. I'm going to replace all the new line characters with an empty space, okay? And finally, we get back a number, the result to be await response.json, and then we can just return result.data index0.embedding as a list of numbers. And if there's any errors, I'm just going to call console.log error calling OpenAI embeddings API with the error. I'm going to just throw error. Cool. So with this, we now successfully get back this function, and I can actually try it out. So if I run console.log await get embeddings with hello world, right? And I can run this function, run source/lib/embedding. Hopefully I get back an array of numbers, and that's what I get. So this is basically the 1536 array. I can try this out by doing I can just do this, and let me just console.log out the length of this array, and I should be able to see 1536. So this is a vector of 1536 dimensions, and this is what we're going to be used to search up the Orama index space. Okay, so before this, right, let's go back to our sudo ban Prisma Studio. We're going to just reset our vector space again. So I'm going to go back to account. I'm going to remove Orama index. So I'm going to just remove this, set it to null, and save it. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to playground, and I'm going to define one more thing in my schema, which is the embeddings, right? Sorry, not embeddings here. I should be defining it here, embeddings. So I'm going to store the embeddings here, and where is my, okay, on my client here, and embeddings to be a vector of 1536, and that's why just now we have a vector of 1536 dimensions here. And then I'm going to put an embeddings, and how do I get these embeddings? I can do this by doing get embeddings, passing in the filter out body, right? And then I can just put it here. Cool. And so now if I run this again, if I run sudo ban run source/playground.ts, I should be able to insert everything in here with no problem. So it's basically going through this one by one. Wait, actually no, I need to stop this. One sec. I need to stop this. Okay. I'm going to say console.log embeddings.length here. Let's run this again to populate it. So now I should be able to see my emails starting to populate in one by one, right? So it's just going to take some time because for each email, we need to populate it by getting the embedding and like storing it into our insert and then saving it. Let's see. And one more thing here, actually, we need to save it, right? So after we have embedded everything here, we can just do await orama.save index to save this properly. And one thing here I can do is I can just make this await promise.all to make it run in parallel, so that we can speed this up. Okay, so let's just wait for Mr. Claude to do his thing. Cool. Alright, so let's finish this and let's run it again. So it's gonna hit everything and hopefully it's gonna be done. So if I search for my Elliot, I should be able to see my results after it has saved it to the database. Cool, and you can see after we have entered it, inserted it, we can see now all the results coming back in. Okay, so I'm gonna do the same for our sync to DB function, right? So I'm gonna get const embedding equals to await get embeddings with the body, and I'm gonna embed this in here. Okay, so we insert the embeddings in here as well. Cool. And so now let us go into our Orama. Let's create another function called async vector search that takes in a search term, right? So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna embed the search term, and then we're gonna search it within Orama. So here's what I'm gonna do const embeddings equals to get embeddings by the search. So this is like me searching for when is my next flight. So hopefully the the emails that is related to flights will be pulled out, right? And say const results equals to await search this to Orama, right? I'm gonna search by the hybrid mode, right? So hybrid mode means I'm searching for both the text and also the vector. I can say the term is the prompt, sorry, the term is the term, okay? And then the vector, the value will be the embeddings, and then the property we are searching on is embedding. So this name has to match this embeddings schema. And then the similarity, let's do 0.8. And then the limit, let's just limit to 10 results at a time, right? And then we can finally just return the results. Cool. So hopefully if I come down here and instead of inserting all this here, let me comment this out. I should be able to search, I should be able to do a vector search by, let's say, Google, and I should still be able to get back interesting data, hopefully. Yeah, so now I should be able to get back information about Google, right? And obviously, like, because I got some sensitive information, I don't want to show what my real inbox looks like. That's why we are gonna deal with some junk data, right? But hopefully, if you have a real inbox with real data, when you search for when is my next flight, you should be able to pull down all the emails within your Orama database that is related to flight information. Yeah. So now that we have this search index, we can actually build this UI out, right? So let's do that. So let's come down to our localhost, and let's finally come down to the ask AI part. Okay, ask AI part. So let's come down to our code. Let's come down to mail ask AI. So let's just replace this with a real component called ask-ai.tsx. Use client RASCE ask AI. So let's import ask AI in here, save this. Okay, and then in here what we're gonna do is okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to return, the first thing I'm going to return here is a div here. Actually no, ask AI will receive a prop of whether it's collapsed, right? Because this is in the sidebar, right? So if it's collapsed here, I want to just hide this. So we have a class name of padding of 4, margin bottom of 14. Okay, so wait, if it's collapsed first in the first place, let's just return now. Okay, and let's ask AI. So now we have created a spacing here, so it's floating up here instead. And then we want to have this, let's see here. So we want to have this premium plan banner for our Stripe integrations, but we'll work on that later. But let's first work on this AI thing here. Okay, so I am going to have a, so okay, one more thing you want to notice here is if I say hello, you can see there's a smooth animation that basically floats up whenever kind of we enter the email, right? So to make that animation work, what we need to do is to have framer motion. So we have that. So let's import motion from framer motion. Cool. Right? And then we'll have a motion.div in here with the class name of flex1, flex1, flex dash call, right? Items dash end, padding bottom of 4, rounded of large, background gray of 100, shadow inner. When it's dark, I'm gonna have background gray of 900. Cool. And then in here, I'm going to have another div here with a class name of max height of 50 view height, overflow y of scroll, with a full flex call, gap 2, ID of message container. Okay, so this is the message container. I'm gonna have an animate presence, which is from framer motion, and I'm gonna have a mode of wait. Okay, and then I'm going to have a list of messages, right? But for now, I'm gonna have a messages. Messages is going to be an empty array, right? So I'm just gonna loop through messages. Messages.map for each message, right? It's gonna be any for now, but it's fine. I'm going to return a motion.div. The key is message.id. Let's see implicitly. Let's just do any for now. .map. Will this work? Let's just restart this. Messages.map for each message. I'm gonna return a motion.div with the key of message ID. Okay. So we'll get the messages later when we're interacting with the chatbot. But for now, I'm going to have a layout of position, and then in here, let's see, we have a class name. So we're gonna have a CN, right? So we're gonna have a Z index of 10, margin top of 2, max width of 250 pixels. Break dash words, rounded dash 2XL, BG gray of 200. When it's dark mode, I have BG gray of 800, right? And then I'm gonna have a conditional. I'm gonna align it to the end and have a text gray of 900. Right, this will be if the message.row equals to user. So you can see here, oh, let's refresh this. Oh, that's weird. So you can see, if it's a user message, I want to push it to the end, and if it's an assistant message, I'm gonna push it to the start, and it's gonna be blue color. So that's what I'm doing here. So if it's AI message, I'm gonna do self start, right? I'm gonna have BG blue of 500, so the blue background, text of white, and this is if the message.row equals to assistant. Cool. And then I have a layout ID to be message .id. Okay. No, actually I can have container dash message.id like this, and then I can have a transition object. So this transition object will be the type of ease out and a duration of 0.2. Cool. So this is just for the animation, right? And then inside this motion div, right, this is where we can actually put our message.content with a class name of padding x of 3, padding y of 2, text of 15 pixels, and leading of 15 pixels. Cool. And so let's see if this works. Yeah, should be fine. So if we come back here, we got now this background, but the thing is we don't have any messages. So actually let's link up the message. But before that, let's have the form input here, right? So underneath here, let me check. So motion div, that should be fine. So outside of this animate presence, but inside the motion div, let's have a new div here with a class name of withful. So this is where we're gonna put our text input to submit, right? So inside this withful, we'll have a form. Okay, the form will have a class of withful and flex. Okay, and then in here, we're gonna have a normal input with a type of text. Okay, and then we'll have a very long class name of padding y of 1 relative, height of 9, placeholder, I want to have a text of 13 pixels, flex grow, okay, rounded full border gray of 200, background of white, padding x of 3, right? We want to have text 15 pixels, and then outline of none. Okay, and then we'll have, yep, I think that's okay. Let's see how it looks like. Cool, that looks fine. And then let's see, yeah, then let's have the button beside it. So beside this input, we're going to have, we're going to have a placeholder that says ask AI, and then under the input we have another motion.div, and then the key will be messages.length. Okay, and then yeah, interesting, layout equals to position, and then we have a layout ID to be so the layout ID has to match exactly what we put here. Messages.length, and actually change here. This should be messages.length -1. Yeah, this makes sense. Messages.length. Okay, so once we have this layout ID, let's have a transition to be the same here, and then initial. So this is just for animation, guys. You don't have to follow this if you just want to skip the animation. Z index of -1, and the same thing for the animate property. Okay, and exit we have opacity of 1 and Z index of 1. Cool. And finally, inside this motion div, here we can have a class name of padding x of 3, padding y of 2, text of 15 pixels, leading of 15 pixels, text gray of 900, dark texture of 100, and here's where we put our input, right? And we'll have the input variable here later on. But then finally, outside this motion div, let's comment this out first. This button with a type of submit, class name of margin left of 2, flex size of 9, items dash center, justify the center, rounded full, BG gray of 200, one is dark, BG gray of 800, and in here we have a send button from Lucid React with a class name of size of 4, text gray of 500, one is dark, text gray of 300. So let's see how it looks like. Cool, it looks starting to look good, right? We just need to have the email content on, the messages content up there. So how do we actually get the messages, right? The messages come from this library, from the AI library that we installed just now, right? From AI/React, and we have a hook called useChat, right? And so we can actually destructure from useChat. So useChat will basically allow us to interact with our API and handles everything with the streaming, handles everything with the input, etc. I'll show you what it means. But for this useChat, I'm going to pass in an API to be /API/chat. So later on, we need to make this API endpoint in order for this library to interact with the OpenAI API, right? And then we have a body. We want to pass in the account ID, which we can destructure, right? Const account ID equals to useChat. Because we need to pass in to our endpoint so that we know which Orama database index to be looking for, right? Because if you're on this account, we don't want to be searching through emails on other accounts. And then on error, right? Error, let's just console.log error for now. Cool. And then finally, initial messages gonna be empty array. And here we can then get our input, our handle input change, our handle submit, and the messages array. So this is where we're getting our messages. We can now finally fill up the information. So this is where the input lives, and here for the form on submit we can do handle submit, and for this input we can have the value, and on change we have the handle input change, and all of this is being controlled by this use chats. Okay, so cool. So one more thing I want to add here is like this by default messages. We got this nice UI here. I'm gonna just add this real quick. So come down here, sorry, to ask AI. So come down here inside this above this with full. So if messages.length is greater than 0, I want to have a div with a class name of height 4, just a spacer div, right? And then come down into the width full, and if I have messages of length of 0, that means it's empty, I'm going to display that UI. Okay, I'm going to display a div with class name of flex width full. Okay, and then sorry, not class name of width full, so this is margin bottom of 4. Okay, and then inside here with another div, let's see what's the issue here. Oh, we have a missing div here. Cool. So then this inner div with a class name of flex items dash center gap of 4. Okay, and then in here we have a sparkles icon from Lucid React with a class name of size of 6, text gray of 600. Okay, inside here we have a div. What's it not auto completing? That's weird. Okay, anyways, we'll have a thing with a p tag, text gray of 900, dark, text gray of 100. It says ask AI anything about your emails. Okay, and with a p tag here, it's actually the same thing, but here no, actually no, it's different. Text gray of 500, text dash xs, text when it's dark I want to have a text gray of 400. I say get answers about your emails to your questions about your emails. Cool. And underneath this div with a height of 2 as a spacer, and then finally we have a div with flex items dash center, right, gap of 2, flex of rep, and then in here is where we'll put in our badges. So the first one is span, and let's just do class name of padding x of 2, padding y of 1, bg gray of 800, text gray of 200, rounded medium, text xs, and here I'll say what can I ask, and then so now I should be able to see this. Okay, and there's obviously a bug here, so let's take a look at issue y. Okay, so we have this div. So one mistake is, you see this div, this from height 2 should be outside here. Okay, now it looks right. Okay, cool. And then when I click on this span, what do I want to do? When I click on this span, I'm going to do handle input change. Right, I'm going to pass in target value to be what can I ask, like this. So when I click on this, you can see that it populates it like this nicely. Cool. Okay, obviously there's like some bugs with the styling, but let's fix it now. Okay, so one more thing here is on this outer div here, padding, outer padding of 4, we need to add padding of 4 here so it looks more right. Cool. Right, so let's see why this is expanding unnecessarily. input. So let's come down to motion div here. Right, so this motion div that's housing this animate, we need to give it a class name of pointer events none, absolute z-10, flex height of 9, width of 250 pixels, items dash center, right, overflow hidden, break dash words, rounded full, background gray of 200, right, we have word dash break, colon break dash word, and when it's dark mode, BG gray of 800. So hopefully this looks more right. Cool. So you can now see you see this cute animation. Boop. Okay, but something is falling. Obviously we don't have the endpoint to actually handle it, that's why it's breaking. But now at least we got something working. So I'm gonna copy this down, this span a few more times, right? And I can say, when is my next flight? And the last one is like, when is my next meeting? Cool. So now we got this nice batch UI. That's the same here. Okay. And for the placeholder, let's change it here. Cool. So now we got something more similar to our production app. Okay. So now when I enter it, when I enter information, what it's going to do here, you can see that it's going to try to hit an endpoint. It's going to try to hit my /API/chat endpoint as we define here, right? So let's actually create the endpoint. /API/chat route.ts. So let's go down to route.ts under the chat endpoint, okay, here. And so this will correspond to /API/chat, okay. And so it is, we need to import a few things, really. So import configuration from OpenAI -h, import a few things from the AI module. We need the message, we need the OpenAI stream, OpenAI streaming text response. So don't worry about it being deprecated, it still works, it's just that I prefer this style, okay. Okay, and then let's actually export a async function called post, taking in a request. Okay, we're gonna do a try catch block, okay, in here. So the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get out the user ID, await auth from Clerk. Obviously if I have no user ID, I'm gonna just say it's unauthorized. If not, I'm gonna get back the kind of messages and account ID from request JSON. So these messages is something that the use chat hook will always give to us, right? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the Orama to be new Orama client. So I'm going to search for the relevant emails, right? I'm going to pass in the account ID, okay? And then I'm going to await Orama.initialize. Cool. And I'm going to get the last message. So the last message is the message that I'm going to send into this endpoint, right? So for now, I'm just going to console the log last message. I'm going to return a new response like this. So hopefully, I should be able to see this last message being sent over. So now if I enter like hi test message and I press submit, I should be able to see post Orama index. You see post. Ignore this. But the point is I get to see my post request being sent through here. Okay, and there's one more thing wrong with the kind of indexing, so let's fix that. Orama index doesn't exist. Let's look at the issue together. So it's saying that unknown argument Orama index. So let's go down to Orama to save index. It's saying that Orama index doesn't exist. I wonder why that is the case. Orama index. Okay, I think I know why. Maybe we just need to restart our server. Okay. So whenever you add a new column to Prisma, sometimes you need to restart the NextJS server to make this work. Okay. So I'm gonna refresh the page, and hopefully I should say hi test. I should be able to see my last message, right? I get to see my row and I get to see the content. Cool. So now we verify that we are getting the last message here. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to get the context to be await orama.search vector search, and the term is going to be a last message dot content. Okay, and then I'm going to just console.log context.hits.length hits found. So this will show us how many relevant emails we found. Okay, and then finally I'm gonna have a prompt which I'm gonna copy in here, which you can copy from the repository, but it's just long. But it's just the point is that it's a AI email assistant embedded in here. Your purpose is to help the user. Please keep in mind to be respectful, blah blah. And I'm basically just putting in the list of hits into the document, into the context prompt here. Okay, so after with this prompt, I can then do const response equals to await OpenAI dot chat. Sorry, create OpenAI dot where is OpenAI? So I need to do const OpenAI equals to new configuration, right? OpenAI dot chat, create chat completions. Passing the model, I'm gonna do GPT 3.5 Turbo. Okay, let's see. Create open chat completions model 3.5 turbo. Cool. Messages. So the messages is going to be the prompt that I passed in, and the list of messages, right, where the message.row equals to user. So this message is of type message, right? So basically what I'm saying is I'm going to pass in the whole context. I'm going to pass in all my emails where I am the one who sent it. So I don't want to pass in the assistant's email back into itself, right? I'm going to say stream equals to true. So I'm going to stream back the response, right? And finally, I'm going to say const stream equals to OpenAI stream with the response here, okay? And then I'm going to say on start. Actually, no, it's fine. Yeah. So the power is that whenever we start a function, whenever we start a stream, I get to say stream started, and on kind of completion, I get to console.log it here as well, like this. So this is just to kind of have a pass in a callback function here. Cool. And with this, we can return a new streaming text response with a stream, right? And so hopefully, if this endpoint works, I should be able to get back the response from OpenAI. So I say hello. Let's see. Hey, look, it works. So it starts the streaming back, and let me show you. We should be able to see the console happening here. So let me exit this out. So I'm gonna say, tell me about Google emails. So you see 7 hits found. So say 7 hits found, then stream started, and the stream completed. Right? Tell me about Google emails. So it basically found all my emails related to Google, and it put in the context and responded. So I can say, tell me about Elliot's emails. So I should be able to see that 9 hits found. That means it found 9 emails related to Elliot, and then you can see that based on provide context, Elliot has received security alerts, blah blah. Yeah. So now we can see that AI has context about our entire email inbox, and so I've already tried this on my other emails where I have kind of flight information and meeting information. It works flawlessly. It's able to kind of extract out my flight information and respond to me accurately. So I found this to be super helpful, and so I want to push you to kind of try on your own email inbox to see if you also find it effective on your email inbox. But cool. So now we basically have built out the entire system. We got our search functionality, right? We got the search functionality working. We got our kind of AI rag model working, right? So I think we're doing really, really well. And so I think we're done. And the last part now is to kind of link up the Stripe account. So we can start processing payments, etc. And so I'm going to teach you everything there is to know about Stripe. I'll see you in the next part. cool, we're officially basically done with the app. Like, I'm super happy of what we have accomplished so far. And now let's actually teach you how to add Stripe into this, so you can start charging users and make money out of this software as a service application. Okay, so here's the kind of high level architecture of what we want to do with our services. So by default, we want users to only be able to have, so we have a free tier. So you have a free tier, you can only connect one account, and you can only send 15 messages to the AI, to 15 messages AI per day, right? And so, but the thing is, if you are subscribed to the pro tier, right, you get to connect to up to 3 accounts, and then you can get up to, you have unlimited AI messages per day, right? So this is kind of the structure we're going for, right? So we're gonna basically add kind of guardrails to help protect this, right? And so the first thing here is, let's actually install the Stripe API. So sudo ban install Stripe. Okay, so we're gonna initialize Stripe here, and we have this super simple way of doing it. So let's come down to our lib folder, okay, stripe.ts, and I'm gonna import Stripe from Stripe. Okay, I'm gonna export a const Stripe object equals to new Stripe. Okay, pass in process.env .stripe secrets key as string, right? And we have the API version to be whatever version you see in here. So I think it's gonna change for you guys, but I'm doing 2024 June 20th. Okay, and how do we actually get this Stripe secret key? So I want you to come down to your stripe.com here, and you're gonna try to register for an account or sign in if you already have an account. So go to dash. Okay, so once you have logged into your Stripe dashboard, what you're gonna do is come down here to your and create a new account, right? You can name it anything you want. I'm gonna name it normal human-youtube. Choose your country of operation, right? And then you're gonna basically wait for it to load. And now you're in test mode, so let's go into developers, and we should be able to see our API keys. And so this is our secret key, so let's save this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come down here, I'm gonna put Stripe secret key. So never expose this to public. I'll delete this afterwards. Okay, and then come down to Stripe publishable key. It should be this, like this. Okay, so once you have this, you should now have your Stripe secret key. Okay, so leave the dashboard open because we're gonna come back here for the webhooks. Okay, so now that you have this Stripe secret, what we're gonna do here is we're gonna then start creating some Stripe actions to actually trigger the checkout portal. Okay, so the first thing here is, okay, let's come down to the dashboard, to the Stripe dashboard. Come down to your product catalog. Okay, you're gonna add your product, and here we're gonna call it normal human pro, right? Or what you're gonna name it. So here's like the description, unlimited access to AI messages. Okay, and you can just charge it whatever you want. I'm gonna charge, let's say, $15. I'm gonna bill it monthly, right? I'm gonna press add product. So now that we have this, we can now go in here and let's go into the price. Let's go into here. So we're trying to get a price ID. So this price ID is super important for us. So make sure to note it down here. Okay, come down to create a new file called stripe-actions.ts and put use server. So we're gonna export a bunch of server actions from this Stripe actions. Okay, the first thing here is I'm gonna export async function create checkout session. Okay, and so I'm gonna get the user ID from auth, from NextJS, from Clerk I mean, and if I don't have user ID, I know you're unauthorized, right? I'm gonna throw a new error saying that you're unauthorized, and I'm gonna create a session which is await Stripe, which is we initialize from our file just now. Stripe.checkout.sessions.create. We want the payment method, payments method types to be array with just card, right? And then line items, we want to have the price, right? The price, which is wherever you have the price ID there, and then the quantity is 1, so 1 of this item. The mode is subscription, and then the success URL is, let's define, I think we have the next public URL, right? Next public URL, do we have that? Okay, we do have it, yes. So it'll be process.env.nextPublicURL, right? And just come back to mail. So after they successfully paid, we want to redirect them back to the mail page, right? And the cancel URL, let's just go back to mail as well. Cool. And we need a client reference ID. So later on, how this works is, okay, let me just show you how this works. Oh, boop. Okay, like this. Excalidraw. Okay. So here's how the Stripe API works. So we have, this is our app, this is our application, our NextJS server. We have the Stripe server here. Okay. So what we're gonna do here is, whenever they click create checkout session, we're basically hitting Stripe's endpoint, and Stripe will return us with a URL, checkout URL. So this checkout URL here, we're gonna then redirect our users to the checkout URL. So here, this is the create checkout session function that we're calling here. So create checkout session will return us with a checkout URL, and then we're gonna redirect our user. This is, imagine this is John. John will be redirected to Stripe's page, which is the checkout URL. Okay, and then after John has finished, right, he will be redirected here. So you see, based on this success URL, he'll be redirected to our /mail URL. But the thing is, Stripe is going to start sending us webhooks, right? And remember the concept of webhooks, right? So Stripe, okay, let me just copy down here. Stripe is gonna start sending us webhooks, and where we can define it, we can define our webhook to be like /API/Stripe/webhook. Cool, like this. And so it will send us back the webhook, and it will send us different events. So we'll be mainly listening to invoice.payment.succeeded, which means that John has successfully paid, and we'll listen for subscription.updated. So this is whenever he updates his subscription. So we're going to listen for these two events, and then we're going to basically write a record into our database noting down that John has successfully paid us, and we're going to therefore upgrade his account. Okay, so this is the high level overview, right? So John creates his checkout sessions, right? And then he would deal with the processing in Stripe, and then Stripe is going to then send us events saying that John has completed his transaction. Okay, so what we're going to do here, so at the end of this, we're going to basically redirect the user to session.url as string. So this redirect, we can get it from next/navigation. Cool. And so we can call this create checkout session. So let's actually do the UI for this. So let us come back to localhost. Let's have the Stripe banner up here, okay? So let's have the Stripe button. Stripe button here. Let's go back to our code. Let's create a new component in mail called Stripe button.tsx. Use client RAFCE. So the Stripe button will literally just be a button component, okay? And then let's see. It has a variant of outline, and then a size of large. On click, let's create checkout session. So const create checkout session equals to await create checkout session. Right, handle click. So we can import this from our Stripe actions, right? So we get back, we just basically get back, it will just automatically redirect us there, okay? And so if we now come up to our Ask AI here, right? Let's actually create that banner, right? You see that premium banner? Let's create that premium banner. So let's create a new component called premium-banner.tsx. RFCE premium banner. Let's import it just right above here, and let's have a height of 4 here to space it out. Let's save this. So I should be able to now see a premium banner here, and this premium banner is going to have just a few things, right? So let's just return this. So we're gonna render different things whether they're subscribed or not. So we're gonna have a isSubscribe variable, right? By default it's gonna be false, right? But this is later we're gonna pull from the database to check whether they're subscribed. But for now, let's just hardcode it to be false. So yeah, so if not subscribed, I'm gonna return a different UI. So I'm gonna return a div that has a class name of background of 900, relative padding of 4, rounded large, border overflow dash hidden, flex dash call, medium flex dash row, right? Gap of 4. Okay. And in here, I'm going to have an image, right? So this is gonna be the image of the bot. Oh my god. Here, this bot. And I'm just gonna download this bot. I'm gonna just inspect this. Okay, and I'm just gonna, can I just open a new tab? Cool. And I'm just going to save the image in my downloads, and then I'm going to just copy this into my public directory. Let's rename it to be bots.webp, and here we have the source equals to /bots.webp. okay, and then this image will have a class name of medium, will be absolute. When it's medium screen, we have a negative bottom of 6. In here, when it's medium, we have a negative right of 10, height of 180 pixels, and then width of auto. So we should be able to see this bot happening here, but we don't have any text to fill up the height. So let's put some text here. So we have a div here, and we have a h1 that says, inside this div we'll have a dot flex items dash center gap of 2. Well, in here we'll have a h1 with a class name of text white, text XL, fonts bold that says upgrade, that says basic plan, right? And with a paragraph that says text gray of 400 text dash sm, right? When it's medium, I have a max width of, I need to calc 100%. Wait, so actually no, that is just full, max width full, yeah. And then what we're gonna do here is we're gonna put the remaining credits, right? So imagine we have a remaining credits of 5, right? And let's say let's actually create another file in source called constants.ts. So this constants.ts will export a few things. So export const free credits per day equals to 15, so 15 messages a day, and then export const free accounts per user equals to 1, and finally export const pro accounts per user equals to 3. So this is what we described, right? If you're a free user, you only get to connect 1 account and you only get 15 messages, right? So we're gonna have this variables we're gonna use throughout. So let's come down here. We're gonna display the we're gonna show that you have remaining credits out of the free credits per day. Cool. Messages remaining. So let's save this and let's see how it looks like. Okay, cool. Something is starting to happen, right? Like this. Okay. So now let's actually add more styling. Let's see. And then in here, under this paragraph, let's have a spacing of 4 and have a paragraph tag of class name of text gray 400, text as sm, medium onto max width of, I need to do a calculation of 100% minus 150 pixels. Inside I can say upgrade to pro to ask as many questions as you want. Cool. And let's see, why am I in this? Sorry, yeah, this should be outside of this div. Okay, now it makes more sense. And then let's see here. Yeah, after this paragraph tag we have a height of 4, and this is where we put our stripe button. Okay, and this is our stripe button basically. Cool. So let's go into our stripe button and let's actually customize this. Okay, stripe button, let's give it a text of so if it's subscribe, we have a variable const is subscribe. By default it's false, but if it's subscribe, we're going to allow them to manage their subscription. If not, we're going to ask them to upgrade. So now if I press this button, I should be redirected to the Stripe checkout page, and I do, and I get to see my normal human pro to be $15, and I can obviously pay. Okay, and so after I finish paying, Stripe is going to send me some webhooks telling me that I have successfully paid. So I need to be able to handle that. I need to handle those webhooks, right? So before that, let's actually go into our schema, because we need to keep track of who paid and keep track of their payments, right? Of their subscription. So let's actually have a model called Stripe subscription, right? We have the ID. Okay, it is linked to a user, right? Let's have a creator ad. It's linked to a user, and we will have a customer ID. So this is a Stripe customer ID. We have a subscription ID. We have a price ID, and we have a current period end, right? So this tells us when the subscription ends, so that we can check based on this to see if they're still subscribed or not. And we have just an updated ad here. So you can see a user right now should be just linked to 1. So let's just do Stripe subscription. So that is singular, and to do that, right, we need to go in here and we need to make this unique like this and save it. So now they are one-to-one relation. So each user will only have at most one subscription, one Stripe subscription in the table. So let's do Prisma db push to actually push this new column, this new table up. Cool. So now let's also restart our database to make sure that our changes takes effect. Okay, cool. So now what I want you to do is let's see, come down to our Stripe and let us go to developers. Let's go to webhooks. Okay, and now let's actually test in a local environment. Okay, so the first thing is you gotta download the command line interface, right? So if you're in different OSs, you can try different style, but I already have it installed, so I just need to run Stripe login, right? So let's open my terminal here. I'm gonna run Stripe login. So I need to just open this URL to confirm. Okay, so here is where we decide where we want to do the web, right? So remember in the drawing, if I can find the drawing, let's see, yeah. So it's saying that we can define the webhook here. So this is where we're gonna define it. So in this case, I want to put it as /API/Stripe/webhook. Okay, so it's gonna listen for my webhook here, and I want to note down this webhook signing secret. So I'm gonna come to my env, come down here. I'm gonna have Stripe webhook secret. I'm gonna paste this in. Cool. So now if I go back to my Stripe dashboard, it should be listening stuff, and here is where I can trigger events, right? So in this case, I'm gonna set up a new endpoint. So go under your app/API. So create a Stripe/webhook/root.ts. So this is where we have export async post function post, right? And then basically this webhook is where we receive Stripe stuff. Okay, and so to do this, we have to actually make sure that the webhook is coming from Stripe and not from anyone else. So we need to verify the Stripe webhook signature. So the first thing we need to do is we'll do request. We'll get the body to be await request.text, and we'll get the signature which is request dot we're gonna get the headers from NextJS dot get stripe signature, right? And this is gonna be a string, and we'll have an event to be stripe dot event. Okay, and then we're gonna try catch, right? So we're gonna try to get the event to be stripe dot webhooks stripe, which import from our own library, dot webhooks dot construct event, right? Passing in the body, passing in the signature, and we also need to pass in the process.env stripe webhook secret that we have here, right? So remember, this stripe webhook secret comes from the CLI in our testing environment. Cool. And so if there is no event or there's an error, we're gonna return a new response saying that there's a webhook error because probably they failed the signature. Okay, and then we're gonna construct the session to be event.data object as stripe.checkout.session. Okay, and we can console.log receive stripe event, right? And we can get the session dot events. Sorry, we are able to get the event dot type, and let's just return a new response saying 200. And we can actually try this out. If you look into our console, hopefully. Oh, one more thing is we need to make sure that the stripe webhook is a public root, right? So after this, if you come back here, and I can just manually trigger let's say I can trigger invoice.payment succeeded. If I press, I can just trigger this, copy this, right? And I'm gonna write stripe trigger. I should be able to see, you can see, do you see this 200 requests? I can say received stripe event, invoice.finalize, invoice.item.created. So I can start receiving these events that Stripe is gonna send me, right? You can see event payment method attached, invoice created, blah blah. So this is the power of Stripe, right? It will send me events based on the life cycle of the user's payments. Okay, so we're gonna just look out for a few events, right? The main 3 events, right? So we're gonna just look at the main 3 events, right? If event dot type equals to checkout dot session dot completed, that means they have completed a session, right? We'll do something, right? Else, let's see. Else if event dot type equals to invoice dot payment succeeded, right? We'll also do something else. Let's see. And then the last thing is, and the last thing we're checking for is if event dot type equals to customer dot subscription dot updated, right? We're also gonna listen to the event. So let's just start with the first event, which is checkout session completed. Okay, the first thing is we're gonna get the subscription equals to await stripe dot subscription dot retrieve. We're gonna retrieve the subsection dot subscription as string. Okay, and we're gonna expand out items dot data dot price dot product. Okay, and then we're gonna check if not session dot client reference ID. So remember, we passed in this client reference ID when we did the Stripe action. We passed in the user ID here. So now we can finally see which user ID we are actually receiving the event for. Okay, so if I have no Stripe session client reference ID, that means I don't know who is actually subscribed here. I'm just gonna return a new response saying that, hey, I don't know who it is. Okay, if not, I'm gonna find the plan, which is the subscription dot items dot data index 0, right, dot price here. Okay, and then I'm gonna say if there's no plan, I'm gonna return a new response again, right? If not, I'm gonna get the product ID equals to plan dot product as stripe dot product. I'm gonna get the ID of it, and then if there's no product ID, obviously something failed again. And then finally we know that it has succeeded, so we're gonna just await db dot stripe subscription. So we're gonna then create a row in our database dot create, right? The first thing we know that is the data is the user ID is the session dot client reference ID. We know the product ID to be this. We can the price ID to be plan dot ID. So let's see, product ID, product. Do I not have product ID? Well, I actually don't need it anyways. So the price ID, with the customer ID to be the subscription dot customer. We've got the current period end, which is new date, and we get the subscription.current period end multiplied by 1000, right? And then let me see, do we need anything else? We need the subscription ID to be subscription.id. I think with that we have everything we need. Cool. So now this should create a subscription with us. And let's go to the next event. So if invoice payment succeeded, it'll be super similar, right? So I'm just gonna copy in the code because it's basically the same function, right? Oh, after this I need to return a new response saying that received, right? So if payment succeeded, I'm just gonna retrieve the subscription, exactly what I did above here. I'm getting the plan, I'm getting the product ID, and I'm going to update the Stripe subscription where the ID is here. And to do this, you're gonna see it's gonna throw an error, right? It's because I didn't say that the subscription ID is unique, which it should be. So I should just do this. So on Prisma db push. So what I'm saying is that the subscription ID in the table should be unique, and that's why if I do this now, the type error will go away because I can then uniquely identify the subscription ID. I can just delete the product ID, right? And then I can return a new response saying that I've received it. And last but not least is the customer subscription updated. So if it updated, I'm literally going to do the same thing, which is just get the subscription, right? Stripe the subscription or retrieve. I'm going to update the session ID, upgrade the subscription ID with the current period end. So this current period end is basically saying when the subscription is ending. So every time they update or the subscription updates, they pay a new round, the current period end is going to be pushed back by 1 month. So imagine today is September, right? The current period end will probably be sometime in October. And then when they reach October and their subscription renews, then this endpoint is going to be hit again, and now their current period end is going to be November. So they're always going to be 1 month ahead, and that's how we're going to check whether their subscription is active. So now that we are able to receive these webhooks, right? Let us then come down here. Okay, so hopefully what's going to happen is once I press this button to upgrade my plan, I'm going to go to my checkout session page, right? So this is exactly the diagram that I'm drawing here. So I'm going to go to my session checkout page, and after entering the test information 424242 here, right, I press subscribe. It's going to lead me back to a mail page, but hopefully my browser, I should be able to see. Here you can see, boom, do you see this? Okay, there's some errors, Stripe not found, but the thing is, I can see my charge exceeded, customer created, subscription created, blah blah blah, right? And so with this, if I come down my database, right, my Stripe, my Prisma Studio, right, I should be able to see a new subscription being created, and I see it. So Stripe subscription, I can see it was created for this user, right, which is me, obviously. I can see my customer ID, my subscription ID, and the price ID. Okay, and I should be also able to see when it currently ends. So you can see that it's ending basically 1 month from now, which is October 26. Now it's September 26, right? So the subscription ends in 1 month, and that's what we're going to be checking for to see whether they're currently actively subscribed. Okay, and so with this information, let's deal with this error with saying that because it depended on more that were required but not found, record to update was not found. So it's okay, because what I'm going to do is, let's go down to the Stripe webhook API. So over here we're updating, right? So before that we're going to first check it. So got existing subscription, right? So if there's no existing subscription, it's okay, we can just say it's fine, subscription not found, we just return 200. It's going to be okay. So with that, we can now have a subscription. So now we're going to basically allow them to check, right? Because now it's still saying upgrade plan, even though I've already upgraded my plan. So how do I actually check whether I'm subscribed? So I'm going to come down to my Stripe actions here. I'm going to export an action to check whether I am subscribed, right? So I'm going to export a async function, get subscription status, right? I'm going to get the user ID from auth. If I'm not authenticated, obviously I'm not going to be subscribed, so I'm going to return false. And I'm going to find the subscription, so I'm going to await db.stripe subscription. I'm going to find where my user ID here is, so I'm going to find the corresponding subscription row in my database. And if I have no subscription, obviously I am not subscribed. But if I am, I'm going to check whether the subscription current period end is greater than the new date, right? So it's saying that is the current period end bigger than when I am now? Because if it is, that means that the ending is in the future, which means they are still subscribed. But if this ever becomes false, that means they stop paying their subscription. That means their current period end is no longer in the future, right? That means they are not currently subscribed anymore. Cool. So with this get subscription status, I can come back to my premium banner. So you can see where we are saying subscribe is false, right? Let's make it a hook, right? Let's delete this, and then whenever this component first mounts, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just get the subscription status to be let's do this async. I'm going to invoke this. So I'm going to call subscription status equals to await get subscription status. So I'm going to invoke this server action. So it's going to return me a boolean, and then I can set the subscribe to be the state of that. So then I can check if it's not subscribed, I return this, and then I can check that if it's subscribed, I can return it's subscribed. And so now you can see I am successfully subscribed. So that's amazing. So now let's actually write the UI for whether it's subscribed. So let's see. So if it's subscribed, it's going to be basically the same UI, right? So I'm going to just copy this down, right? The only difference is going to say like this is the premium plan, right? And then here I can say ask as many questions as you want, exclamation mark. Cool. And then what I can do here is, no, actually just delete here, because this ask as many, it should be down here, and this can be just gone. Actually no, let's go back here, let's just delete this. Let's see how it looks like on my production. So we can see it. Ask as many questions as you want. This belongs down here. So just remove this. Ask as many questions. Oh. Cool. But let's just give it a difference. So instead of 150 pixels, let's just 70 pixels. Okay, yep. That looks more like it. So now this is me being subscribed, and obviously if I'm subscribed, I don't want them to upgrade a plan. What I want them to do is to come down here, and I want them to create their, I want to lead them to the billing portal where they can manage their subscriptions, right? So I'm gonna just export another function where we say create billing portal session, right here. I'm going to get the user ID, const user ID equals to auth. Obviously, if I have no user ID, I'm going to return unauthorized. But if not, I'm going to say I'm going to check do they have a subscription, right? So if they do have subscription, obviously we say it's not found, because if no subscription, what are you going to try to manage, right? So then we're going to create a billing portal session create, right? Customer, passing in the customer ID, right? And then we'll return them to /URL. to /mail, and then we'll just redirect them to the session.url. Okay, and so inside the Stripe button here, right, I can do the same thing for the premium banner. So let's just copy this, right, get subscription status. So if they're subscribed, I'm going to manage subscription. If not, right, so I'm going to say if it's subscribed, I'm going to create billing portal section. But then if they're not subscribed, I'm going to create checkout session, just like what they did just now. So now you can see, instead of asking me to subscribe, it's asking me to manage my subscription. And if I press this button, something is going to error out, but it's an easy fix, but it's expected. So it's going to error out. It's saying that if you're in a test, if you're in a test environment, you can't create a portal session until you save your dashboard setting. So I'm going to go in here, and I'm going to press activate test link. Okay, and with that, if I go back here again and test it again, I should be then able to be brought to the billing portal where I can then cancel my subscription, etc. Cool. So now that we have the premium plan and the premium plan settled, right, let's actually just delete it first. So let me just delete the row, because I want to show you how we're gonna deal with the situation where they're not subscribed. So if I refresh again, now it's gonna say upgrade plan. Okay, so how do we actually manage the 5 out of 15 messages, right? The first thing is, let's actually handle the situation where they have no account, right? And they're trying to add more than one account. Okay, so let's go back down into our code, right? Account, let's see, account switching. Let me see. Let's go into Aurinko, right? So Aurinko.ts is where we are helping them create a new account, right? So the thing is, now we're gonna first check, right? We're gonna get their is subscribed. So const is subscribed equals to await get subscription status, right? So we're gonna find the list of all the accounts they have. So if they're trying to get more than one account and they're not subscribed, we're gonna just throw an error. So if await ctx.db, db.account.count where user ID equals to user ID. Let's see, like this, right? And then I'm gonna say if is subscribed, right? And if the account is bigger or equals to the if it's bigger than pro accounts per user, that means there are more than 3, right? I'm gonna throw a new error saying that you have reached the maximum limit accounts, right? Like this. You have reached the maximum limits, right? Else, so if they're not subscribed, if the account is greater than the free accounts per user, we're gonna throw an error as well. Okay, like this. And so now you can see I'm a free account, I'm a free user, but I already have one account, right? So if I press add account, it should throw an error, right, saying that you have reached the maximum number of accounts. Okay, and I'm gonna handle this error as well, right? So if you come down to account switcher, right, we can see that we try to add the account here. So I'm gonna put a try catch block. So if there's an error, I'm going to check if error.message equals to you have reached the maximum number. I'm gonna just do toast.error. Actually, you know what I can do? I can just toast the message, right? Error.message. So let's try this. If I press this, you can see you have reached the maximum number, right? I'm gonna move my face out. Oh, not like that. You can see you have reached the maximum number of accounts for your subscription. Okay, and if I upgrade my plan, obviously I can then subscribe to it because I am within the account limits. Okay, so now that is handled, right? We have blocked off the account switching. So now let's actually go into the messages, right? Every time they kind of interact with this chatbot, I want to basically minus their credits away, right? You can see 5 out of 15 messages, but this 5 is obviously fake data. So to keep track of that, the last thing I need to do is come down to my schema. I'm gonna create a new model. Let's see. Chatbot interaction. Okay, I'm gonna create a new table called chatbot interaction to keep track of how many times they have messaged the chatbot. So obviously with an ID, we're gonna keep track of which day they message the chatbot and how many messages they have already sent. So by default, there's only one. Whenever it gets created, there's only one. And then we have linked to the user ID. So it's linked to a user, okay? And we want to make the unique index, the day, paired with the user ID. And let's index it as well. Like this. And let's go to the user. Let's make the user a unique field here so that we can have a one-to-one mapping of the chatbot interaction. Like this. Cool. So now let's Prisma DB push this up. Okay. So now what this means is, okay, let's restart our server as well. So now each user is linked to a chatbot interaction, and now this chatbot interaction keeps track of the day in which we send a message as well as how many messages we have sent that day. Okay? And with that, we can come down to our chat route. So remember, this is the route that handles whenever you try to interact with this chatbot, right? So the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to check whether they're subscribed. Const is subscribed equals to await get subscription status, right? And then I'm going to check if it's not subscribed. What am I going to do? I'm gonna find the chatbot interaction equals await db dot chatbot interaction dot find unique. Okay, by the way, we should define what today is, right? Const today equals to a new date dot to date string, right? And then we can find the unique where the day is today, right? And the user ID is the user ID here. Cool. And so if there is no chatbot interaction, let's actually create one for them. So let's create a chatbot interaction for them where it's today's day, there's one user and there's exactly one message, because when they hit this endpoint, that means they already messaged once, right? So they have at least one chatbot. So, and then what we're gonna do is, let's see. So if they are not subscribed, we're gonna check this, and then we're gonna else if, that means they have the chatbot interaction, right? Else if chatbot interaction dot count, that means they have messaged more than the free credits per day, right? We're going to then return a new response saying that you have reached the free limit today, and we have the status of 429, which means rate limit, right? So if they are obviously subscribed, right, this won't run, right? And obviously if you are subscribed, you can have unlimited access. We won't check for anything, right? So with this, we have finished checking like this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to come down here and I'm going to try to send a message. I'm going to say test, right? It's going to reply. And if I come back down to my Prisma Studio and see, do I see my chatbot? Of course not, because Stripe. Sorry, Prisma is just so annoying. Okay, so I should be able to see my chatbot interaction. I should see one row, right? I should see today's day, the count, which means I interacted once, and the user ID. And if I try again, so I say test again, right? Oh, I need to increment it again. So you're gonna see that obviously it's not gonna increment it, right? So to increment it, I'm gonna come down to my on completion. So on completion is after it has finished streaming, right? So which is perfect, because then we can just await db.chatbot interaction dot update where today's day and the user ID, and can just increment this by 1. So now let's try this again. If I say test again, right, and it finish generating, I should now see my count increase to 2, right? So I have 2 messages. Cool. And with this, we can now get like their rate limiting. So what I'm gonna do is, let me see, come down here. Let's see. So I'm gonna come down to my router, my account.ts router. I'm gonna get their kind of chatbot interaction data. So get chatbot interaction, right? So it's a private procedure. I'm trying to get the account ID. I'm gonna authorize them. I'm gonna get today's day, right? I'm gonna find where today's day is and the user ID. And lastly, I'm gonna get the const remaining credits equals to the free credits per day minus the chatbot count or 0. So imagine like the free credits is always gonna be 15, right? And let's say I have interacted with it for 5 times. So my remaining credits is going to be 10, right? So I'm going to return this remaining credits here. Remaining credits, okay? And then in the front end here, to get this premium banner, let's go back to the premium banner. To get the data of the remaining, to get the data, we can do API dot account dot get chatbot interaction dot use query, passing in the account ID, which we can get from use threads, right? And then we can finally here come down here and remove the hard coding. So instead of here the remaining credits, we'll have data dot remaining credits left. So now I can see, if I refresh, okay, cool, you can see I have 13 out of 15 messages remaining, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna, once they ask it, so currently I can remove this hard coding. And so if I come down to the chatbot, the what's this, Ask AI interface, right? I'm gonna come down to the message, right? Here use chats, blah blah. So on finish, right, I'm gonna try to refetch the information, because after you finish it, I want to refetch it to see that the number went down. So I have a utils equals to API dot use utils, right? So this will give me the ability to do utils dot account dot get chatbot interaction dot refetch. So this will refetch the data, and hopefully I should see it updated. So let's try this. So if I say hello, so hopefully if everything goes right, I should be able to see this becomes 12. So say hello, and now you can see, boom, 12 remaining. So it's working perfectly. And let's actually try it out. So let's go to my constants, and if I say the free credits is 4, okay, 4, okay, yeah, 3. Let's refresh this. So you can see I have 0 out of 3 messages remaining. If I try to send a message, I'm gonna get an error. I'm gonna get an error saying it's 429, right? So if I see in the console, let's try again. Test. You can see error, you have reached the free limit for today. So I can actually listen for that. So I say if error dot cost dot, do I have cost? Actually no. Let's see. You have reached the free limit. So I'm going to check. I'm just going to toast dot error dot message like this. Cool. So now if I exceed the limit, I should see, hey, you have reached the free limit for today. Cool, because I have 0 out of 3 remaining. So this constant is like super convenient, because you can just literally set the limit however you want, and people will just kind of use the free credits remaining. Oh my god, okay, cool. We have completed Stripe integration and the payment gating gateway, and we can finally deploy this. We are almost at the end. Alright, let's do it. Okay, now let's actually deploy this. So it's actually not too much of trouble, because we have already deployed this before, right? Like initially when we did the Clerk. So that's actually really good, because now all we have to do is come down to our settings and just fill up all our kind of environment variables, and then it should work. Hopefully, let's pray. So I'm gonna come down to our env. Okay, I'm just gonna copy everything here. Okay, let's check what is actually missing. So we got database URL, Clerk. Okay, so we only have the database URL on the Clerk, right? So we can actually just copy everything here, right? We'll copy in here. Okay, and then we should be able to save this, and it should work. Okay, so we have successfully saved it, right? And now I'm sure there's gonna be some other errors, but if we just commit this and push this up, it should deploy, and everything should now work fine and dandy. Let me think. Yeah, I think that is actually all that it is, right? Okay, let's just pray and let's just try out if it works. Okay, so let's wait for it to deploy. So you can see it's building now, and we should be back soon. Okay, so it has deployed. So now if you go down to normal human-yt.vercel.app, we should see something happening. Okay, so now let's log into our account, and let's pray that things are working and not breaking. Okay, let's like pray that works. Okay, so we're still on the landing page with there's nothing, but if you go to /mail, right, we should hopefully see some stuff. Cool. Okay, so let's select account, right? Let's wait for it to load. I know why it's loading so slow. 100%, I know why. Because you need to go into your account, go to your settings, go to your functions, and you need to select a region that's closest to your database, in which case I'm in Singapore. So I need to save this, and let's just put a function max duration of 300 and save this as well. And let's go back and redeploy this. Sorry. And let's redeploy. Okay, so let me tell you what I just did there. So here, the functions, right? So the reason why the functions is, this is the region on which the serverless functions will execute in by default. So this is basically where your app is being served out from default, and so it should be close to your database, because let me show you why. So imagine this is the world. Okay, my geography is bad, but deal with me. Okay, so I know Singapore is somewhere here. Okay, and I know the US is somewhere here. Okay, so my database, right, on NeonDB is situated in Singapore, right? But the thing is, just now my Vercel was situated in US East 1. So US East 1 is somewhere here. Okay, so every time someone makes a request, the database, the server will have to make a request to my database here, fetch the data, and then finally return the response. And you see this whole big round trip. This is what was making the app super slow. And so all I had to do was I had come down here, I changed the function execution region to Singapore. So now my server is near my database, and so now you can see my database and my server will communicate basically almost instantly. So that's why it will make the app faster. And for this function max duration, because I just want to make sure that my servers are not, my functions are not timing out, right? So yeah, this should be good. Cool. So now let's just wait for it to redeploy. Deployment. Okay, it's ready now. Let's check it out again. Sorry, not normal human. It should be this, right? .versal.app. Let's come down here. Let's go to /mail. Okay, and should select an account that belongs to me. So let's see. Oh, you know what? You know why there's no account? You know why there's no accounts? I know why. Because I was not logged in with the email. I was logged into the other email. So I'm gonna sign out. Actually, no. This is a perfect way of displaying. Yeah, it's fine. So I'm gonna log into my Google account. This, right? Sorry. Google account. Okay, so I'm gonna log into this, and you can see that I have basically no accounts linked here. Okay, and so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna test out the email linking stuff. So I'm gonna press add account, and I should be able to be here. I'm gonna link this account. So it's saying it hasn't verified my app, but it's okay. Continue. And so hopefully, if I go back into my deployments, I see my logs, and I see my live data. Hopefully, I should start seeing like emails popping in, right? Let's see. Normal human. Let's go down to deployments. Oh, I know why. Because we don't have next public URL. Oh, we do. Oh, yeah, but you see my next public URL is set to local 3000. Okay, that's silly of me. So this should be really https normal human-yt.versal.app. Let's save this. And finally, if we redeploy this should work. Okay, so now it has deployed, right? So let's try again. So I'm gonna just add an account. Right, let's try again. Let's add this account. Cool. And hopefully it will redirect us to normal human-youtube.versal.app /mail. Okay, it does, that's good. And I can see I have an account linked. And if I go into my logs, I should start seeing emails kind of start streaming in one by one, right, where I'm writing to the database. Right, so let's see. Okay, see, cool. We got it. Attempting to sync 23 emails, and we can see that it's starting to upsert emails one by one, right? Cool. So let's do one by one. Let's wait for it, and then in no time, we're gonna see. Yeah, see, our emails are starting to come in. That means the syncing works, right? We can see the emails are working. We can see that the kind of access grant was also showed up in this email, right? I can also basically say, hello, and hopefully you respond to me. Yay! So our OpenAI works as well. So everything is perfect. Oh my god! First try deploy. Actually, not first try, but yeah, that's cool. Let's see if this works. Reply, and yay! Awesome stuff. So we can see our emails are able to be synced properly one by one. That's cool. And everything seems to be working perfectly. Nice. Awesome. Let's see. That is super cool. I'm gonna say when is my next flight. It's gonna say that I don't have a flight. Cool. I'm down to 12 tokens now. Okay, that's amazing, guys. So I think this basically concludes the video. Okay, awesome, guys. So I am so proud of you to have finished this video with me. I have no idea how long it is. I've been filming for 2 days. I'm guessing it's probably like at least 6-7 hours, right? But you have basically built out an entire kind of email clone with Shadcn, NextJS. You have learned the T3 stack, tRPC. You have learned a completely new API, Aurinko. You have learned how to do proper database management with webhooks. You have done full text search with the open source library, right? You have learned how to do RAG. You have basically done Copilot. You have learned how to do Stripe, and you have learned how to deploy this to a production app on Vercel. So I'm super proud of you guys for completing this with me. And so I hope you have enjoyed the tutorial, and if you actually learned something, I hope you can give it a thumbs up and subscribe, and share this video with anyone you think that will benefit from this video. And as always, I'm Elliot, and peace out.